like everybody, you know, I
Great.
hope the day where like I don't see, you know, it's like you never see, not never see them again, but you don't see them online. It's just it's like, yeah, we're on to our lives, right? Like we got so much going on in the real world. Here, meet me where I'm at, or I'll meet you where you're at. You know, it doesn't have to.
Yeah, but these things serve their purpose. They have a place. That's why.
Yeah, no, I agree. I didn't say this was you know, there's, you got to have the connection methods, right? And this is a lot of like minds in this room right now, you know, more than you're going to see in most other rooms, you know. And then when you get a lot of like minds together in civil fashion, is when you can get some real good ideas.
Well, I mean, I'm not shooting you up right now, Rams. But how long did you spend in Betty server?
Oh, I've been there on and off for a few years, 3 or 4.
Yeah. So.
But I mean, what are you saying? What sort of judgment is that? Are you trying to?
It's not judgment, because I'm not the one to judge. It's time to get off the baby pad.
What's the point of the comment? Like, what's the point of the comment?
Let's move it. Not from their discussions. It's about what you believe, what you've seen, and you can show other people.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest abilities of the model afflicted, is to get you in a conversation about their model, right? Like that's what they're so good at doing. That's what they're so good at doing, is getting you to talk about their imaginary friend.
Brilliant at shutting people down and stopping them from doing that.
He's brilliant at engaging them in their imaginary friend.
No, how many people? He destroys their argument quickly, better than
yeah. Cool. How many times have you had a discussion with Zanik?
Oh, yeah, many times.
Exactly.
Why?
How many?
Yeah, many times. What? Go on.
Too many times?
No, not too many times.
Okay. This is where now it's time for a new guard to come in. Let's get off that baby trampoline. Let's move on.
Oh,
you already see it.
Yeah, that'll happen.
See what it is.
One of my main issues with Nathan is his like pushing of science as some kind of like this thing almost, right? It's almost like if you don't have science, well, you know.
No, I don't think you're confusing it. It's the claim out there by the mainstream that we're taught in schools, that we're told is the nature of our world, is based in what they say science is, and he's criticizing the way that they contradict themselves.
No, I think he pushes. He pushes science. He's a big methoder, right? He's a Methodist.
No,
bro,
he's
he pushes the scientific method. Yes, he does.
He's holding their feet to the fire and then burning them.
Does he not push the scientific method, right? The hypotheses.
He doesn't push the scientific method. He has a belief of what the scientific method is, and it's something I agree with, is that there is one scientific method, and that is the method to work out cause and effect relationships in things in the natural world.
Yeah, no, see, I disagree with that whole thing.
Right? Okay.
Well, because, you know, like, and here, I'll tell you what QE booted me out of the server for asking him, right? If heat is the cause of water boiling, right, then why does water boil in a vacuum when you remove heat? So I would say that motion, right? Like motion is the cause of water boiling. So
that was nonsensical. So start again.
Okay. If the scientific method and its quote unquote cause and effect, right, will tell you that heat is why water boils. We agree. We're on the same page still.
That's the conclusion of an experiment using the scientific method as the method of achieving the knowledge of the cause and the effect relationship.
I'm saying there is no cause and effect relationship. All you have is a very specific situation which they apply very vague and general terms to try and come to this conclusion. So they take this boiling water, right? Now, it's a fire under a water, right? Now, that's not heat under being applied to water. That's a very specific fire, because you can take a smaller flame, like from a cigarette lighter, and apply heat to the water and it will never boil. So now you're going to say, oh, well, it's not enough heat, right? So, and this is where your method wasn't so empirical, right? So heat doesn't make the water boil. How much heat? Can you give me a number, and what would that number
mean? You're
mean?
arguing about the definition of boiling.
No, I'm arguing about the cause.
No, the cause is the whole body of water. When it reaches a certain temperature, it begins to boil.
Okay, so why does it do it in a vacuum chamber? But it does it because it does it in a vacuum chamber when you're removing the heat, and it's not at that temperature. So what did you prove? You didn't.
Why are we going to a vacuum chamber now?
Because I'm showing you're not proving the mechanism. You never proved that heat was the cause of water boiling. All you showed, you demonstrated an observation of an effect. The water disappeared out of the pan with the fire under it. You didn't prove the cause of that. Why? Why did the fire make it disappear? You don't know. All you know is that if I put a big flame and if I have enough water,
when the water boiled, it causes part of it to phase change into steam. And
what
then
do you mean phase change? What is that? What's a phase? Float away. The water phase changes and floats away.
You're
what does
talking
that mean?
to right the hand.
Yeah, it's about the water cycle, dude.
But we didn't see any of that. All we saw was the fire, the water, and some steam. You're now drawing conclusions from that, which is not, that's religion. Once you start making these assumptions,
shit, dude.
And that's why I'm saying that the scientific method
he can't understand science. He can't do science. He can't do
and you can't understand God.
It's amazing.
And you can't understand God. It's amazing. I just,
it's
God's outside the scope of science.
Exactly.
I mean,
science removes God. And that's the point. That's the point of
science.
The point of science is to remove God. And that's what Nathan is ultimately doing. Notice how he'll never talk about the creator.
You've got some bone to pick with
you asked me why I don't, why I think they're bad. I'm just telling you why I think they're bad. These are my opinions, bro. I'm not telling you have to agree with them. You asked me why I don't like them. I'm telling you. I think they removed the creator. I think that's their ultimate goal when they get on there, whether they know it or not.
Well, I'm not here to defend either of them. It's not my job to defend them.
Okay, yeah, and I'm not here to sway your opinion of them. You were curious to why I had negative feelings towards them. You asked me, and I tried to explain to it, and then you were like, well, and I was like, because I think they're blah blah blah, and you're like, well, why? And I said because of this, and so we got to where we are. So I'm not trying to sway you. I'm just this is what I think as a person who's been on his channel and stuff.
It seems like you guys are subtly sort of suggesting it. Why do I interact with him and sort of passing judgment on me in a way?
No, I was there too, dude.
As to why I haven't moved on from them and their immature, idiotic sort of attitude as you've characterized them.
I'm not judging you for
which
not
is their
moving
worst
on.
side, and I agree that that's nobody's perfect. Everybody has issues here or there. Nobody's perfect.
No, hey, bro, I hear you. Well, I'm just telling this. I can only give you how I see it, right? So I see him as a good, and I spent my time there, right? Like I was there, and now I'm here. So,
well, I just hear great, clear, concise discussions about logical questions, like those housekeeping questions.
Logical questions about the imaginary friend. Yeah.
The whole thing is about debating against the heliocentric model. That's the flat Earth debate.
Yeah, and I'm not a flat earther.
It's not. This is the proof of the flat Earth. We have scientific proof of the flat Earth. They'll even tell you that the flat Earth is not provable scientifically. It's outside the scope of science.
I got proof it's not flat. Yeah, I can prove it. There's a hill right near my house. I'll show it to you.
Wait, how is it flat Earth outside the scope of science?
Determining the shape of the Earth is outside the scope of science. Because we can't get outside.
You're telling me I can't determine the shape of the thing I'm standing on if I look around? You're telling me I can't determine the shape of that of what's right around me that I'm looking at? Come on, man.
You would have to go outside of it to see.
You could move around, right? You could take it's called like a map, a topographical map. We do these all the time, man. We do topographical maps all the time.
But you can't scientifically validate.
Of what amount of the dirt? You got to do it all. He's saying.
Bro, I don't need to scientifically. There's no scientific validation in.
If you haven't been anywhere, you haven't validated anything. There's places you can't go. What are you talking about? Validation of what? That's what his whole point is. You can't go places on this earth. So how could you validate anything that you're talking about? How can you validate data? What a shape is? If you can't get to the edge, you can't see a shape. Clearly,
I'm judging the shape.
One of the easiest things you can use science for.
No, Coach. So not if you can't make it to the edge, whatever this is.
That's the whole point of science. Like a crowbar.
You can't use science if you can't make it there. God damn it!
What the fuck does using science mean? Yeah, how do you use science?
I don't know.
Is it a drill?
Called
is it
using a ruler.
Does it cut things in half?
It's a method used to work out cause and effect relationships in the most.
How's that going to help with the shape of the Earth?
Logical way possible.
It's not. Well, that's what he's saying. He's saying you're never going to figure out the shape.
I don't need science. I don't need a cause and effect relationship to know if I'm standing on a hill or a not hill. I need surveying.
You need something.
Okay, you people are crazy.
Not
man.
hill. Not hill. We're talking about the whole planet, not
a fucking hill, dude. Like, well,
the hill is your planet. So you live on planet.
Hang on a sec. Nobody said it's the only way.
There's only one way to figure out the shape of something, bro. Like you gotta like go out there and like you've got to
be able to
just take a look at that.
Yeah, see it from. Yeah.
You got to touch it too, bro. I can show you a picture of a baseball, but unless you can touch it and find out that it's not a picture, you don't know what you can't just look at something. Come on, you got to get out. You got to go from one point to the other.
Well, you could look at it from multiple angles and know it's a sphere.
Well, that would be moving. You got to go from. You can't just stay in one spot, look around, and go, oh, I don't see the whole building. The Earth's sloping away from me.
Of course.
You can't do that. You got to like measure this stuff, right? And you got to go from this point to that point, and you make standards and horizontals and verticals, and you make a grid, and then you check like deviations from these grids, and you map out topography. Like this is what we do. I don't know how you guys think this stuff works, right? But this is how it works.
So what are we in the debate for then? If you got it all wrapped up.
That's why I'm, bro. Were you not just here? I'm not talking about their imaginary friend, right? Like the ball is the imaginary friend that I don't talk about. So like that was what I was trying to explain to this guy when he was asking me why
I'm saying
like
you got all the statistics and schematics of the North Pole and Antarctica. I'd like them. If you've been where we haven't been, if you've seen stuff we haven't seen, what are you talking about?
Bro, I don't need to go to Antarctica to build a tree
you
house.
Haven't been to the edge of. You've never
I don't
seen
need
it.
To go to the
How
edge
could you
of
determine something you've never seen?
I don't need to go to the edge of the Earth to make a horizontal 100 feet long and build
what is an edge of an Earth? Where is an edge?
You brought it up. You brought it up.
No, you brought up the shape. You're the one that said you could tell the shape by spinning in a circle.
The shape of what I'm
No, you said your house has a hill in it. You know the shape. No, you're the one that said
is a hill not a shape?
Listen, Goofy, the hill is not the earth.
Is it a hill's not an earth? So what is the hill? What is the hill?
No, Ant-Man, the hill is not the earth.
So what is it? If the hill's
I don't
not
know.
the
It's
earth,
a
what is
fucking
it?
ant hill. It's an ant hill.
Well, that's not part of Earth.
That's your whole Earth.
Start?
So
where
the
does
ant
Earth
hill is
start?
your Earth.
Hold on. Where does Earth start
Where
and
does
where
your
does
Earth
the hill
end?
end?
We need to find out where it ends.
No. Wait. You're the one that said.
Where does your shape of your anthill end?
All right, you guys both
realize you're talking over him. Do you realize you're just talking at the like he speaks and then you speak? Are you doing that on purpose or is there a delay?
He speaks and I speak. I think that's how it's supposed to go, ain't it?
No, he starts speaking. You just start talking over him. It happened like 3 times in a row. I don't know. It almost seemed like you were doing it intentionally.
He said a one-word phrase, Gio.
No, I'm asking you. I said I have a hill, right? That's like a shape,
and I said that's
part of Earth. And you said no, the hill is not part of Earth. So I'm saying, okay, well, where does the hill end, and where does the Earth begin?
Well, you're the one that said you know the shape. Tell me the shape of your hill, Earth start and beginning shape. Tell me that. What's your shape?
Well, the hill is the shape,
we
right?
need to figure out your no, it's not.
Okay, so a hill is not a shape. Okay, so then
no, it's not.
So a hill
it's
is not part of Earth, and it's not a shape.
on the surface of, and I can't finish my sentence either.
To be fair, 90 hills come in all shapes and sizes, man.
Well, it's like
you can have a mountain, you can have a hill, you can have a dip, a valley.
Maybe not
what
all
are you
shapes.
talking about?
Yeah, okay.
None of that makes a shape. None of that tells you what a shape of the Earth is. None of it. What are you talking about?
Okay, so I'm not giving you the whole. Again, I don't look at the Earth.
Not giving me anything.
I don't look at the Earth as this thing.
You haven't looked at the Earth before at all in its entirety. That's our point.
Hold up, Demo. How do you look at the Earth?
Then you're not dealing with the geocentric model, are you? Or the heliocentric model of the sphere Earth claim that we're dealing with here in this whole debate.
No, he said the hill in his house. Clearly, there's something wrong with his idea of what's going on.
Talking about the shape of this sphere that we're apparently on. That's what we're dealing with, that claim.
Right, the claim. But he can't even tell you what, I mean, he doesn't, I mean, nobody's been to anywhere. So we can go to topography and see that it doesn't curve away from the area where we're standing, but we haven't been to the edge or put it all together. So to claim the whole entirety of a shape.
Yeah, unless you believe NASA.
Wake up to new ventures. The getting it done for either side, man.
Right, just standing and spinning in a circle and saying, happy day doesn't mean it's a globe or anything.
Let's just start a drum circle and hug each other.
Yeah, there's no big E to worship. That's, there's no Earth. There's no one Earth unit that you can just grab and turn around in your hands and be like, okay, this is what this thing is. No, there isn't that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's. You can describe it in a lot of different ways, but what
is it? The big E, the worship of the creation and not the creator, right?
Yeah, well, who's to know whether maybe all that the physical world is the Earth, that there is nothing outside of that.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with it. Because the only
thing
Earth you can
not an object, but the only. It's just the floor of the universe of the realm or the world that we live in.
But 90. I don't see your point really about like how you can't just like look at it all in totality or what have you, because it's all kind of different. Yeah, most of it's level. Even with topography, most of it is level, right? There's, fluctuations vertically, slight fluctuations, but most of it's horizontal. So if we were to get far enough away or what have you, we would be able to tell that it's mostly level and flat, and, you don't have to just look at one little hill or something like that.
It's also not look again, like it's not this one thing. Like I don't look at the outside world as this singular thing that I can classify as this.
But that's getting into the philosophy, right? That's getting into more of the philosophical side of.
But well, isn't that what you're doing then? To me, right?
No.
Again, just from my point of view, you know, when I'm like saying, "Oh, don't apply this one thing to the Earth," and you're going, "Yeah, I know, that's philosophical, but we can just say the Earth is this one thing that's flat or ball," and I'm like, "Well, I just said that. It's not what I wanted to do."
See, a flat earther, like I'd call myself a flat earther, but the only sort of definite claim therein is that the surface of this world that I live in is presenting and navigating as flat and stationary. Beyond that, I don't know. There's all sorts of unanswered questions. Where the ends are, where the limits are, or what's above, what's below, what's outside of it. There's all sorts of fantastic and incredible questions to ask. But the one thing,
but
for
it's
sure,
also not flat.
It's a flat
right?
and stationary plane. It's not a sphere flying around in space.
And it's also not flat. Like that sphere has like that. The surface has like contours and stuff.
Yeah,
and
it's not a perfectly horizontal plane, but it's planar.
There's no this thing, and again, you're still trying to apply this thing to it.
You're talking about local topography when I'm talking about the general plane.
The parts we don't see. You're talking about the parts we don't see, right? I'm talking about the parts I experience. You're talking about, you know, space beyond that, right? I just don't go there.
The place where we live is a flat, stationary level plane.
Okay,
yes, there are
mountains. Maybe where you live, it's very
creeks and hills and valleys, but
that doesn't sound
generally it's flat. At least
I guess some places are, you know,
as flat.
Like the Sol Flats are pretty flat.
Hey, Right the Hand, would you agree that it's not a plane either, since there's mountains?
Well, yeah, no, and plane is a two-dimensional shape, right? The Earth has depth to it. Or the Earth, right? Look, there I go again. I'm praising Big E. Biggie, small.
Why can't it be a small E?
Yeah,
why are you being weird about it?
Nah, because it's the Big E, bro. It's the worship. It's the Big
it need not be.
How about the
You're projecting that?
Nah, I don't like the Big E. I don't like little G. I don't like Big G. I don't like little E. I don't like Big E. The only Big E I like is Biggie Smalls.
What about E40?
Right, yeah, no, I think we just got to get away. Again, this is my take on it. We get away from like the Earth, right? We don't need to. There is no the Earth, at least in my
bro. From all of the little the areas of Earth that you've experienced, all these like little hills and valleys and stuff like that, would you say that it presents more as like a horizontal plane, or more as a vertical kind of like face, like a mountain face or like a cliff face? I know it's a ridiculous question.
Yeah, no, it's more like pieces. I've said it's more like pieces on a chessboard, right? Like I compare that. That's my, you know.
Okay, that's all we're saying.
I see the Earth. Yeah,
that it presents as planar.
I get you, man. Just, you know, there is this. Just try and see where I'm coming from, where it becomes this.
I'm with you, but we're not saying that's like Mother Gaia or like you know. We're not putting any like spiritual, religious,
but you are. Why,
whatever
why do
connotation.
We have to be anything? Why do we have to say it is this thing, right? Like,
because we're realists.
But
that's what we see.
Again, but we look. Yeah, we don't see the whole thing, so we can just be like, yeah. And again, we don't have to. We don't have to be like it is this thing, right? Like we all see it, right? Okay, we're not talking about the color of the sky, right? We're not trying to say how blue or what blue it is. Well, because I just don't understand this like obsession over singularizing the Earth and giving it a label.
What are you talking about? This whole thing is a debate between like debate as to what the Earth presents as, whether it's flat or a globe or what have you. If you've been in a plane, you've seen a lot of little places, as you call them. You could see that they present mostly as planar. You know, they present as planar.
And
so
the sky presents
there's
itself
nothing
as
wrong
blue.
with saying that. Yeah, of
and
course.
The sky, okay, so but why are we only having a ongoing discussion about one of them?
Because the contention is about the shape of the Earth or how it presents, not about the sky.
But yeah, well, isn't it? But you don't see how ridiculous it is that we can see the sky and the Earth, and there's an argument over the Earth, and some people want to entertain it. And I'm going here saying, guys, it's as ridiculous as arguing over the sky.
Yeah, but it's not that ridiculous considering the propaganda and that 99% of the population believes that it's curving.
Just because 99% of the people believe it doesn't make it less ridiculous, and that's the
I'm with you. It is ridiculous.
and that's the point.
But the point is, no, that's not the point. The point is that we have to, we have to spread the truth, the awareness, so that it's like, so that this 99% isn't 99%. You have to fight the propaganda, or else we're always going to be, beholden to it. We're always going to be controlled.
Okay, so what if there was propaganda going around that the sky wasn't blue during the day, right? Like,
No,
would you
no,
fight
no,
that?
no.
I'm just like gonna think about this.
I don't think it's as obvious as the sky being blue.
How is it not? How is it not? This is one of my arguments, bro. It is as it is as obvious as the sky is blue because you can see them both.
It's a truism like the sky is blue, but it's not as obvious.
Man, you can see you see half sky, half ground. You can see the sky. You can see when it changes from blue to the purples and the pinks to the black at night. You can see the land, man. It's right there to see. If there's no argument over the sky being blue because it's right there for you to see, then there should be no argument over the ground that's right there under it.
Yeah, but let's look at all of it, bro.
Yeah, I do, man.
That's your opinion.
And when I got a drone, I send it up. I see just as much blue skies. I see ground.
Can I ask you something?
Hey, the sky is black, man. I've seen the sky. Completely black.
We're talking about the big E, right? And it's like that kind of is the point. Like, if people want to talk about the big E, they're going to want to look at the whole, right? I mean,
you can never look at the whole thing. That's the problem.
Why? You selling yourself short, player.
Okay, well, when you can go wherever if there's even a fucking place that allows you to see the entire Earth at once, which I think is reserved for God, but if you want to go and do that, take that quest, go ahead. I'm okay, being immortal.
All right, well, I mean, you seem like you have a brave voice and a brave heart to speak out, but then you're selling yourself short. You sure you're not like some dissuasion, disinformation army agent? I mean, what's up with you, bro? You're not brave?
No, I agree with him, Don, on that last part. I don't think we'll ever get to a point where we can see the entirety of it.
Come on, man.
Bro, I'm not here selling nobody on anything, man.
But you can see enough to make the claim that it's mostly planar and that their globe shit is bullshit. We have to fight the fucking, the deception.
We gotta fight the ball.
Or they could show me like 10 fucking rockets going off at once, all live streaming the fucking ground to earth, the whole ball. Like when they went to the moon, they got to the whole ball. So if they had more abundance of that, you would, in sense, be moving around the whole baseball, looking at the whole thing.
Nah, they'd be watching images on a screen. You can see that on the movie Gravity.
Or it might be a globe for all.
But it would be more, buddy. It would be more.
Well, you're never gonna. Well, hey, I would never be convinced that the ground I'm on there's nothing underneath it. When like that, just wouldn't. I can't wrap my head around there being ground and then just there not being ground under it.
Do you think it's possible though?
No, I can't wrap that's why I can't wrap my head around that.
Well, I guess that's another part where we fork, where we deviate, because I do think it's possible.
Yeah, but again, we're also I don't like to go into speculation, right? Again, I mean, I do, but we have to like put the warning signs up, like, look, this is speculation zone, right? Like when they're like with the seeing the Earth as entirety, it's just something we're not able to do. Just like going down to the bottom of the Earth to where there's that point, we can't do that. So I see it's like a wheel spinning.
What do you guys think is the strongest globe Earth proof?
3 of them. They got Why Would They Lie, Photographs from Space, and all alternative points of view are stupid.
Cartoons. Mine would be cartoons. I say their best globe proof is a cartoon.
I think the trickiest one to deal with is the southern solar rotation.
Yeah, that's mine too.
It can be dealt with, but it's tricky.
I think it's just the how the source is viewed, right? There's this aura around mainstream and what it can accomplish, like with technology, and we have these technological advancements that they have to know more than I know, because look at this phone, look what it can do. They have to know about this stuff. I think that's the biggest globe proof.
Star trails are the biggest proof of flat Earth.
Stars move,
especially the southern ones.
Yeah, I went through this the other day with Don and I can't remember who the other Left Lane. They were completely stumped as to how things could just start moving, clockwise and counterclockwise. It's quite simple. You walk south, facing south, you get clockwise rotation. You get to this hypothetical place, the South Pole. They say it still is rotating clockwise. And I said, now every direction you're looking, or every direction you could possibly move, is all north. All directions will be north. Now you start moving north. At what point do they start spinning counterclockwise?
That's still not a globe. That's
the
top of
equator.
a plate, though. That's just like a dinner plate design. We still haven't found a globe yet.
No, hold up. So
it's a cartoon.
Sorry. Go ahead, Demo. Finish what you're saying.
I was just saying it's a flat plate that we describe every time. Basically, I know there's little hills, mountains, and valleys, but what we're describing is an object going around up above the surface of another object. It's not necessarily orbiting, and there's no that I still couldn't picture a globe with any of that.
Okay, but in terms of the globe model, Crit, there's an answer, and the answer is like around about the equator, the star lines will start flattening out and being like straight lines, and afterwards the rotation will go the opposite direction.
Yeah, you'll be able to see that before it happens, and it doesn't.
What do you mean?
As you're walking, you could see the northern stars before you get there.
Yep. And you can see them kind of like, angling out. They're more or less straight around at the equator, but, the top of them will be slightly curving outwards in the opposite direction, the ones that you're coming from the sun.
Well, why can't we just call the stars and, that upper place, why can't we just call that Earth? Because I kind of agree with Right the Hand on this. Like, what is Earth? Why can't we just call that stuff Earth?
You're saying why can't we call the heavens Earth?
Yeah, it's all Earth.
No, man.
Well, because Earth sort of refers to the ground. So that's where the word comes from, doesn't it?
Yep.
Well, that goes into like definition games of like who gets to define these things.
Bro, that's literally where the word came from, world. Or realm. But Earth is the ground.
Well, we can redefine it.
Why though?
Why do you limit yourself?
Because then it becomes confusion. Like that's why we all agree to conventions. That it just makes things so much easier to work together. Use the same language, be able to communicate with each other.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with this convention. This particular one, calling the ground the earth, there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, if they can say that level means like equidistant, from the Earth's core, then come on, bro. Don't let them get a step ahead of you. They're changing it as they go too.
Well, we can go along with it. Follow the bouncing ball for the sake of the whatever it is, the practice, But it doesn't mean that flat is curved, or that the Earth's curved. Like, I understand what they mean when they say that, a level on a sphere, any point the same height above the ground is going to be level in relation to, another point. So that's, you understand what they mean, but it assumes a sphere. I mean, they say that in the start, so it's not a proof of anything. It's just a way of confusing.
It's definition games, man. They've been doing it with God since day one.
Lost in translation since day one. Lost in ignorant science since day two. Shallow house science. It's pretty sad, right? When every scientist in some lab somewhere by itself is like the only one that sees anything, what they see, and then they can only explain it. And then when you try to figure it out or go see it, you can't. Just gotta take shallow science Hal's word for it.
But the problem isn't science. I mean, it's pseudoscience, and that's what a big part of this debate is about. Is about
shallow house.
Pseudoscience pretending to be science.
Yeah, when they see what they want, they look at something and they're like, "Hey, man, that's a circle particle. I know it." And then you're like, "Oh, I can't find it." And then they're like, oh. Like, but to them, they're still going to push circle particle. They're still going to push gravity, but it doesn't exist. And they're like still pushing it. It's like, what are you doing? Like,
yeah, that's why they don't want to be limited to a method that restricts them from being able to beg the question and imagine up all sorts of crazy stuff.
Well, that's how they got paid. That's how they got to be where they are. That's how the cartoons with NASA. It built up from cartoon to cartoon, and here we are with another good cartoon of a globe. We still don't have a real globe anywhere that we've produced. That's my proof there's no globe. They can't present one.
You'd think there'd be hundreds of awesome, amazing photos of the Earth from way out, from the satellites and probes and all the shit that they've apparently flown up there. There should be all sorts of amazing images.
Not only that, you should have little stuff in orbit in your classroom or in every school there should be a tube in the middle of the school where they have like galaxies and planets and stuff in the little vacuum tube working live. That'd be cool. Be cool if we could see some cool reactions in a vacuum happening ever. We can't even see stuff working in a vacuum because all it does is one thing and then it stops doing what it did and it's done.
Can I ask you guys, I've heard two different stories about vacuums. Like, they have that Mythbusters guy who puts his hand in a glove and moves it around in a vacuum chamber, and he says it's hard to move it. But I also hear like, oh, it's like, there's like no resistance in it too. I've heard two different stories.
Which one did they present you with?
Well, the Mythbusters guy puts his hand in the glove and says it's kind of difficult to move it. And then like other ones will say, oh, you can move forever in space. Like it's easy or something, no resistance.
Oh yeah, but that's two different things, right? Like the reason he found it difficult to move would have been because his hand would have been so, squashed and constricted. So that's why it would have been difficult for him to move his hand. Not because,
How can you be squashed?
But wouldn't that apply to an entire body that's in a spacesuit?
Yeah, but the thing is if there's no resistance, why would it be squashing you?
No, it's squashing because inside the glove, there's enough pressure.
But the spacesuits are designed to isolate you, right? To be able to hold the pressure difference and keep you pressurized inside.
How's that different from the glove?
And what would happen to your skin out there? I'd say either way, you're going to get fucked up.
Well, have you heard those, like when the Russians sent that dog up or something, or a monkey they sent up, and they let it go, and they said, it died when they let it go. But I mean, if they got a video of that, I'd like to see that. As like horrific as that sounds.
Like if you just put a person in a massive vacuum chamber and turned it right up, like what would happen? Has anyone ever done that?
I kind of want to see it, but I don't want to see it. But I'm
yeah.
I think they say they like explode or something, right?
Yeah, like would the little blood vessels just start popping, or because all the gases would get sucked out, so they'd phase change, and then because what some space movies have shown people like just to freeze up, just go frozen, and others show like people just exploding.
I heard some guy, some flat earthers are trying to make the argument that air pressure is literally what keeps your body together. Like if you were to put yourself in a vacuum without a suit on, you would your body couldn't hold itself together, so it would just like all scatter everywhere. There's no composition anymore.
No, not quite. Because you've got your physical skin, that contains everything.
Yeah.
Just like the veins contain the blood, and yeah.
That's one of those flat Earth arguments we'll try to forget about. I don't know if I'm on board with that. I would like to make like a aquarium sized vacuum chamber, just to have one. It'd be cool.
Yeah.
Instead of having an aquarium, it'd be sick just to have a cool little vacuum there.
If you built one with like a pyramid shaped one or something out of plexiglass, that'd be pretty strong. You could probably pull a pretty strong vacuum in that, and you could make it, I don't know, big enough to fit something sort of decent size in there.
I'd be worried that it would like explode or something weird.
Yeah, you'd have to make it fucking strong. Remember that Mythbusters where they vacuumed down that big rail tanker? That was pretty cool. And it just crumpled like a can when it got to a certain vacuum.
Oh yeah. The outside pressure was more than the end, and it just like a soda can.
Yeah. Yeah, because they're designed to, hold pressure in, not the other way. But it was super cool seeing that huge thing just go in 1 second. It's crazy.
Hey, Lori, are you there? How about Emerald? Yep. Are you there?
I can hear you.
Well, I just wanted to ask Glober, what would the random person say on the street if you asked them, what's the best proof that we live on a ball? Now, I have my answers, and I guarantee anyone would say at least one of these three things. Lori doubted me. I wanted Emerald to, or any other one, any other, Glober, to say what someone on the street would say. Someone who hasn't filled their head with memes and shit like that.
Have you seen when Witsit was out on the street? He offers like $100 for anyone who can answer three simple questions. One of them is, what's the radius of the Earth? One of them is, how many times does the Earth spin in one day? Like the most basic things ever, and I don't think anyone's gotten them right yet. So in terms of people on the street, that's the thing. Like most people feel like, oh, this globe Earth, oh, we have they have these numbers or whatever of all these people that believe it. But in reality, it's a whole bunch of people who really don't know anything about it. They just believe it because they were told it as a child.
I think 9 out of 10 would just say NASA.
Yeah, pictures. Yeah, pictures of a globe there.
Yeah, which is NASA, basically.
A lot of them would say SpaceX, yeah. That's the trendier version of NASA.
Yeah, it's in the billionaires game now, with Branson, Bezos, and Elon.
I think they would think, Jerry, that you were living under a rock and that you don't know science or something.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But I heard Silent Zero has a buddy of his, and he's like a big space guy, and he was like, well, it was weird because he didn't really know the radius or the circumference or all that stuff. I don't feel like many people that believe in that stuff, they don't know the basics.
Those are just details, yeah, People don't really go into it, man. They don't really know it,
Yeah.
Well, I got to go to the shops, guys. I'll catch you guys later. Have a good one.
Peace out.
I think the reason why these quote unquote debates go shitty so many times is because we're trying to convince the person who we're talking to of our point. Like, we're trying to convince them. Whereas there's people listening, we should be convincing them. So what happens is it starts to get personal.
Yeah, like if you start arguing with them, the chances of them conceding just slowly gets lesser and lesser.
Right.
Well, I agree. That's part of the idea of trying to actually be able to have, civil discussions, because usually what happens is once the insults and the chaos starts and the whole conversation, it's like a ripcord that one or the other side can pull. Once the insults start, it becomes such chaos that the listener has no way of even knowing, even hearing anything. So, but when the points can actually be laid out, then, more of a potential for the truth to be able to be gleaned from it.
I just wish that could happen.
Brenda, I have noticed that you've made it a concerted effort to actually be a little bit more polite. I have noticed that lately. But I think everyone gets really emotional about these discussions.
Well, yeah, of course they do, because it's a religious belief. Flat Earth is a religion.
I think what happens with Brenda is that Brenda actually does make actual points, and people get pissed off because they don't know how to come back from them, and then she just keeps on poking and poking, and then they just rage.
I get really upset with Rumpus.
Oh, you too, eh? Nice.
Because he goes into ad homs actually quite quickly, far more quickly than I do.
I don't think I'm not convinced that when he starts insulting, I think he's a little bit of a showman, and I think he says the like utter that I think he thinks that's a line everyone really enjoys, so he's kind of like I don't know. I think of it as a show.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're wanting to have an intellectual discussion or any discussion that's productive or honest or fair, there's no reason to really do any of that. All just the insults, the utters, the interrupting. I mean, there's no reason to do that, like any of that, if you're actually having a real conversation. But I think sometimes, people have sort of alternative agendas, maybe trying to blow up the room or create chaos or whatever they're trying to do.
That comes from the other side quite a bit.
I don't really see any of this as sides, but I think it comes from a lot of individuals, who have multiple different types of cosmologies,
Yeah, it's pretty hard for me not to see it as sides.
Well, I remember listening, like, when I first got into Flat Earth, I listened to Nathan's show a lot, and Rumpus was, like, always on. And Rumpus and Nathan both had this same back and forth that it was almost like a skit. And I thought at one point Nathan was paying Rumpus to even show up and provide like the entertainment. Because I was like, man, this is.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Fight the Flat Earth. I feel like Fight the Flat Earth does that.
Pays people, low key.
I mean, I don't know. Where's he finding these people from? I never heard of none of the. I mean, Percentage was on there once, maybe a couple other people. I think Rachie was on there.
He gets them from Facebook.
Other than that, though, what's up?
I was gonna go.
He gets them from Facebook. They go onto Facebook.
Yeah, well, even the modern day debate, a lot of the flat earthers that go on there, I'm like, who are these people? Like, how come I've never run into these guys?
Because they're on the There's Flat Earth. I think that those are much bigger than what's on YouTube or Discord. And much more people. Facebook is big in everything.
Yeah, you might be right.
I think definitely McToon has said that so and so is from Facebook. I've heard that a couple of times.
I really don't think that. You know how they always say that flat Earth is dying or whatever. I really don't think that it is. I think it's like, yeah, I really don't think that's the case.
Well, if you look at the YouTube trend results, it's definitely down.
We can definitely trust YouTube, right, Brenda? To give us the accurate number.
You can look it up.
That would be because of massive censoring. Flat Earth is still growing very, very strongly, but they censored it severely. So, of course, that's why that's the case.
Well, Jeremy, I don't know why you would say something like that, because you can just type it in for yourself. Go to Google.
I know, but they're clearly, YouTube's clearly against flat Earth. So why would we trust the numbers they give us on how many people are looking into flat Earth or watching flat Earth videos or anything?
Well, Brenda, I'm sure you noticed, like, if you type in flat Earth on YouTube, the biggest videos are anti-flat Earth, and they get pretty big numbers anytime someone talks about flat Earth. The channels usually get big numbers.
The biggest one is, of course, Simon Dan and Fight the Flat Earth. And McToon has a pretty big channel.
I'm surprised that Fight the Flat Earth has as many viewers and followers as he does, because I can't stand listening to him.
He's a very angry guy.
Yeah.
That's my impression, at least.
Well, there's a lot of people that hate this idea. A lot of people that have tremendous amounts of hatred for the idea that the Earth isn't a globe. So there will be some that will attract, especially with a personality like his. There will be some that will gravitate towards that, and sort of like the KKK version of this, you know. So they wallow in that and all the ridicule and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's going to attract some people. It's also pretty easy to pay for subs. I'm not saying he did that, but it's not that expensive to do that. So just saying, may or may not all be legitimate.
Well, they got most of those places got subs when the documentary came out on Netflix. That was a big bump. And also Paul, that Twitch guy, Paul, whatever his name was, that was a big bump back then.
It's kind of one of those minority groups where it's okay to make fun of them and then like personally attack them and stuff. It's like one of the few popular minority groups you can just completely insult them.
Yeah, Crit makes that point. He said that flat earthers are the last group on Earth that you're allowed to just shit on with impunity. Just anything you want to say, just go ahead, fuck them. Just complete garbage scum.
It reminds me of Louis C.K. did a little skit. He was talking about the word white trash, and he was saying that about white trash. He's like, that's one term that, nobody cares if you say it. He said, yeah, I don't know. Just his little comedy skit about it. It's just sort of saying.
Oh, I've seen that. Dude,
yeah.
that show ruled. Or his little, he had that show Louis. I thought that was a great show.
He was just sort of saying that white trash is the one sort of racist terminology that virtually nobody cares if you say it, or, nobody gets offended or whatever.
Well, unless you're white trash. But I take serious offense. I take serious offense to that terminology.
But somebody would have to admit they're white trash to be offended by it,
right? There you go, Jeremy.
What?
You took offense at it.
It was a joke. It was a joke right now. I do come from the trailer park. Nonetheless, I'm a middle-class person. I'm a law-abiding citizen.
I lived in a trailer park for a while.
I love the trailer park. I was king of the trailer park. And now in my neighborhood now with all these middle-class yuppie motherfuckers, I'm at the bottom of the totem pole. I used to be at the top.
I did not like the trailer park when the guy down and over a couple trailers fell asleep while smoking and turned his trailer into a fucking bomb.
Well, did one ever explode in
It
from a
didn't
meth lab?
explode. It didn't explode, but I could feel the heat from the fire inside of my trailer.
Yeah, but did you ever have one explode because a guy had a meth lab
No,
going inside of it?
no.
Well, you're lucky then.
Oh, okay. That's luck. Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, you got lucky.
Yeah, there was nothing left of that thing. It was gutted.
Well, they're so flimsy. They're made so cheap and flimsy now. They make them just to knock them out with the cheapest possible materials. Them shits go up like paper mache. You'd think we'd be building homes out of, I don't know, brick, concrete. Remember the Three Little Piggy story with the big bad wolf come blow your house down?
Well, they're 3D printing homes.
Out of
They're working on.
concrete.
I've seen that. I've seen that 3D printing.
Absolutely. That's going to be the fucking future right there. Less waste, more durable. But don't you think it'd be a good idea to build homes that don't burn down, since we know for a fact that wood burns?
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Why do you think they keep doing it, though? Maybe it's because of planned obsolescence. They want your home to burn down, so you have to build a whole new one, keep the economy going.
Brick is expensive.
What's the cost of when your house burns down and you have to rebuild the whole thing? Maybe it kills people, injures people. How do you put a price tag on that? Gotcha, Brenda. Concede. I mean, there's really nothing to even say after that. You know what I mean? You can't put a price tag on that. What's the cost when it starts the roof starts rotting and the whole fucking thing collapses, or a tornado comes through and wipes your shit off the map, or I mean, there's a slew of things that can happen with your house.
Well, you know something bad that can happen to your house?
What's up?
A squirrel can get inside your eaves. They are destructive. Squirrels are so destructive. They'll chew up the wood, fill it with acorns and stuff. Yeah, they are very.
I mean, you just get you either get the BB gun out or you get the exterminator over there. It's not a big deal.
Well, you don't always see it. It's hard. You don't see it. It's hidden.
You can hear it though, right? You hear them.
I suppose.
I don't know. I just feel like we're building things on purpose so that they're designed to break. It sounds fucking crazy. Like, why would we do that? It has nothing to do with money or keeping the economy going or anything like that. Maybe the 3D printed homes will change the game, and I doubt it. People still want to keep up with the Joneses. No one wants to live in these 3D printed houses. I don't think they're going to make a big splash. People want to be fancy. We care too much about what things look like. Why do you think half these people get new iPhones every year? Their phone's fine. They want to have the third camera and the 18th camera on the back of it. Right? Your whole phone's going to be either a giant camera or like 30 little ones by the time we're done with this. That's the real enemy, and all this is planned obsolescence. That's how they get us. And when we beg for it too, we want the cheapest shit possible. We beg for them to do this to us. Remember John Wayne Gacy? How he used to trick his victims. He'd do a little handcuff trick, and then the person would say, "Oh, let me try." They're asking, they're basically pleading, "Put the handcuffs on me. We're about to get slaughtered by a killer clown, and we don't even care. We want it to happen."
Yeah, they got to be invited in like vampires.
Like vampires. Good, Jerry. I mean, it's getting worse and worse for the globe every year. We get more and more people coming to flat Earth. We may lose a couple flat earthers here and there, and I can understand why. There's questions that don't have answers, but I mean, overall, I think more people are coming to the flat Earth than leaving overall.
For sure, I've always said that. Like, we've got a population of people who mostly know nothing about cosmology at all. They were just told the Earth is a globe, so they believe it, and that's the extent of it. And the pictures from NASA, they were just believe it. And people who actually look into this topic, this is just my own anecdotal observation. I don't have any hard statistics for this, but let's say you have 100 people who come in, and let's say they all really are looking at it. They're really trying to look at as much as they can, on both sides, and they're researching it, to some depth. And I'm just throwing this very general number out there, but it's like a pretty small portion of them, I'm going to say 15%, will really defend the globe. Like, they'll go hard on it. They'll become, whether they're trolling or attacking or whatever. And those are most of the people that are in this that are doing that, are like those 10, 15% that actually do that. And then there's maybe like another, let's say whatever percent, maybe 40% people who are like on the fence. They're kind of just not sure. They're checking it out. They still kind of believe in the globe, or, something like that. And then there's another great majority, like whatever the final 35% of that, who are like, it's either not a globe or, something's going on, so whether that percentage is exact or not, the point is that the great majority of people who look into this end up either being on the fence or realizing the Earth isn't a globe. So on that side, the numbers are way on our side.
There's no way you could take an honest, unbiased look at this and not have questions in your mind after.
For sure. That's why I find it surprising. Like, I see Riding jumped in here. I'm not trying to pin out Riding, but he seems like a lot of people. I'm sort of surprised how, some folks that really, maybe he's in that 10 or 15% that's really wants to.
Yo, we're calling you out. We're calling you out, Riding, straight up. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, what is it? Yeah, it's interesting. But I've even noticed that about people. Like, if I just tell random people about this, some people will be like instantly like, no, pictures from space, da da da. They'll all want to defend it, and and then I've told some people where they're like, well, that's pretty interesting. Yeah, it makes it instantly makes sense to them. So there's definitely a difference in terms of.
Well, it's tough to even think about, because inside our mind we have a model of what Earth is. You have a model of reality inside your mind, and everyone's model is different, right? You don't know what's in my sock drawer. I don't know what's in your bedroom. I don't know the layout of your house or your city or your state even. But at the base of all these models, they got to sit on a globe, and that's hard. You're trying to snatch someone's foundations right out from under them, right? You ain't gonna do that easily.
Yeah, for sure. It is. Yeah, it is a major. Yeah, it's like an uprooting of their foundations, what they've always thought the world is, and then people's ego is attached to that as well. And I'm not saying that in a critical way. I'm just saying that our egos were formed when we're children, and through our belief system and what the world is and who we are. So once you say that's just this one simple thing, it also kind of puts those defenses up too, like their entire, who they think they are and their whole worldview, and people perhaps handle that differently, that idea and the cognitive dissonance and the emotional dissonance that goes along with that, or that can go along with that.
Your whole model of reality is getting smashed to pieces. You can either, think about it critically and try to reconstruct something, or just defend it to the hilt. And that's what, some of these people are doing here. I mean, listen, if they didn't have some good shit, they wouldn't have been able to pull this off for all these years. You know what I mean? It's a good fucking story, man. They got a lot of correlations, a lot of things that make it look like it's a globe.
But Jeremy, I was wanting to ask you about. You're bringing a lot of a sensible talk about the black swan, and you're getting a lot of very strong resistance from certain people. And why do you think that is?
They have cognitive dissonance. I pointed it out earlier.
Yes, you did, and I mean, not giving you any baller credit or anything like that, but it does say a lot for your character that you're being honest about the things that you're saying about the black swan. That's exactly why the argument is weak. And
yeah, I was listening a little bit to that earlier. I was sort of in and out, but yeah, Jeremy, you were sort of playing the devil's advocate, or you were. I mean, is that how you feel about the black swan, or were you kind of playing the devil's advocate side for it?
That's just how I see it. It now, you can't look at the black swan and say we've debunked the. You can say we've debunked the notion that things are hiding behind the horizon. That every time we see something being blocked, that it's hiding behind the horizon. That has been debunked by the black swan, because now we know there's apparent positions and nothing's in its actual position. So who knows what's where? But as far as debunking the fact that it's a globe from this, I don't see it. No, if it's a flat Earth or a globe, no matter which model it is, we're not seeing in straight lines. So, shit's all over. If we were seeing in straight lines, there'd always be we'd know the actual position and not the apparent position. But since we only know apparent positions because the shit's constantly moving, what does that tell us? It tells us that optically, we're not going to be able to. This isn't going to be ended optically.
And it's what it's saying is what we've been saying all along. The horizon is a physical location, is an optical location.
You cut out a little bit, Elbow. Is that Elbow?
And it's yeah.
Try it again.
What I'm saying, what is been saying?
No, it's not. You're still lagging. All right.
It's hold on. Let me finish.
I know you're roboting now. Was it just me?
No, he was roboting.
Yeah,
he roboted for me too. And then he got defensive because you wouldn't let him finish. And we try to tell him that he's roboting.
Sorry, Elbow.
Sorry about that. How about now?
You sound better. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. What it's saying is what we've been saying all along, that the horizon isn't a physical location, it's just a apparent location.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes. Exactly. That's how I started this whole thing off. Yeah, we've debunked the notion that whenever we see something being blocked, you can't automatically say that's Earth curve and that's it, end of story. Because now we know there's everything has an apparent position out there and it's not an actual position. So as far as that goes, yes, we've made the Black Swan's been very good for us. Shouts out to QE, he's the fucking man. But as far as debunking the notion that the Earth's curving or not, I don't see it.
Well, that's still the claim, isn't it? Right? That's their claim. They still haven't proven it.
Yeah. And they can't prove it optically. We've just shown that optically they'll never prove that. Just like Einstein knew that there was no optical test that could determine if Earth was spinning. There's no optical test. I'm the next Einstein out this bitch. All right, write this down. Take a note. Put it in your memoirs. There's no optical test that's gonna determine if the Earth is curving or not.
Yeah, from my perspective.
So as far as we know, so as far as we know, unless they prove their claim, the Earth is still stationary. Still being flat, or whatnot. So it's.
Actually, let me take that back. There is. I do believe a surveyor can make a horizontal line. A surveyor, that if it's done correctly, like the way Rob and Bev and them talk about, with double rotting or whatever the fuck the method is, right? I do believe you can make a straight line like that, and I mean that would be optical technically. You're definitely not going to do it just from looking, just looking. That's definitely not going to do it.
Oh, the ball curve. Oh, that's my stance on it. I said, so ballers.
I can't. You're roboting still.
Is roboting again?
Yeah. We'll try it again because you cleared up at the end.
I said, so ballers.
No. No.
That's hilarious.
So I mean, yeah, like the Black Swan did. It's lovely. That shit helped out a lot. We made power moves since then. You know, there's not going to be any more showing us ships, buildings, mountains. You're not going to show us anything hidden and say, explain this or that's Earth curve. We already know you can't prove that, and it might not be Earth curve.
Well, there are still imagery that's got a significant amount of obstruction that is difficult to explain away with refraction.
The thing about that picture, like the one that QE took and turned it into a thing that he calls the Black Swan or whatever, but the actual picture, what would have to be happening on a globe is that, I mean, the fact that the horizon shouldn't be there at all due to the geometry of a globe, that means that some kind of incredibly magical fairy dust would have to be in the air to somehow make a ball Earth that's actually geometrically curving away from you. It would have to make that like come up, spread out like a plane. So it would have to refract completely upwards and spread out as a planar surface. And it would have to put the horizon, it would have to make a horizon. It has to fabricate a horizon with this form of refraction. And then it has to put it where we would expect it if the Earth was a plane. It's not just a little bit of like bending light or warping this and that. It has to take thousands and thousands of tons of Earth, and it has to display that up like a plane, thousands of feet.
Just curved light presenting an illusion.
Well, yeah, if someone's I'm not calling you this, but I mean, if you're a curvert, I guess if you think that's happening, then I guess that's... I'm just kidding, but... I don't know. It just seems like it's a dramatic thing to think. I think to assume. I mean, even like same with like Canigoo, a lot of these long distance. I mean, it's not just like a little bit of bending light or a little bit of warping, warping mirages. I mean, we're talking about thousands upon thousands of feet of Earth have to be displayed up like the Earth is a plane.
But see, doesn't Canigoo, if you put those pesky equations to it, doesn't it calculate out to be something that would match the math?
If you put a formula with R in it, yeah, 7/6R or something, sure.
I mean, just the elevations and the dimensions, and it's the radius, but.
Oh, you're saying without any refraction? I think you're seeing too far with that if you don't mix any refraction with it.
Yeah.
You know what the damning thing about this thing is that I think you guys are missing? Refraction is one thing. Fine. Thing here is we got the oil rigs, we know the distance to them. We got a solid object in the water. This is the main issue here. So now, if you got something at 9 miles away and you're a foot off the ground, right? It is physically impossible with the radius of your sphere for the horizon to be further. So
You can't say it's not a sphere, right? But
hold on, let me stop you. Let me stop you. Hold on. Hold on a second. If you make a straight line, then yes, I agree with you. If you're not making a straight line, then it's all up for grabs.
how can you not make a straight line?
Well, I mean, when you're looking, we're not seeing in straight lines, right?
When you look at the platform, you're not looking straight at it.
Well, all right, you're big on geometry, so you know there can only be, if you have the observer be a point and the platform be a point, and then we would make a straight line to that, right? And there can only be one straight line in between 2 points for the shortest distance, correct?
Exactly.
So one day we don't change our observer position, right? We have the same observer position day after day. One day we look at it, we make a straight line to it, it's in one spot. The next day that shit moves.
It doesn't.
It's a parent position.
No.
It's a parent position moves. And from the observer's perspective, the position of the oil rig moves.
It moves up, down, it blurs, it squashes, but
up and down, yes, up and down. So we have to so the next day when it's moved a little bit, we have to make a new line, right? It's not going to be the same line.
Yeah, but you're missing the point, bro. It's not about
the we're talking about these straight lines. Hold on.
The oil rig is the...
I know, but let's just focus on this being in a straight line thing real quick. It's apparent that we're not. So one day we look at the oil rig, we make a straight line to it. From the observer, we don't change the observer position. The next day it shifts vertically. Its apparent position shifts on us, and we have to make a new line.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing with that, but does that line get shorter or longer?
I don't know, but we know that they can't both be straight lines from point to point, right? Because there's only one straight line from 2 points. That's the shortest distance.
Agreed. What I'm telling you is the refraction does do that. We have the looming, stooping, stretching, and all that crap, right? But there is not a refraction that causes something to move 10 miles back. What would you attribute that to?
See, I understand what you're saying, Essie. You're saying that somehow the refraction is causing the horizon that you see in the normal pictures to be scooted back behind the oil rig.
No, Left Lane. That's what you guys say. I say
no.
happen.
No. That's not what we say. I say the water, the oil rigs, and the water surrounding the oil rigs is all being elevated through refraction.
Okay, so let's break this down now, right? At 1.5 feet off the ground, right? The horizon should be at about 1.5 miles away, correct? 2 miles max, right?
And I really don't want to step on Jeremy. I may have.
That's why we have to explore diffraction with a D instead of refraction with an R. Diffraction with a D would say that two light sources that are separated, like the ceiling and the floor, will eventually merge into one light source, the horizon. So looking down a long hallway is explained by the diffraction limit, with the ceiling eventually merging into the floor and making an unresolvable horizon line with diffraction with a D that you can't see beyond. So it looks like diffraction with a D explains it a bit more than refraction with an R.
I think you guys are still missing my point.
I personally think that we have some atmospheric magnification going on, and that's built right into the perspective math. If anyone has any perspective tests that have been done in a vacuum chamber, I'd love to see it.
Well, they basically pad their ball. We see way too far over the ball, so they invoke refraction to explain it away by making the ball bigger and flatter.
Lemon, Jeremy, I got Bob the science guy to admit to this. I don't know why you guys are not seeing it. I got them to admit that the 3959 is not correct. It's very easily done by that one oil rig. If the horizon is behind the oil rig at 1.5 feet, it's game over for the 3959. It's as simple as that. You cannot beat. You can't beat that.
But you're having to deny that refraction is a thing.
No, I'm giving you refraction on a silver platter, and
Well,
I'm
then-
asking
then-
you.
then
I'm asking
refract-
you, left lane, which one of the refractions, which one of the 5 refractions causes the horizon to move back 10 miles, bro?
Well, there's not 5 different refractions. There's one refraction with varying degrees of value. And
know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
But
so
how
which
would you-
one is it? Is it the stooping?
Looming.
It's a looming. So, but correct me if I'm wrong. Looming causes things to rise, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, but I'm not talking about rising. See, I'm talking about moving the horizon back.
Let's say we just talked about that. It's what
No,
you're saying.
you said
It's not what-
rising.
that's not what's happening. The horizon, the geometric horizon's not going anywhere. The waters and the objects beyond are being elevated through refraction. That's all.
No, they're not, because you're seeing the oil rig. You're seeing the oil rig. You're seeing the water in front of it at 1.5 foot on a clear day. First of all, today he showed a 31-mile platform. 31 miles. You can't do that, bro, on a sphere. I'm sorry, man. You cannot do that.
That's crazy.
But Jeremy, were you going further? I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Well, I mean, there's nowhere else to go. We're not seeing in straight lines, so now it's a guessing game on what's happening. Is it sinking? Is it raising up? Is it lowering? Who knows?
I'll give you that, Jeremy, on a silver platter. But you got to answer the question: which one causes the horizon to move backwards?
The one that lifts up. The one that lifts up would cause it to move backwards because everything would get raised, causing you to see farther backwards because it's all being raised up.
Yeah.
No, because you're bro. No, because you're
seeing farther back. Yeah, and if things were getting lifted up behind a ball, you would be seeing farther back.
Well, but Jeremy or Howard, whoever's suggesting this, the thing is, like, basically what the suggestion is that it's the idea that you could see around corners. You know, that light or whatever you think that you could see around a corner that would just bend and warp around. So that's an issue in and of itself. Like, does that ever happen? Is there any form of refraction that can bend things around corners?
Well, that would be sideways.
That's a good one, Gio. Yeah.
Yeah, but we're not talking about sideways refraction.
Well, it's the same idea. Instead of going, yeah, you're right. I mean, horizontal, up over a hill, the same idea. And the thing is, if you're going to claim that exists, first of all, I would say that you would have to have some experimental evidence or some reason to indicate that that's happening, first of all. And then secondly, if you're just using it as an argument, like rhetoric, the problem I see with that is that you could use that for anything. I could say, the Earth is convex. I know it is. And it curves at 14 inches per mile squared. And someone says, well, how can you prove that? And I say, well, look at this image. And they say, well, that's not really where the horizon is. And I say, no, that's because it's bending and warping and it's refracting, but really it's convex. I mean, is that a complete argument in your mind?
Well,
well said, Joe.
Well, it's all in BLSM, whatever his name is. It's all in that video. He shows this is what we normally see, and it's illustrating with obstruction. And then here's one that we see on occasion, the black swan. The black swan is an example of looming.
Yeah, but left lane, in all the examples, the horizon is further than it should be on your screen. You're not getting that.
That's what we would expect in a loom.
You just say that's what you would expect. But your model, your 3959 says different, bro. You should not expect to see that.
I don't know where to go with that.
The horizon itself is looming? Or are you saying an object in relation to the horizon is looming? Do you know what
They're saying
looming
the
is?
horizon.
The horizon itself is looming?
I'm saying that the oil rigs and the water surrounding the oil rigs is all loomed up.
If objects are obviously we have apparent positions of objects. Now the horizon is just matter that can be affected by refraction. So either looming up or sinking down or, you know, staying relatively in the same place. Personally, this doesn't prove anything to me. Like I said, all this proves is that when you show us a ship that's hidden behind what appear, you know, an apparent position of the water, that doesn't prove that it's Earth curve.
This reminds me of that Meatloaf song where the lyrics are like, objects in the rearview mirror may appear closer than they are. I don't know why I just thought of that song, but well, actually, no, that's funny to think that, because I know what Howard's saying is that you can take different, like, for example, you could be looking at a skyline and on one day, maybe there's 2 floors that are being obscured. And then on another day, there's 8 floors that are being obscured. On another day, 14 floors. So I agree that exists, but it's optical, and it actually is just that. Objects in the mirror appear closer than they are, because what's happening, in my viewpoint, is that the horizon, because it's optical, due to magnification, due to the atmospheric conditions, can cause that cutoff line between the sky and the ground to either be closer or further, sort of like a magnifying glass where you can do closer or further. And wherever that's happening, wherever the optical extinction point of the sky and the ground due to your position, that's going to be your horizon. So it's not that it's not the curve of a ball that's in front of the city skyline. It's simply that the ground and the sky, due to the magnification, due to the atmospheric conditions, can vary. And that's why we can look at one of those black swan images and it looks like, part of the oil rigs is cut off, and then on another day, boom, we see super far. It's like you pull the curtain back and you can see what really is there because you have further visibility, and then we see the extended plane. So what I always say is that we see an extended plane always extending outwards, but that will be limited to how far we can see on that particular day.
Gio, do you know what that tells us? Hold on a second. Do you know what that tells us, though, Gio? When one day we can see 3 floors being hidden, another day we can see 8 floors, another day 5 floors. All that tells us is we get an average of an apparent position. Still never the actual position. Like I said, to me it's up in the air on where things are.
I would call that the optical extinction point, just because it's sort of a good term for it, meaning that it's where you no longer can see any further where the sky and the ground meets. And yeah, that is is it apparent? Is that even quite the right word for it? I mean, it's not a physical thing, but it is the visual status at that time. I'm just trying to think if the word apparent is.
Yeah, there's nothing in the way.
It's not the actual position, because even that position moves where the sky and the ground meet, right? It goes higher, lower. Sometimes,
your eyes attempt to read out an impression of where the relative position is, but really the railroad tracks are not ramping up. The ground's not ramping up. It's just a representation of the eye with nothing in the way.
It's apparent to the individual. There's no such thing as a horizon. If you have 10 people looking, there's 10 horizons.
Yeah, this one's a good example of it. I'm just posting one. Yeah, we're in live stream too. Yeah, so this one, I assume this is from the same position, but this type of thing happens all the time, where like the oil rig on the left, on one day we can see, boom, the extended plane going out. On another day, that optical extinction point between the ground and sky is closer, like magnified closer. So that's what causes things to be cut off differently, if we want to call it cutting off, visually obscured.
It looks like it.
We don't get those effects everywhere. I understand that certain places on Earth, those effects happen, but I don't see those effects here.
B-ball, your mics. Did anyone else understand that?
I got my headphones in my helmet. Sorry.
Yeah, I tried hearing what you're saying, but your mic is exceptionally. It's like even staticky. It's like
So, well, the general mechanism that covers everything appears to be, as far as I can tell, diffraction, making the ceiling and the floor ramp together into a horizon line, and refraction with an R at best, making things blow up or diminish into that horizon like a blimp, like holding a magnifying glass in front of something that's right in front of you over a flat plane with no obstruction. It just pops out more or less by refraction with an R. But the general reason why the horizon happens is diffraction with a D, with refraction making stuff pop out of that horizon occasionally.
See, Gio, I'm a big fan of this magnification thing. I personally think that's happening, causing things to sink. Now, you know, the Globers have some good comebacks. Well, how come, you know, things as they get farther, they don't get magnified more, and it's not. I personally think the math for the magnification in the atmosphere is built right into the perspective math. But the way this is one thing we could do. You know, we've been talking about what can we do. We could do a perspective test inside a vacuum and see if it actually follows perspective math, or is it off because now we're not getting that tiny little bit of magnification. What do you think?
You can blow this easily out of the water. Which picture is real that Geo posted? The left one or the right one? Ballers, which one is real?
I can't see.
Anybody on the left lane?
Are you saying which one is physical reality? Meaning, if you went out there, would there be water in front of those things, or would it? Yeah, is that what you're kind of saying? Like, what's
like which one is like to them is clear, like the actual picture?
Hey, which live stream are you guys posting in?
We're in text 2.
Yeah, 2.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, I was in 1 too. I was like, I don't see them, but I
Yeah, I've
figured
been
out where I
posting.
was.
I've been posting stuff in the wrong one then.
How about you,
Yeah,
Terry?
I'll look at it.
Which one would you think?
Yeah, because
I'm waiting on them to load now.
Or anybody, yeah. I'm curious because I got a counter question, shall we say, after.
Got no idea where I was.
Well, the question that they like to ask is, well, which picture represents reality the most? As if it's up to me to determine what reality is.
I think
I'm just curious.
I think both of those pictures are real. This is the apparent. This is just the apparent position thing I was talking about. You could view it on another day.
Terry.
yeah, but we understand
another
that
day,
on
so you
certain
get a whole
days,
new apparent position on all the
certain
I got a
days you're
better
gonna get
photo for you.
on certain days you're gonna get the top one. On most days you're gonna get the bottom one.
But which one is so the bottom one is the real one, right? Where you see
the bottom one is the one with least refraction.
It's more of an
and
average.
that's the one. Sorry, Terry?
Bottom one is more of an average with the weather because the temperatures hasn't affected any of the atmosphere above the land. The one at the top is where you're getting the most effects from the sun and the atmospheric conditions, which makes the looming happen.
So, like I said earlier,
I wouldn't expect to see the bottom one on a flat Earth at all.
Hold on, B-Ball. Like I said earlier, you have an average apparent position now. What's that do for you? Still not an actual position.
Okay, I have a follow-up question now. We agreed, you guys agreed it's the bottom one that looks the more realistic, right? Now these platforms are what, a few miles apart?
One's further away than the other.
Okay, now, if I was to take a boat, you see where the first one is? Now, if I was to take a boat from there and sail it on down there, would I see like a drop there of water? Because it's low there, right?
See, that's what Dad asked me. That's what Dad asked me earlier. And no, I wouldn't expect to realize that I was traversing a drop or a change in elevation, because anywhere you are, you're on top. That's.
But aren't you on a globe? And you just said there's a curve there, a hump, like it goes down, right? That's how the oil rig is disappearing. So you're saying there's a drop, a curve, but actually no. You know that if you get a boat, you're going to travel in a straight line from that platform to the other, right? And now it's cog dis kicking in, correct?
No, there's cog dis going on here. It ain't me.
Okay, explain it.
Because anywhere you are on a sphere, you just think about the geometry of it. Anywhere you are, you're on top, and you're not gonna experience an elevation change or drop or anything like that.
Forgive me for laughing, but I mean, you said it yourself. That's why I asked you which one of Geo's picture. Go ahead, people.
See, why would you expect to see obstruction on a flat Earth?
What does that have to
Because
do with it?
over
We're
long
talking about your.
distances, you would be looking through a hump relative to the chord going
Hold
from
on.
your feet to the observation.
I know your answer, but I want to hear SC's answer. Why would you expect to see obstruction on a flat Earth?
When did I ever say that I expect to see obstruction on a flat Earth? Why are you turning? Why are you changing the situation
because
here?
that's what we're seeing.
Are you
We're
afraid
seeing
to
obstruction.
answer?
No, are you afraid to answer?
No, I'm not afraid to answer.
I asked the question first.
What does that have to do with
why
what we're
would you
talking
expect
about?
to see? Why would you expect to see obstruction like we see in the Black Swan?
Why would I expect? Why are you asking me if I would expect something? When did I say that I expect to see obstruction? Why
Because
are
we
you
see obstruction.
strawmanning me, B-ball?
Because we see obstruction in certain
Right,
Black
and you
Swan
said, right, and you said it's due to a drop, a curve. And I asked you a question, and you're afraid to answer it because you know.
No, let's see. Come
you
on.
know,
I
it's
asked
a
you a question
paradox,
first,
right?
and
You know, you're pinned.
You're kind of deflecting, so you don't have to answer it.
No, I don't expect to see anything on a flat Earth. I never said I did. Why are you putting it on me?
But we're seeing obstruction. But we're seeing obstruction, though.
Yes, and we determined earlier that obstruction could be caused to things other than Earth curve. Jeremy made a beautiful illustration. Were you not listening?
No, I missed that part. I'm sorry.
There's also a difference between the word obstruction and obscuring versus obstructing.
Yes.
Like, obstruction is an actual physical thing that's blocking, one's vision of something, like an actual physical obstruction. Obscuring is more like that it's indistinct, or it's not visible, or it's dim, or it's not lit well. I'm just saying in general the word obscure. So in this situation, is it obscuring or obstruction? I would say it's not obstruction at all because the Earth is a level plane going out. It is obscuring due to the optical effects of the way that things function over a planar surface. And when objects are also on that planar surface over distance, including atmospheric conditions, you're going to get that obstructing effect. Same way, like if you have an object above you and you're on a surface, the perspective points will all converge, as we know, the perspective lines. So if you have an object in the sky, that's what it's going to do. It's going to fall in your vision. It's going to set, and then it's going to obstruct from the bottom up. Or obscure, I should have said. Obscure from the bottom up.
Yeah,
well, I guess it's the way you guys see it and the way we see it. That's where the disconnect is. Like, hold on, let me finish real quick. To us, on a flat surface, we don't expect to see obstruction. And on a flat surface, you guys do expect to see obstruction. So I guess that's where the disconnect is.
No, I expect to see obscuring. For example, if you go to a basketball court, and you're the b-ball guy, so you like basketball. If you go to a basketball court and all the lines on the court, and you put your head down to the, all the way down to the ground, some of those lines are going to start to disappear. Are they being obstructed by anything? Well, no.
Exactly.
They're not being obstructed. Exactly. They're being obscured because of the limited visual. You can't take in, when you're at that low of an angle, you can't take in all of the lines on the basketball court. It's impossible. So they will be obscured.
Well, Gio, of course not. The lines are on the surface. But we're talking about things that are above the surface.
But the 2D representation on the surface is no different than a 3D representation with an object. I could give you a 3D coin that looks like it's an inch tall and give you a representation of lines that are separated on a surface that appear to be the same height, same size, same dimensions as the 3D coin, just in 2D form. So our eyes do not differentiate between a 2D representation of those lines or 3D objects based off of practical experience. In fact, people have been able to make extremely realistic drawings that look downright 3D, but are 2D representations. So the eye doesn't appear to differentiate between that much. So because of that, one can reasonably infer that the same principle applies with the lines being unable to be differentiated by the eye from limited viewing angle, just like actual objects would be 3D objects would be unable to be differentiated by the eye in a similar way.
Imagine if that curve was actually there, Lemon, the one that Terry posted there, 1124. Imagine the money you can make surfing, like skiing on a hill. Well, hey, you have this on water now here. Just put a couple of lifts and you can ski like 3 miles down. Wow.
Well, the The sky has to meet the ground somewhere. Otherwise, B-Ball, you're implying that we would see all ground or all sky. There needs to be a place where these two zones meet, flat or round. So from that principle, we know that the sky and ground have to meet somewhere, with or without an obstruction. But when you look down the hallway, you see the ceiling ramp down, the floor ramp up, and you would expect these two zones to appear to merge, squish together, or something like that if you consistently apply the principles that we see by looking down the hallway.
So nobody's picking up on my surfing joke, huh?
Yeah, I am, but I just have to reiterate, it's not an elevation change.
What is it?
Kurt.
Why is that
you say that
toiling
we're on the
lower?
top of a ball, but you also say something contradictory as well. When we look out over that water, we're supposed to be at the top of the ball, yes, but we see what appears to be a ramping up toward the level of the eyes as if we are not on the top of the ball, as if, according to the globe theorists, there is some hump of Earth curvature rising up to obstruct what we see beyond. That's contradictory. We can't be at the top of a ball and see a ball rising up as if we're somehow beneath the ball as well. That's contradictory.
But you're actually having to look down at the horizon in reality.
You'd expect to do that on a flat surface too if the surface, the floor, is below your eyes. If you're about 6 feet tall, that means that you're 6 feet off the ground with ground, guess what? Below the level of the eyes.
But it's still not a hill though, is it?
Well, we have so many competing theories and ways to visualize this going on. We have serious equivocation. But on your ball, there would be a hill in between you and what you're seeing over long distances because there's a straight line chord between your feet and the foot of whatever you're observing in the distance. And there is a hump hill that is rising up off relative to that curve like a skull cap. So that's what your theory demands if it has any sort of meaning or relevance.
But it is important to acknowledge that it's not a hill as in elevation change. It's
trivial and immaterial. It would change elevation relative to the chord, yes. It would rise up relative to that chord, making a skull cap. It's the same thing as slicing off a skull cap on an orange. That's basically what the flatties are talking about, and the globe theorists, if their theory has any sort of relevance.
B-Ball, what are you trying to show there with your marshmallow and an R?
I do like what you say with the refraction limit because when the sky appears to meet the ground, you're seeing so far the diffraction limit would start to merge these objects into each other. Now, like if you have a ship, you'd have a piece of a ship be really close to the surface of the water, and when it diffraction causes it to just merge into one point of light, and you wouldn't be able to tell what's what.
Yeah.
Bro, those are just words. You go out in the river, go out in the lake and see, and look outside and see. I have sea-doos coming in and out of view, appearing like Star Trek.
But if we're going to fight the word sorcery of these globe theorists, we're going to need some damn good theory and some damn good ways to deal with it.
It's not just words. The diffraction limit is a very real thing.
The diffraction limit just says two light sources, even though they're physically separated, will appear to merge after enough distance. Light source 1 is the ceiling. Light source 2 is the floor. They're going to merge into a horizon line. That's it. Also, these are good ways to help build our minds against these word sorcerers, these heliocentrists who use really confusing topics to try to confuse and befuddle their enemy.
They don't have a leg to stand on, Lemon. When it comes to water, it's game over for them. That's it. All you got to tell them is water and how far it curves and how it curves. And they're lost.
That's okay to say that, Issy, but this argument's been going
for you right now.
Because the globers know that water curves over a ball. It's just axiomatic. and unproven relative to a straight standard anyway.
I bet you I can make you say two things in the next 2 minutes. Left lane, how much you want to bet?
Okay. What is it?
You're going to have two opposing thoughts.
Okay.
All right? Okay. We're on the water. We have two boats. This is the twin boat paradox. The boats are nose to nose, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're the same size. We're on the bow facing forward. The boats start moving backwards slowly. How does the water between the two people looking at each other and the water look when the boats start going backwards?
I would imagine each one would start disappearing from the other bottom up.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you, how would the water appear to the viewers on the two boats?
I
You'd
would
have
say,
you'd have a horizon line.
yeah. And as long as you kept your eye locked on the other boat, the water would seem to rise, or the
So there would be
horizon.
a hump. There would be a hump slowly between
If
you and the other boat, correct?
Yeah, if you want to call it a hump, I'm a little uncomfortable with that, but we have to bear in mind that we're not talking about an elevation change or a hill.
What are we talking about exactly? Aren't you on a sphere?
Well, there would be a body of water. The horizon line would appear between you and the other guy.
So a hump, a rise of water, blocking the view, an actual physical water, correct?
Sure.
So a hump of water. Okay, got you.
Left lane, we have at least two different definitions of what level is. Your definition that you're trying to work with is constant distance from the proposed center of your ball. We already said what hump we're talking about typically as flat earthers. It would be relative to the chord, the straight line that goes from your foot to the foot of whatever you're observing. There would be a hump based off of that baseline that would be very apparent. So let's get rid of this equivocation where you're trying to say as long as it's the same distance relative to your proposed center, it's level and curving over a ball, and go with our definition since we're, asking you guys for the thought experiment from our perspective, namely that you would have a hump relative to the chord running between your foot and the foot of whatever you're observing.
Okay, we already established that. Lemon. Please let me follow this with left lane. So left lane, we established that there's a hump there, right, between the two boats, correct?
Okay, I'll go with that.
All right, now correct me if I'm wrong. Your model, right? Well, let me ask you first. I don't want to put words in your mouth. In your model, you're on the surface of the water, right? When does the water start curving?
Immediately.
See, I told you I'd make you say two things in the next few minutes, two opposing thoughts.
Yeah, explain the two opposing thoughts.
Well, you said the water between the two boats starts curving down immediately. But then you said there's a hump in between you.
Now, see, I was very careful to differentiate and see, Lemon, this is why I was trying to differentiate, because I knew where he was going.
Why are you talking to Lemon? Lemon said his piece. He established a hump. You agreed. But now you said there's a drop between both of you.
I pointed out the two definitions because you two would be speaking past each other until you acknowledge which definition you're working off of for the thought experiment.
Right, exactly. And that's
this
why
is not a thought experiment. This is reality. What's your take on it, Lemon, since you appear to be playing referee? What do you think?
Obviously, it's reality, SE, but it's our interpretation of reality that we're calling into question. You have
There's
an
no
interpretation of
interpretation here.
reality. They have an interpretation of reality. So you're going to need to step into the mind of the other person if you want the thought experiment to be effective.
No, I'm not in La La Land. I'm in reality, and I'm asking him a question. You felt that you wanted to play referee. Now you're saying both things are possible?
No, he's just talking about each should understand the other's position so that you can, make your point more clearly, I guess.
Look, reality is reality, but if you're going to understand the other person's perspective, you're going to need to jump into their mind a bit, even if you think that they're wrong. Otherwise,
Yes, thanks for your opinion, Lemon.
I agree with that.
Well, my opinion is based off of fact.
Yeah, but he just had two opposing thoughts at the same time. And so you seem to be agreeing with him, Lemon. Do you agree that we can have both a drop and a hump at the same time, Lemon? See? It's kind of difficult, eh?
Yeah, I don't feel like I contradicted myself at all there.
Okay, all right. Look, we had a little conversation, and I think I made my point. I'm not knocking you, but you got to understand that you have two opposing thoughts, bro, in your head at the same time.
Yeah. Okie doke.
I don't have two opposing thoughts. Sorry.
Yeah, I really don't. But I mean, it's like, and we try not to debate in the way of getting into arguments, but
I think we're being respectful towards each other.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, and sometimes it's good for each to make their points and come to some middle ground and just let what's been said, stand on its own validity to the viewer.
I'll back off. I'll back off. No problem.
No, I'm not complaining at all. I see.
Left lane. So you don't think that to have a hump that rises but a drop?
Yeah, the water is dropping away from you in all directions.
From you as the observer.
Right, and you're looking at the other person as you're moving away from them. They're becoming lower and lower in your vision, as they were going downhill as they moved away from you, but they're not.
Because it looks like you're using the observer as the reference point and their relative position to appeal to.
Cut out.
Absolute position in the middle of the observers appears to be what flat earthers are talking about. So there would be a contradiction in terms depending on if you're referring to the observer or the absolute position between the two observers.
Well, you've just got two positions, two observers, and each one's going to see the same thing with respect to their position.
But I think SC's point is correct that relative to the position in the middle between those two observers and setting that as the absolute reference point, there would be some sort of drop from there for both observers.
Yeah, it would be drop, but not elevation change.
That's where the paradox is, gentlemen. You just figured it out right there.
It also helps to clear up some of these paradox if you have an absolute referent. Some of the paradox is from the Globers trying to have it relative to a changing observer instead of an absolute position, like between the two observers.
Yeah, like you can't have both. You can't have both a double drop and a hump. You can't have two drops turning into a hump. How about if you have 3 boats or 4 boats? Do you have a well? How do they see the water? Think about it, guys, according to your model.
Yeah, I understand how that argument is presented in drawings and such, but they're incorrect. It's like what you're calling the double drop with a valley in between. Those would be two people that each one standing on a different sphere. It's the only way that would happen.
Exactly. Exactly. But your model says that it should happen, but it can't.
No, that's not what the model says.
But you said it yourself, bro. I gave you an example. You said the two boats, when they start moving apart, they're going to get obscured because the Earth curve. Yeah. Jeremy explained it. You agreed. I explained it. You agreed. Lemon explained it. He partly agreed, and you agreed, and you disagreed. I mean, you can't have it both.
Yeah, but Jeremy, I mean, you're talking about Jeremy. Jeremy understands that this is a misrepresentation of the sphere model, and he's voiced that opinion in the past. And I think that like the twin boat paradox or the Bob and Alice or that QE, those are misrepresentations of the globe model.
How so? We walked through it. You agreed with the representation. You said it yourself. You'd see a double drop, and then you said a hump. Bro, that's your model.
No, I didn't say a double drop. I did not say double drop.
Well,
there
you
would
said
be
both boats would
looking directly at the other observer, which you would have to be looking down at that individual. Actually, as you moved away from it, they would be dropping in your vision, as if they were going downhill as they moved away from you.
Exactly, but then there would have to be a hump there. How could that be a drop, as you just said, and then turn into a hump?
Yeah.
When you've got one observer as one reference frame, and then you've got another observer as another reference frame, and then you throw a third reference frame in, which is a different reference frame.
Yeah.
So the reference frame causes a hump and a drop?
Yeah, the third reference frame does. Causes the hump. The first and second reference frames cause the drop.
Whose reference frames?
Two people. The first person looking is one reference frame, and the other person on the other side is the other reference frame.
So one person sees a drop, and the other one sees a hump?
No, that's the second. The first and second see the drop. Then you'd have to have another person at the third reference frame looking from those two at those two, and then you'd see a hump.
So you need
outside
people
that
now.
reference frame. Well, you look. That's how you draw it on a 2D piece of paper.
I don't know. I'm having a hard time trying to visualize this.
Well, when you draw it on a piece of paper, that's how you visualize it.
Yeah, I've got a picture drawn in my head of it. How I see it.
If you can draw it down, that would be great.
Oh, I can't. I'm driving.
Oh, yeah. So now we got a third observer in the picture for this to work.
Well, that is the third observer seeing the hump.
And what do the other two guys see?
Drop.
So you got two guys seeing a drop? And come on, Terry, man. Surely you jest, right? Like, I'm trying to be respectful here, bro.
Well, the two observers looking out at the horizon, they're at 90 degrees tangent at their point, so that the horizon to them is a drop to those two observers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, the only way you could throw a hump in it is if you had a third observer or third reference point looking at those two observers, those first and second observers.
From what vantage point do you figure?
Well, like somebody said, you draw a tangent line from one observer to the other, and then you get a hump, which is represented on a 2D piece of paper. When you draw a circle with two observers. You draw a circle with two observers at each side of the globe or of the circle, and there's your hump.
Ow.
Yeah, but where's the drop after?
The drop is from the reference point of the first person and the second person that are looking at each other.
But
or
they're
looking
on
in the same direction as each other.
They're on a sphere, so they're always on a hump, no? Between each other?
They're on their own individual hump, if you want to put it that way.
They're on their own individual hump. This is getting complicated.
I'm glad to help.
Right on, Terry.
Terry, it's early for you, but it's late for me. You know what I'm saying, bro?
It's okay.
This is why the horizon's apparent. It's exactly why the horizon's apparent.
If it's apparent, who's the children?
No, the people think it's geometric.
Well, the distinction in the apparent horizon is just that there is a geometric horizon out there that presents to your eye through refraction, causing it to displace, making it the apparent horizon.
That's the claim.
Yeah.
That's the story. We know the story.
Which takes it all back to the black swan, where the argument is 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is describing the geometric, and it doesn't give consideration to refraction. So that's what we actually see.
That's the calculation that's applied to what we see. What we see is what we see. You just described some formula in mathematics that's applied to what we see. That's all that is.
Yeah, it describes the raw geometry of the situation, but we don't really see it that way, right?
No, it describes the story. It doesn't describe any geometry at all. It just describes what we're being told that is actually there. We're not seeing it because what we see is apparent, but what's really there, apparently, is what you're describing with the mathematics. But that's yet to be proven by anybody definitively. So
that's what we're arguing
we'll
about.
Wait for that. Yeah. Well, that's all we'll ever argue about. Exactly. Sadly, it's a debate will go on forever because there's nothing definitive about what's being claimed, which is very eye-opening to some people.
See, once you put your thought to it and you think about this paradox thing, you're going to say, what the hell, man? How could it be? Water both dropping and humping? That can't be possible. That's against physics.
There's a song in that somewhere.
Yep, Buster, if you're listening, get on it, bro. Just when I thought I heard it all, Terry comes up with the third observer.
Yeah. Got to explain that hump that's definitely there somehow if it's a sphere that we can't see.
Yeah, this is messing up their heads for a long time. And it messed up my head for a while until I said, wait a minute, man. That can't be. You can't have both things at the same time.
And yet there's still children who, when they ask a question, when they showed the globe and gravity and people are antipodal to each other, they ask questions. There's still kids getting detention for asking questions. It's sad.
Yeah, bro. I'm glad you said that. It's like they beat, for a lack of a better term, they beat the logic out of you. You know?
Yeah. Yep. And then the other kids don't want detention, so they just know not to ask questions. Even if they're in their mind, they've got a question. They just don't ask it.
Yeah, they don't want to be made fun of. Yeah. Like I'm sure
and look where we are today. No different.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, finish off.
Oh, I just meant to say, look where we are today, the current situation. It's no different. You know, there's lots of people who've got questions, but a lot are very scared to ask them because of you know, dogmatic responses.
Absolutely. You get humiliated for the simplest thing. I remember when I was a kid, I asked the teacher, "Why, Miss, why is cat spelled with a C when we have a K?"
Why do
You know what she
You
said
got
to
in
me?
trouble for that, or
No, I didn't
ridiculed?
get in trouble. No. But she said, because that's the way it is. See, there's no explanation for it, right?
Yep, that sounds familiar.
Somebody
Yep.
came up and said, look, cat is spelled with a C, and that's the way it is. The earth is a globe, and that's the way it is, right?
Yep. Here's a ball that spins around. Show them that. That'll do. Yes, I often ask the question, if space is, you know, there's no direction, why are we on the bottom? That used to piss me off. All the globes had Australia on the bottom, and being an Australian, obviously, that just used to piss me off. Because it's like, why is it always depicted that way? Why are we never on bloody top? Like, space is not directional, is it? Like, why?
Well, according to
Just
these guys, you're
propaganda,
always,
mate.
yeah. Yeah, the whole ball thing is a joke. The gravity. When does it start going up? When does up start going down? There's so many things. I mean, you know.
You know how when people say, you know, that person doesn't know what's up, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, some people don't know what up is, apparently.
That crazy antipode. What's he talking about?
And then people say, I know what's up.
Yeah. There's no such thing as up or down. Yeah, there is. What is it? Up is the sky, down is the ground. Hello? But if you're in space, there's no up and down. Okay, go in space and then talk about it.
There must be some, you know, almost like the Antarctic Treaty. There must just be some universal thing they all agree on, that when these satellites go up and they have the cameras that look back or whatever, that they must never have Australia on top. They must just all fucking agree that there's this perspective that we're all going to take, and everything has to be around this way. Because I've never ever seen any supposed satellite footage or fucking anything with Australia on top.
They're
And New
afraid of
Zealand,
you guys. They're afraid of you guys. They want to repress you. So that's the way of keeping you down.
Yeah, get down there, you convict scum. Down you go. To the bottom with you. Yeah, it's retarded.
Just the thought of somebody could think there's somebody actually upside down from them right at this moment is just preposterous. But everybody's hypnotized, right? There it is. Terry, just as I said it, boom, it was like magic. Nice timing, Terry.
Terry, does that look real to you?
Oh.
That's the original image that was taken from a satellite, also from something out there. But it was actually upside down and it got turned around. That's what made me think of that.
Why is the outer space around this ball, why is it so black? I mean, it's supposed to be in space, right? It's supposed to be stars and all kinds of stuff. Why is it just pitch black?
The original image. I like that.
I guess I won't get an answer for that.
No, you won't.
It's supposed to be in a galaxy with all these stars and all this stuff, but it's just it's just a little Photoshop ball there. That's all we got.
Where is that from?
Yeah.
I think that's the.
Someone's computer.
Is it the? I think it's the original blue marble, actually, from 19.
Really?
I
No.
believe so.
No,
Yeah.
that looks like a Himawari. I don't.
Yeah, we went over this morning, Left Lane. There's no cameras on the Himawari.
I know it. It's imagery. It's an imagery.
Yeah, so if you're scanning the Earth, first of all, that's not. This is a 3D depiction of the supposed scans of the Earth.
That is the original blue marble. That's it. It's the original. It's the original one that the blue marble was cropped from. So that's supposed to be the 1972 coming back from the moon. Yep, that's it.
It looks so not 1972.
Because it has to be.
It looks so fake, so it has to be real.
Yeah.
Sorry, boys. This is just a weird one.
It's comical to believe in that.
And this is what they made out of it. So they took that, they took that original and then they flipped it. Who knows what they did, touched it up. I mean, it looks totally different. So they did something, and then that's the one they sold to the American public as the first picture of Earth.
You're right, bro. Look at the cloud, the swirl, and the cloud there in the middle. Yeah.
The original artist was Bob Ross. That's a fun fact.
It was Van Gogh, man. Come on.
It's weird that more people haven't questioned where all the stars are in these pictures of this ball Earth.
Yep.
Well, people have. People have, don't worry.
Well, I'm just saying, like...
It'll be some sort of camera thing, no doubt.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll come up with some... Oh, the aperture didn't pick it up, and yeah. But it's strange that... Do we have any quote-unquote pictures or video from space that show stars? Any? Anywhere?
No, I don't think so, other than that really fake one back from like the 60s or whatever it was, where they had that crazy music and like the cardboard with the holes in it. Do you remember that? That was so bad.
You used to be able to get shots of, all around the Earth where you could see the beautiful stars, and oh man, you should be able to get thousands of shots showing all kinds of stars, and if it were real.
Yeah, I was taught that we only see the light from stars because of our atmosphere. If you leave the atmosphere, you can't actually not resolve them, but you can't see them with your eye because it's the light that we see as stars is created as it comes through the atmosphere. So how true that is, I don't know. I was taught lots of things at school. But it makes sense as to why you might not be able to see them when you leave the atmosphere. I suppose it comes down to what spectrum of light is coming from a star. And, go from there. Because the sun's the same, isn't it? The sun's not what we perceive it as through the atmosphere. It looks very different, apparently, according to the spectrum it releases. No? Are you all in deep thought or what?
I'm maneuvering.
Maneuvering, I like that.
Yeah, I'm in a maneuver. Parking this big truck.
Making moves.
And you don't want
I
to hear me
feel as though
making...
that. Sorry, go on.
So you were saying you couldn't hear anyone, and I wasn't even in the room, and I couldn't talk, and I'm going, why can't you hear me? And then I look on the computer, oh, I'm muted.
Yeah, I thought I was muted for a minute there.
Yeah, I was saying, yeah, I'm just in the kitchen making a coffee. You don't hear me doing that. And I didn't hear anything. And I said, okay, I'll leave it at that.
Classic. Yeah, Gio, looking at this blue marble picture that you posted, I feel as though that we should actually be able, with our eyes, detect the oblateness if it was actually oblate. How much does it actually pop out by? That looks fucking real circular to me.
Hang on, I might just have something for you. Like like me, I pop up with things now and again. What else have we got laying around? I think I should sort my folders out.
40 kilometers? Is that what they claim the bulge is? Is it 40 kilometers of bulge at the equator, or just below it, or something like that?
Oh, we're 20. I've got an image here.
20.
I've got,
Or 40
where did I
combined.
find it? I don't know. I'll just have a look and see if I can find it. I know it's here somewhere. Oh, here we go. I grabbed this one. Somebody actually did this from the satellite imagery. 21.36. That was whatever. That was verbal into text. So. Yeah, just a little over 20 kilometers. Yeah.
So how is that being done?
That was done by taking two images of the Earth and rotating one, and then dividing north south across to east west.
Right, I see.
I think I've still got the images here somewhere.
Well,
I'd say that's it. Sorry, Les.
Go ahead.
No, you're right.
Oh, I was just saying, you got to consider if you're looking at an 8,000 mile diameter, and I don't know, is it like 14 miles difference from north to south to east to west? It's not a whole lot that you would see it sticking out at you.
No,
if it's only as small as it is, no.
Yeah, you draw a circle on a piece of paper and you take it slightly out around, you would never notice the difference.
Still nothing with Australia on top.
Well, that's close enough. It's got Australia there, at least with the Himawari. I'd say this one was taken from.
No, but that's not rotating Himawari. That's literally going into the computer and literally just rotating an image or whatever.
Oh no, I'm talking about the one on the left. That's usually the orientation of the Himawari that we usually get with Australia.
That's the orientation of fucking everything. There's nothing that's flipped around the other way for us. It's like I said before, I think they've all signed an agreement.
Yeah, you can blame the Northern Hemispherians for when they first started to navigate and map. Everything was from their perspective to start with, and They ended up at top and we ended up down the bottom. So if we were to colonize the world from us and everyone else was colonized later, yeah, we could have been. Australia would be upside down now.
So you agree there that it's just propaganda based?
Well, it started off back in the European navigation. Everyone was drawing their maps from their perspective back then. Like it wasn't even north-south at one time. It was actually east-west in some really early maps. So if
So I
they'd
wonder
have
why we
kept that,
can't measure curvature.
concept, we'd be all sideways like the second image on the one I posted.
About that black stuff around your sphere there? What is that?
It's space because of the what's the word for it? Exposure. If you turned the exposure up if you had the exposure up any higher, the Earth would just wash out.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the stars. I'm talking about the actual stuff. You know, the light from the dark.
The blackness of space. Yeah, that's a blackness of space.
And what do you call that part?
Space.
Vacuum, I think. Is it a vacuum?
No, that doesn't call the blackness.
Well, okay, the bit after the Earth, the supposed sphere atmosphere, that bit.
You're just seeing into a void in the distance.
Yeah, but it's a vacuum, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't affect the optics.
I'm not talking about the optics. I'm talking about the atmos.
Which image are you talking about?
What's anyone? I was looking at Geo was at 1202, but any one of those sphere ones.
Okay.
So you got a giant sphere surrounded by water with an atmosphere, gaseous, spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, traveling at ridiculous speeds, right? We all know the speeds, but somehow, and it's in a vacuum, and somehow all this is staying intact. And you don't question that in the slightest.
No, they've got stories for all of that. A lot of people accept those stories. Well-crafted stories, I have to admit. Still just stories.
Oh yeah, they're good. They had me fooled for many, many years. Yeah. It's hard to accept that you've been sold a bag of goods. An empty bag, that is.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have any issues with looking at these images and understanding that that's where I live. I just don't have any issue with it.
Let me ask you this, Howard. If in this lifetime it becomes 1,000% proven that the Earth is not a globe, whether that's measurements of the Earth's surface, whatever that may be, to the point to where it truly is undeniable, how will you then look back on all of this time that you believed in the globe and kind of supported the idea of it?
399. Well, that's a hard question to answer with you know, I just have to say I don't know, because I have throughout this argument and discussion, debate, whatever, I put together all these things that we see. Everybody, we all see the same thing, right? We all, where we've got the South Celestial Pole, you got two celestial poles at 180 degrees from one another, which indicates a rotating planet. You've got the sun and the motion across the sky and the way it works. That comports. The way the moon does, it comports. We've got those celestial observations. And then we talk about different reasons why things obstruct from bottom up as they move away. I mean, you could say it's this or that, but you could also say it's because it's a curved surface. So that comports. You put all these things together, and for me, I'm on a rotating planet. But so if at some point that there was, something that was shown to me that would indicate that I was wrong about all that, I don't know how I would feel about it. Godsmacked. I don't know. Yeah, it's an interesting thing to think about, and I just can't honestly give you a solid answer of what I would think.
Well, you believe it all on blind faith, don't you? There's nothing definitive to back up what you believe, so it shouldn't actually be that much of a shock, should it?
Well, except for all those things I mentioned when I started talking about it. I mean,
yeah, but that's
everything
because you choose not to perceive any other answer for them or reason for them, or that they might not be true, or that's what
I mean, when you look at all the discussion about it, it could be this or could be that. And we talk about Occam's razor. We got.
Yeah, looks flat, doesn't feel like we're moving. Occam's razor, fucking hell, eh? You overlook that to listen to the story.
Yeah, but it's supposed to look flat. From your
but that's the story, mate.
No, it's not the story. That's standing on a planet of these dimensions. From your perspective, it's supposed to look flat. And as far as not feeling it move, there again, it's we're not built with a sensor that will detect speed. We can detect acceleration change and
that's what the story says.
Yep. But
yeah, the story tells you that the sensor in our brain can't pick that up, and you go, "Yep."
Yeah,
you haven't verified that.
It makes sense.
Of course, it does. It fits the narrative.
Yeah,
but that's experimentally proven just in your own life, when you can just drive along in a car and pour a glass of water or something and hold a cup of coffee while you're driving along. Why isn't the cup of coffee flying to the back of the car?
Yeah.
No, that's very silly.
Because you've already got it up to speed. You've taken that coffee from not moving to up to 50 miles an hour, so it's already going 50 miles an hour, however fast you're going. So it wouldn't fly anywhere. You've already got it up to speed.
So the Earth is rotating at a constant speed, so everything's up to speed.
It's not.
It is.
It's a circle. It's going in a circle. So there's all sorts of forces going on. It's not like you're on a linear path at a set speed and you can't see anything.
Right,
then
so
you might not be able to detect it.
Yeah, if we want to make this correlation, if you were in the car with a cup of water and you're going straight 50 miles an hour and you're not changing speed, then yeah, the cup of water will basically stay there. But if you start driving in circles at 50 miles an hour, what's going to happen to the water? It's going to fly out. So the idea of being on a ball, spinning and whirling, that's where it doesn't line up. At least with that analogy. Now, I do understand the globe Earth model. They're going to say gravity and, this force that is keeping everything stuck to the ball, basically to make the Earth stationary. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they're working backwards from the assumption that the Earth's a sphere. And then trying to make the physics work based on that assumption. Rather than actually proving it in the first place so that they don't have to assume. But they have to assume.
Yes. What if you
do it
put
that way
physics first?
for that exact reason.
What if you put physics first and then work out what shape it is?
Mm-hmm.
You can't. That's the thing. It's actually beyond the realm of science to do it. But you can definitely debunk the sphere.
I mean, I love a good story, just like everyone else, but there's a big difference between reality and story. And there's Rue here, still trying to play for someone to make a prediction about what they're going to see if the Earth was flat. It's like Rue here, mate. If the Earth is flat, then what you see is what you see because it's flat. So prove that it's curved first before you're trying to tell us that what we see is based on curvature.
You said his name twice. One more time, he might show up.
Oh, ban me. Make it a rule. If anyone says his name 3 times, you ban him.
Can I go with anyone's name?
Ranty? I'll let you say my name 3 times, mate, if you like.
But you're already here, so will that make you disappear?
Yeah. Yep. I'll leave. If you so choose.
No, we don't want you going nowhere.
Yeah, you just got here. Terrible time of day for us down here in Australia. Everyone else is either going to bed or half asleep.
Yeah.
You're doing the night shift, Howie.
Yeah, I do. Sun up to midnight is my work schedule.
Mm.
That's only 4 days a week, though.
Yeah. I know you used to drop into the live stream now and again, but that's okay.
Yeah, you start at like 5 a.m. for me.
Yeah, early hours in the morning.
Yeah, I see it, and I watch the replays, but it's always a little early.
Do you get through the questions that Paul puts up?
I haven't looked probably in a couple of weeks. So what are they about?
Oh, they're just random questions. They either could be scientific or general knowledge.
See, that would be fun. If I didn't lay down so darn late every night, I'd get up and join in.
I think Blue watches it as watches it while he's having his breakfast.
Yeah.
And you get farmers, and I've had Druss on maybe once in a blue moon.
Yeah, he usually drops in here about this time.
I got Cats on once. I'll probably get Cats on once in a blue moon. And who else? There's a few others I like to get special guests to come in. I even have Gary in the side chat now and again. Gary Wybanger.
Yeah,
He comes
yeah.
in the side chat. He's
Gary
behaving
Dean
himself a lot now. No, he's pretty good these days. He used to come in and just copy paste stuff all the time at first, but he's not doing that anymore now so much. So he's behaved. Trying to just get him to get involved in the conversation, whatever we're talking about.
Well, see,
Blend in.
when he first kind of showed up, he would come on. I don't know if it was on Ranty's or Brandon's. It was on the show, but I forget if Ranty was still around or not. But yeah, he would carry on, quite normally and not over talk, and he would make a point and then he'd clam up, and I said, man, you're showing me that you can carry on a conversation. Why don't you do that on Jose's or Terry's? And he's like, well, it's not as much opposition over here. So that's kind of like, well, you're not going to get much interaction, just over talking everybody and acting like. So maybe he's come around to realize that.
That's why I like it here in comparison to Gems. Sometimes I can't really get involved in the conversation a lot over there, but at least over here I'm able to say me 2 cents worth sometimes.
Yep. Gio does good with it.
Now, if only I could mute some people that are misbehaving, so I can get me 2 cents worth out when they do. Not very often.
I love the drama in Gems, Terry. You know how it is,
Yeah,
mate. If I'm
yeah,
not the drama, there'll be nothing said at all, mate.
Yeah, that's true. Everyone's sitting quiet waiting for chemo to turn up.
Yeah, fucking sad cunts for real. I'm sitting here rubbing the VK doors, Terry.
What are you rubbing the coarse wet and dry, or rubbing them with fine stuff to get the finish?
Yeah, no, wet 500.
But then down to 12 and then buff it.
It's only the inners of the doors, man, and guards and shit, like the inside of those. So that's all these really need, mate. It's just 500 and a wet sand. They'll be right.
Yeah.
Solid white, alpine white, so you can get away with a bit.
Is it acrylic or 2-pack?
No, 2-pack, but it's a solid. It's not a clear over base.
I still work with acrylics. I haven't advanced to modern paints yet.
Same shit, mate. Honestly, it's all in your prep work, Terry. Like everything, mate.
I learned our pressure cans rig, and I used to bring up a mirror finish, no orange peel or anything back in the day. So when I went to spray gun, it was easy.
What are you painting your BMX or something with spray cans, mate, or what?
Oh, back in the day. Well, no, I did a little bit on the cars and that with the spray cans to start off.
Really?
I didn't have a compressor. I didn't have a compressor back then. Late teenage years, early 20s or whatever I was.
Yeah, do what you got to do, huh?
Yeah, but I learnt about flowing it on, keep getting a wet coat over that area, and You know, rubbing it back with
That's
the wet and dry, and then buffing it
that's the
back
most
and all that.
important thing when you're actually laying it down. You want it all to be nice and wet, man, the whole lot. You don't want half of it to be dry or anything, or you end up with a
Yeah,
line in your paint job.
yeah. Don't be afraid to get a run when you're first learning.
Yeah, that's it. Couple of signatures never hurt anyone.
No, I've watched people over the years with the pressure cans or even with the spray guns. They hold it about nearly 3 meters away, so you know what I mean. Like they hold it so far back, and by the time the paint hits the car, it's dry. Why isn't it glossy?
Painting the car with overspray.
Yeah, they're holding it so far. Oh, I don't want to go any closer. I might get a run in it. Yeah, right.
There's a bit of an art, isn't it, to getting your settings right with your gun, and depending on the type of paint you're using, and the
temperature
the
of the paint.
atmosphere, the humidity.
Well, you don't want too much humidity. You want it pretty low.
It's fucking raining at the moment. I ain't too good for shit.
You can even hire those mobile paint booths these days, eh? You just blow them up with a blower and.
Yeah, my brother used to have one of those. They're not too bad. They get the job done. Definitely better than nothing.
Yeah. No, I just put my work lights on in the garage. I have the fan going near the window to blow the air out, and the garage door's just open about half a foot, and away I go.
Sounds like a professional setup.
Well, my brother actually picked up a new Ford Everest a few weeks ago, and he got a black one. And I was looking at it, and it was amazing just how much orange peel it had, just straight off the factory floor. It looked pretty average.
It does. I've seen a lot of those cars in the car parks. You walk past them, you say, "Oh, that's nice and shiny," except for the orange peel.
Yeah.
No, they just put it on so quick and so wet. They just put it on too quick and too wet with those machine sprayers. That's all they are. They're like an agricultural sprinkler system sprayer. But
Oh yeah, those robots. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then you got no one cutting it back afterwards, doing a wet sand, you know.
Well, that'd take time in manufacturing for cars. They want to get out. They want to get a lot of cars out. They can't have cars sitting around waiting to get rubbed back and sanded and buffed, and that'll hold up the process of the cars coming off the production, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
That's why technology's changed like that, from manual assembly of cars to the robotics of the assembly and the machines that spot weld them and everything. You look at the old videos of when they built the old Holdens and all that going back in the day, you know, the blokes walking around with this big spot welder doing all the spot welding, and nowadays the machine just comes in and goes zap, 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 done.
If you were to take your new car to a body shop and just get them to do the wet sand, cut and polish to remove that orange peel, what do you reckon they'd charge you?
Oh, wouldn't be cheap, that's for sure. It'd be almost the cost of nearly a respray. A basic respray.
Right. It really is that hard, harder work, to get that right.
Yep.
Otherwise, just do it yourself, a panel at a time.
And depending on what paint they use, it might not be possible. You'd might have to rub it back and repaint it again to do it, which would defeat the purpose.
Yeah. And then you're seeing a lot of these matte finishes now as well that people are doing.
Oh, matte black or matte color. Or you're talking about wrap.
Matte
or
colors.
Wrap. Or wrap.
Yeah, they're sharp.
The matte colors painted on.
Or they'll throw wrap over it over a nice paint.
I've seen that. Yeah, wrapping the big trucks has become a thing over here.
I wouldn't wrap my wagon yet because of all the few little dents and bumps it's still got in it. It wouldn't look too good.
Yeah, I'm not sure what a wrap on a big truck costs, but to get it painted at Peterbilt is like $15,000.
Yeah, I think it'll be a little bit cheaper than that for wrap.
You could probably even put a clear wrap on, right? If you to protect the paint long term. Like if you did that when you bought the car, maybe 5-10 years later, peeled it off, you'd have a almost nice new looking paint job underneath, wouldn't you?
Or just get it rewrapped in clear again. Yeah, every time it gets a bit tarnished or whatever.
Yeah,
it's just like car resprayed. Cheaper.
Does it make it glossy? Does it make it glossy doing that?
The wrap stuff doesn't really give it a lot of gloss. It depends. Only if you got a solid wrap, like a coloured wrap, it can have a gloss in it.
Yeah,
it depends on the wrap you use.
Make it pop.
But yeah, a mate of mine does one of those nanotech protection things. He's got a patent out and he's got his own product and stuff, and he does paint protections and fabric protection in cars and stuff. And yeah, he's done a couple of cars that haven't had a wash in a couple of years, and they look like new. Every time it rains, it just washes everything clean off. It's really good.
Yeah, they offered. I bought a truck about 3 weeks ago, and they offered that, and I didn't know what it was, and I kind of wish I'd have gotten it.
Yeah, it's a good option to go with.
Yeah, it's meant to help
Is this
with
Teflon or ceramics or what is it?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's some sort of nano. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. Yeah, but my mate, he's got his product on Instagram. It's Future Shield, and there's a demonstration he does where he pours water over his T-shirt, and the water just runs off, and his T-shirt's still perfectly dry.
Is it like waterproof?
Yeah, you can apply it to fabrics or surfaces, sunglasses, your mobile phone, and it helps resist scratching as well.
Water retardant.
Yeah, well, dirt doesn't stick to it. Nothing can stick to it. And you just run the hose over it, and it looks like new again.
My phone's slippery enough as it is without putting that on it, bro.
Yeah, it sounds like life's toxic enough without having it all over my clothes, thanks. But it does sound like an interesting design.
It's all natural too, apparently.
Yeah, so cyanide. So it's cancer. No, it sounds like a product that'll fucking go crazy on Instagram, mate. Sounds like the perfect type of product for that marketplace.
Are you allowed to post car stuff in here?
No.
Only if they're flat, mate. Gotta have a flat tire or a flat top or something. Something's gotta be
Only
flat.
He's using a flat spatula. Does that count?
Only Volvos, hey? I mean,
yeah, that'll do.
Terry?
That spatula's not curved, so...
You got a Volvo?
I got no idea.
Ugly cars.
That's a paint protection film that's actually put on like a wrap. Got me going
that's
down
just what I was
a
thinking
now.
of, like when you laminated your books for school back in the day.
Mhm.
Man, I've seen those guys try and get the air bubbles out of that shit. That looks like a cunt of a job.
It's actually pretty easy when they use that soapy water underneath.
Yeah, I've watched plenty of videos, and it looks easy for about 95% of it. But then there's a couple of air bubbles that just seem to really, you know, give them trouble. I'm sure it's just down to the skill.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. I've done car wrapping, and it's not difficult. All you need is a heat gun and some soapy water. Yep, spray it on.
And if you muck it up, you can always just tear it off and start again.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Is
heat
that-
gun
is that a
works
cost?
great. Softens it up a little bit, lets you sort of press it into squeeze it into all the nooks and crannies.
It's essentially just like a suction adhered, isn't it? Like removing the air holds it on. There's no actual glue, is there?
Yeah, there is. Yep, there's glue.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
Right.
it's like a dishwash liquid mix, and you spray that on, and it just basically makes it so that the glue has time before it dries.
Just like the window tints,
It's the same.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and even the stuff that you stick on your windows at home for like privacy screen, like opaque on your bathroom window.
Is it easy to get
Yeah.
them off as well?
Yeah, they just peel straight off. Yeah, but you wouldn't want to leave it on for too long because it starts becoming flaky and it dries up. So yeah, I'd probably say 1 year is probably what I'd recommend. No longer than 1 year.
That'd be for a wrap on a car, 1 year, you reckon, until it starts to get a bit brittle and weird on there.
Yeah, they do
Wow.
have better quality stuff that lasts longer, but you're going to be paying 10 times more, so you might as well just get it done every year.
I suppose perfect for a business that's, advertising and fucking writing it all off, Perfect.
You get all your windows tinted and drive around in the nude.
Whatever floats your boat, Merlin.
We're not allowed to have our fucking front driver's windows tinted too dark here in South Australia. Every other window can be, but just not the front ones. Police have to be able to see in. It looks pretty stupid till you see a car with everything black pretty much, except the fucking driver's window.
Yeah.
Sort of ruins the look.
It'd be cool if you
Not
could
to
have
mention the
your
effect.
if you could have your front windshield made out of the same stuff that they use to make the Generation 3 night goggles, and then you'd just be at night time. You'd be able to see everything.
Awesome. Go fox shooting while you're driving at night time. That'd be all right.
You can barely see the driver in a car anyway, with just the legal darkest tint or one of those reflective tints anyway. So
Pricks will still spot you without your fucking seatbelt on.
yeah, they got cameras now that look for whether your seatbelt's plugged in or not.
Yeah, if you got the dark tint that we're not allowed to have, they wouldn't be able to spot that. I'm
Oh,
sure
but
it's for
they
our
look
sake.
looking in through the front windscreen though. Those cameras, they have them on the side of the road.
Okay.
Yeah, they're looking further and further in, looking at us everything we fucking do.
Yeah, well, I drive in the T3 lane, which is for buses, mopeds, motorbikes, and anyone that's got 3 passengers, including the driver, in their vehicle. They're allowed to go in that lane. And I've had tickets for driving in that lane. And I said, well, where's the evidence to show I didn't have that many people? They pulled up the photo, and all you can see is the driver. Well, the thing is, my kids are in their high seats, and you can't see them from the photo.
Did he get chucked out?
Well, they'd lose
Yeah.
that case.
Oh, they're just assholes. Revenue gathering.
Of course, yeah.
Often all you have to do is challenge it and they'll drop it. Especially petty shit like that.
Yeah, some people make a living of doing that sort of stuff. You know, they get a they get a product which is fucked, and they write back to the company and say it's stuffed, and they send a whole case, you know, to say sorry. And they don't even check to see. They don't even see the original like blemish or whatever. They we'll send you a new one, and they send you a whole case.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have come across this yet, but I've started to notice that just literally in the last 2 weeks that if you order something prior to actually opening up the package, there's a label that said, please film your unboxing for warranty purposes. So I thought, fuck, that's very clever of them, because that would literally make it so that no one can do what you just mentioned, because you've actually got to fucking film you unboxing it and you being happy with it and the thing functioning. So interesting.
Wow.
Rot the government now while you still can.
Yes. Fuck yeah. Rort and rort I shall.
I'm driving in the rain in Melbourne.
Hope you've got
This
your
is-
mask on.
You guys-
Always listen to the CDC
This is
guidelines.
classic. They can
Is it
fuck
looking
right off.
Is it looking like you're going to have a like? Is it looking dry already over in Melbourne, Mel? You're going to have a killer fire season or what?
It's just grey. It's just completely grey, white out, and just typical drizzly rain. Just,
No, I mean
yeah.
like all the brush, all the greenery. Is it already drying off over there in Melbourne or not yet?
Nah, looks pretty lush.
No. Okay.
Weather's beautiful up here in Queensland.
No doubt, mate.
Beautiful time of year.
Yeah, I just had a little breakaway up in Cairns. That was pretty nice. Nice to get out and see some sun and get the white legs a little bit burnt. Go snorkeling and what? That was good.
Good old white legs.
Yeah, and because
Yeah.
they're trying to get more people to go, you know, help out the tourism operators. There's lots of good deals on at the moment.
Yeah, it was the only place we could go being unvaccinated, like easily with direct flights from Adelaide to Cairns, which was that was why we ended up going there. There's other
Right.
places, but that was just the easiest one.
Ah.
Yeah, this month they're
Might
opening
not be
up
able to do
Melbourne.
that for a while.
This month they're opening up Melbourne to New Zealanders. can just go there, no quarantine or anything, and same with America. But you still have to have the jab if you want to go.
They had their first flight to and from London yesterday too.
And to think there's so many Aussies that want to come home but can't because they're not fucking vaccinated. Yet we've got tourists fucking coming in and out. Crazy.
My uncle came here for a 4-week visit a couple of months ago, and he came from the Middle East area. So he just had to quarantine when he got here, you know, all that 2-week jazz in the hotel.
Yep. Yep. It'll all get back to the new normal soon. Back to the new normal. What a fuck phrase.
And then it's going to spread like wildfire anyway, because that's what it was always going to do. It was never going to stop it. So I'm just going to have to get used to the idea that we're all going to get it at some stage, whether we have already or not.
Yep.
And it's up to you to decide whether you think the vaccination's going to offer you any extra protection or not. I don't know whether that
anymore.
I don't know if the facts show that just yet. That's the claim, but not sure just yet.
Although the fact checkers will very much try and convince you that the facts that you're reading are incorrect, and their facts are correct. So, you know,
If you listen to them carefully, they word it, in ways that's just basically twisting and lying.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, how can you call a vaccine when it doesn't stop the spread?
Well, it's quite simple. You just change the definition of vaccine. Come on.
Yes, that's right.
Come on. Well, the definition of isolation, you just change that. What? Since when does isolation mean to put something on its own? Come on. No. That's old-fashioned. You're thinking old-fashioned.
A new study just came out yesterday, I heard about, that demonstrated that fully vaccinated people that fully vaccinated people spread it at exactly the same rate as unvaccinated people. Like, your ability to spread it, you know, is the same whether you've been vaccinated or not.
It's almost like it's just a pandemic of a test, like a PCR pandemic almost. Like it's not even real.
Hey guys,
It's like a social experiment or something, isn't it?
Oh, hang on.
I don't
Yeah,
wanna be
sorry,
the,
we're on the wrong server.
Well, no, I don't want to be the bearer of any kind of restriction of speaking, but yeah, we've kind of decided on the server to not go, talk about that topic just because of how much they shut channels down, and so we're trying to kind of be able to keep the channel up.
Oh, okay. Sorry then.
It's all right. Yeah, I mean, it's a bummer, but I guess it just, to me, it feels like if we discuss it, it's just putting that likelihood that much higher.
Can't talk about anything else either, then, can we?
That's really, really concerning. They're forcing us to have to police ourselves.
Yeah, I know. It is unfortunate. I mean, I guess people have different viewpoints on it. I guess my thought is that there's so many, topics we can discuss. So to put the server and the YouTube channel and all that at risk, just to talk about that one. So
I agree, mate. That's fair enough.
There's no point poking the bear. Yeah, I get. Yeah.
Well, it's like the one topic that's such a hot topic right now. So, and I know Discord has, they sometimes will shut a whole server down for it. So
They've demonstrated that they have that will. Okay.
I mean, I'm open to other people's thoughts on it too. I mean, I didn't just come to that myself. Sort of, it seems like a lot of people were mentioning that and suggesting that. So, I mean, but if people have different viewpoints on it, like, yeah, because I'm not trying to restrict anything myself, but just
well, is making a stand possible? If you know what I mean. Like if it's a definite that you're going to get shut down, then well, that's the way it is, right? If we're going to be here, then that's what we have to do. But if we can challenge it and sort of see what happens, what would be the first step? Would they send you a warning?
Nope, I think they just wipe the whole server, or they wipe the whole YouTube. Yeah, as far as that's what they may do.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can challenge it. We can challenge it by being selective with the words we use, but that becomes a little bit hard when everyone's so passionate about the topic. Yeah, you end up dropping it too many times anyway.
Well, actually,
So
we've
there are
actually had a
technical
couple.
ways to do it.
There's actually been a couple conversations where, like, we just use code words like minestrone. I think for the jab thing, and then people were saying zombie for the actual illness or whatever. So, and actually, we were having like full blown. We've had many like full blown conversations about it just using those code words, and I don't know whether it makes a difference, but. My thought is how their system works, and I don't know for sure. My thought is that they must have some kind of AI system that basically just scans for, keywords, and then maybe it hones into that area and then tries to see if there's anything, that they consider misinformation. And who knows what their actual limits are, and I don't know, but it's hard to say. But yeah, I like the idea of just standing up against it. The problem is if they just wipe the whole thing, then I guess we just won't have a server anymore, which would be kind of a bummer.
Can't you make it like a private room and then you can have a discussion and it's not being broadcast to anyone else?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know to what degree.
Discussions is for everyone else.
Somebody had mentioned that Discord actually added like additional terms of service, with this topic, but I don't know. I don't know to what degree, Yeah, I guess that's the hard part to know. It is kind of poking the bear in a sense because you just sort of see what. I mean, I think avoiding talking about it altogether seems like the safer route, but using code words, I'm pretty much fine with. I mean, so there's that option, but I don't know. I'm open to other people's thoughts on it too, but that's kind of what we've.
Is my Sharona a bit close?
The Bologna?
No, my Sharona. Is my Sharona a little bit close to the AI algorithm?
It probably is at the moment.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, the rebel part of me just wants to say, yeah, just talk about what we want, so. I mean, I don't like restricting anyone's anything. Even having the guidelines on this server and the warning system and stuff, it's not even really my nature to even do that. Like, I'm not much of a disciplinarian person. I'm much more sort of live and let live, But with that, it's sort of like catch-22. If there aren't any guidelines, then usually it's just, lots of chaos, toxicity, insults nonstop. So if we want to try to have some semblance of a decent content or live stream, it seems like got to be able to have something in place.
Yeah, and those are the things that you go to when there's a dispute that can't be settled, right? So, but we're trying to avoid that, right? If we're genuine participants in the conversation, then we'll work it out. You won't need to refer to to the details of the rules.
I wonder if any of the vaccinated or the baller people even contemplate the impact or the ramifications or the reasoning behind such harsh censorship. Ever sit back and just think, seems a bit full on.
Well, the justification will come from the misinformation, right, idea and the concern of the spread of misinformation amongst people.
You got to think about the people too that, you know, like in school that like a do-gooder, and they do everything by the book and they do as they're told, and they get the gold star because they're good. They get a pat on the head and a pat. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of people like that too. You know, and even in the old Stasi, like when they put up the Berlin Wall, children were like selling out their parents, spying and listening in on their parents and giving them up to the secret police. I mean,
that's shocking.
You know, it's just human beings are like, as much as I love them, like, they're a fucked creature too. They really are.
So true.
Whoa. So a cab coming right at me.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I mean, everybody in the world right now is talking about, you know, the jab and all the rest of it. So I can't imagine they would shut a channel down just for talking about it. However, especially in this community, like, we're likely to go into some territories. I mean, if I really said what I think about it, you know, what's really going on. I mean, I definitely think here, I'll just
Oh, like what? You know what I mean? Like,
you mean just like, I turned the live stream back on. I just want, but if anyone else wants to say something really intense, let me know, and we can just mute it again if you want to spread some real misinfo. I'm just kidding.
So if you're watching the YouTube back and all of a sudden goes, you know that in this juicy shit, that's funny.
I don't know. It's a crazy situation, that's for sure, what's going on. And there's a lot of fear, and there's a lot of control, and there's a lot of people being controlled by the fear. And then there's the control of the information, which is guised within the safety, you know. So yeah, it's pretty. And then all the censoring of everything that they're doing. I mean, just banning and doing, you know, that side of it too. So it's.
Yeah, and I wonder if you openly admit that you're just speculating, then does that sort of, you know, do they just sort of let that go through a little bit more so?
Slandom poetry. That's how you can get away with it.
Yeah, entertainment.
Where you openly admit throughout the conversation that you're just purely speculating and guessing, throwing up ideas and possibilities.
Comedy skit. They can't hold you liable for comedy, you know, like a thing that's not really supposed to be held viable for reality. So you can't say, hey, I'm saying facts at all. I'm just doing some comedy skits. I'm gonna do like some word talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is that it's not like there's like a court system that you can appeal. You know what I mean? Like, I think when they do these I've heard of many Discord servers just getting completely deleted. That
Right, but it's
the owner just wakes up the next day and however many people, it's just gone. So
yeah,
I don't know.
because they're doing it wrong. I got you. I know what you're saying. But if they did it different, then I don't think they'd be able to. They wouldn't have the form. I mean, why would they? It wouldn't hit them the right way. Like if I get on there and I'm preaching to you something about something and I keep going on about it, yeah, they can turn my channel off, of course. But if I'm so sporadic and like I say car, turkey, virus, duck, chicken, ham bone, I mean, are they really gonna shut my channel down? So you can secretly be goofy and sporadic, but still get information across.
Well, that's why, like, when we were using the code words, like, I was surprised, like, how deep we were talking about it. Just saying minestrone and zombie one night, and we were having, and everyone was happy because we were having this full blown conversation about it, just not using those words. I don't know if that makes a difference, but I guess if they're going to try to,
I think it does. It follows algorithm and people snitching. So yeah.
You guys know the channel, the YouTube channel Awaken with JP?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the similar line. He looks like he's a fucking crackpot. You know, he's got all sorts of weird shit on while he's saying fucking things that we all know are true, and that a lot of other people have been censored for. But the style he delivers it, you know, they can't fucking hold him to it. That's how you got to deliver it to avoid the censorship. He's a pretty fucking funny guy, actually.
Yeah, the old Alex Jones defense. He's just playing a character for entertainment value. I think he actually said that in a court case against him. That he's just playing a character for entertainment value.
Yeah, that's what you have to do. David Wright brings in lizard people. Oh my god, fucking lizards. Meanwhile, there's some definite truths.
The lizard people are true. What?
Yeah. Fucking crazy. Yes, entertainment does the trick. And the fellow before that said something about poetry, that's very true as well. You can say a lot in poetry. Not many people hear that though, unfortunately. Not these days, anyway. And music, obviously. Let's go, Brandon. That's fucking funny.
Let's go, Brandon.
Yeah. It's so clear what the crowd are saying, and the bitch just fucking comes over. She's actually quite witty to quickly fucking change it to that. But, yeah, it's just funny.
It's so cool that people can chant that now anywhere and everywhere, and everybody knows what it means. But you know, you can say it without saying it.
Yeah, almost everybody, mate. I'm sure there's people out there using the phrase have no idea what it fucking means.
Did you see he was falling asleep at the climate conference yesterday?
I don't fucking doubt it. That's funny as.
He should be at a retirement village, mate, just chilling.
You think they'd fucking roll out the double, wouldn't you? Just bring the double out. He clearly fucking can't do it anymore. He needs a nap. Just bring out the double.
They're going to push up the first black woman in history to the presidency.
God, no. No, if that was going to happen, they would have already done that just with Joe Biden's dementia. But no, she's definitely not coming up next, mate.
Kamala's she's so unpopular. And this next election, I reckon Trump's going to just have it in the bag.
Oh, she should definitely be the stereotypical blonde.
Yeah, do the QAnoners still think that Trump's coming back? Do they still hold to that?
I'm sure they do.
Hasn't Trump said that he will?
I think so, yeah. I think in his farewell for the presidency thing, there was a couple cryptic things that he's going to, oh, this is not the end and I'll be back and all that.
My understanding of the Q narrative right now is that Trump actually is still president and Joe Biden is a clone that reports from like a movie set, and that like Colin Powell didn't just die randomly recently. He was actually put to death for like, satanic pedo stuff. It's deep. It's like China could be invading and they'd be like, yep, that was QAnon inviting China for peace talks or something crazy. I don't hold out for the QAnoners. They might be lost.
You could just start a blog and just come up with some fantastical storyline, plotline ideas, and just mesh them in with reality a little bit, and just feed it out like a novelist.
That's what's happening right now. That is the reality you live in right now. Plot twists, writers, people in buildings around tables speaking shit.
Antipode people.
Yeah, Bezos at this climate conference talking about trying to save the planet, save the environment, just after he's flown into a penis-shaped rocket up into the sky.
You guys think those rockets are going up there? Do you think there's people in them at all? Do you think they are going to a certain altitude, or do you think it's all just fake?
Yeah, I reckon they're just flying up really high and coming back down.
Yeah, but I don't know if the rockets are landing the way that they say that they're landing. That looks so fake. Have you guys seen how they land these rockets? They just it's like they just sit them back down. It's weird.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, maybe that technology exists. Maybe that's what you're seeing, but I don't think they're not going anywhere.
I'm sure if you could program program a computer to with all the right sensory information, you could probably program it to potentially be able to do that.
Well, on the 4th of July, you'd never have to you never waste it. You get your thing back. Send it up there. Go land it right back down. I mean,
Just like Velcro, mate, that might be the benefit that trickles down in 50 years.
I'm just saying, where's the toy rockets we can land back on there? Upside down.
Yeah, 50 years. It takes time to trickle down.
No, we should have the toy rockets right now. We're landing in our backyard. We fly it up and then land it straight back down on the pad, the little piece of square. I mean, yeah, we should have these. We should have film of this because somebody should have tested it before they used the big one, right?
Exactly. Good point.
Yeah, there are plenty of amateur YouTube people that have built their own and launched them and landed them just themselves. So it is possible, but at the scale they're doing, I don't know. Is there any CGI? I don't know. It sure fucking looks like there is sometimes.
Well, I mean, are there any toys that we can do it within our backyard? I mean, it's so possible and easy, and they just do it every time willy-nilly. Why can't we do it with a toy?
Just look on YouTube, mate.
Look on YouTube and see somebody leave a little square, draw a square, put the rocket on there, leave it, come right back to that square and land it upside down. I've never seen that.
Upside down? No, I don't know about upside down.
I mean, land it right back where it took off from, the exact square, back on its butt where it took off from. Land it back down.
No, but they've got one that'll go up and then come back down and land on its own, just like it does. It doesn't land exactly where it took off from, but that's just millions of dollars of refinement, really, if you think about it.
Well, it lands wherever you program it to land, right?
Well, these things supposedly take off and land on a little bitty square in the ocean. A little square. It's not big. They don't have a lot of room to fuck up. It's a little square compared to the object size. So what they need to do is have like 5 little ones, leave off a square. You draw a square, a black magic marker square on the ground, put the rocket on and send it up and bring it back down to that square exactly. That's what I want to see. Start to finish.
If they do it with a blue magic marker, will that be the same? Or does it have to be a black magic marker? Black?
Whatever color floats your boat.
Yeah, it's in the realm of possibility in my mind, that's for sure.
Oh, it's possible, but I don't see it being done.
Unlike a rocket in a vacuum. Like, that's just retarded.
I'm wondering who's working on the Iron Man suit. The real one.
They probably worked on it in the 1800s. Back when they had the utopia in the desert, and we can't do it today.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, it's only happening because they dug up some tech in Antarctica.
Well, actually, I was watching a Joe Rogan podcast with that famous UFO guy that worked in Area 51, and he was saying that he was suggested to at one point while he was there that they actually dug up the UFOs that they were working on, that they actually found them in an archaeological dig. He said that there were nine different ones that they were working on, and he was working on the propulsion.
Who? He who? They who?
Bob Lazar.
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh, shit. You believe that, dude?
I don't know. He seems pretty credible.
No, I've never believed that, dude. I think he's goofy. I think he's just selling you a book.
Oh, he's selling a book, all right.
He seems to have suffered more from this, from talking about this than anything. So that's
Well,
what makes
Bob
me more
Lazar,
inclined to believe him. Yeah.
Bob Lazar gained his credibility by mainly bringing out a bunch of his friends to random places on specific dates where he said there would be objects in the sky. And aside from that, all his records as far as his endeavors with the government have been wiped clean, like merely erased. I think there's only thing dating back a long time ago, but nothing indicating that he worked for Area 51. I believe him, but I
Hey,
mean,
Buster. How you going, mate?
I don't know.
Yeah, but still, what I thought was interesting about what he said was that they actually dug these things up in an archaeological dig.
That's crazy. I didn't hear that part, but yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Where is it? Oh, jeez.
I mean, there's ancient depictings of
White's World,
crafts.
you're hot micing, bro.
Sorry, mate. Big Huntsman. Woo! Trying to drive a car.
I think they could be leftover technology from an ancient fucking highly advanced race of beings that came before.
Yeah, I mean, the ancient Indians talked about there was like flying crafts and shit. Vermani, I think they were called the Vermana.
Why wouldn't have Bob Lazar signed in NDAs? I would imagine he'd have to sign a lot of NDAs for those kind of clearances, though. I don't think you just get on the
but
biggest
those
podcast.
they
in the
only
world
last
and-
20 years.
I don't know.
They only last 20 years, and all this was back in the 80s. He came out in like the 2000s with all this shit.
Yeah, there's a guy, I think his name's Dr. Stephen Greer, David Wilcox, Bob Lazar, Intergalactic Federation, Cosmic Disclosure, Gaia TV. It's all the same thread.
Dude, that
Yeah.
Gaia
Really
TV shit is
I know.
terrible.
I don't know if I trust that shit.
That shit is cringe, bro. Have you seen it? I see the commercials for it every now and then.
Yeah. Because everybody deep down loves the alien disclosure thing, right? Either
Yeah,
a
it's just
craft or secret
it's
tech.
Star Wars, bro. It's heliocentrism.
Yeah.
What I
It's a
don't
cent-
get is why do people think that any alien race would be friendly?
It's eccentric.
Well, why do they think that?
Yeah.
It's a
I
good
agree,
point.
man.
Yeah. I think there's a combination. If there's one other, like if there's us, right, and we're the top of the food chain, and then there's aliens, there's a good chance that there's other stuff too. So, we're talking about the creator, right? Creation. Why would it just stop at us? So I think there's potentially a lot we don't know about, but probably benevolent and malevolent beings and entities and creatures. Makes
Sure.
sense to me.
Sure.
I'd be more scared of, like, in their model, if the Earth like hit something. Because like we're going so fast, we could hit something at any moment, right?
Yeah, the random danger. Yeah, the random danger of everything just being destroyed at any moment.
Yeah.
Billions of years of work for destroyed in a
Crash into
second.
another rock.
I think whatever's already here upon us is far worse than whatever we could encounter.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, some people around the circles we're in think that we've been monitored since at least WW2. And apparently, I've just heard story. This is just hearsay, but I've heard of military operations like their equipment being deactivated, things rocking up when they're about to do something hectic, like bomb something. So it's an interesting idea that there is something that has our best interest. You know, and trying to protect it.
It could even be the creator acting in some, you know, some way to deter something from happening. Why not, right?
Yeah, because if you go full evil, like just say there's an equator, like light, dark, good, evil, you know, good, bad, right, wrong, true, false. So always a duality, right? If you go just full evil, there's something missing. I've done this so many times in my mind, but there's the thing that's missing whenever you go into full evil is kindness, compassion, and this whole other spectrum of existence. And then if you go the other way, all good, like
it's the
love,
heart.
you know, yeah,
it's the heart's just
benevolence, people unifying things. Then you kind of turn your back on that other thing. So I think it's about both. Got to find your way with it. I used to be a lot more scared of evil or something intense that was, you know, that's powerful and it doesn't necessarily care about human concerns that much. And I don't know. I can kind of understand the situation a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't think the beings that are pulling off what they're pulling off right now. Yeah, I don't think at the top of it that they're human at all. I think they have a lot of humans mind controlled, possessed by these demonic entities as well. So they have a lot of humans working for them, but I do think there's actually a different species that's actually at the top of it, in addition to the actual demonic energies from the spirit world are involved through those other entities, and then they are then controlling the humans and getting humans to either be deceived or to work for them.
Yeah. I mean, that's often been my thought. Like, what did we potentially do? Did we get too big for our boots at one stage as well? Like, try to take them on or something?
What if you were locked in the room with one of them?
Yeah, I'd just do my best to get along. Really.
No, what I'm saying is if you're locked in the room with a 90-year-old looking dude who supposedly talks to a whatever they are, like, would you fight him or would you be afraid? I mean, what would you do? Like,
Had some chocolate. I'd probably offer them some chocolate.
Chocolate.
Some water.
They'd probably release some like
Cup of tea.
pheromone thing.
Yeah. Do you eat, man? Have you got a stomach?
I mean,
This
what
is what
type of
we
entity would it be? I mean, that's my thing.
Do you need some baby blood?
Would it be a human and just older or younger or goofier, uglier, underground in the cold? What? I mean,
yeah.
What would this
Yeah.
other thing?
I think they actually came from the underworld.
Dude, that's what I've been saying. Like,
Yeah.
past month.
From the North Pole region. They came up from the Great Maelstrom in the middle. That's what I think. Like they literally are the embodied, like they actually come from that. I mean, not all parts of the underworld are actually dark or evil, but there is a particular part of it that is, and they come from that. And then that demonic entity comes through them, and then it would like to get out of this realm, which is why they've been trying to penetrate the sky, so they want to get out.
I don't know if like I believe in evolution necessarily, but I think there's pretty strong likelihood that we did come from like underground somewhere. If we weren't created, by God or whatever. Well, I don't know.
But if we weren't created by God, yeah, I definitely reckon we were created by God. I can't imagine any other explanation that you could even pose in its place.
Well, I kind of agree with, Gina always talks about portals and stuff, but like, I don't think there's like an iron molten core, but there's definitely something under there. And nobody seems that really curious to really, journey down there.
Hollow Earth, bro.
Hollow works on a flat Earth too.
Well, yeah, I think part of the scam they're pulling off is to essentially use our labor, engineering, intelligence, the ability to create, a lot of different technologies and physical things like, just even like rockets and airplanes and all the rest of it. They want us doing all that engineering while they're then using all of that engineering and materials to do what they're actually doing, which is not going to outer space, but perhaps under, within the Earth, under the Earth, at the North Pole and the Antarctic regions, and at high altitude as well, however high altitude they can go. So that's what I think that's what they're actually using all of our engineering for. And then they just use the space scam to try to get everybody, working for them and believing it so that they can like harvest that actual information while deceiving everybody. And the deception would be then essential in that, because that's what would make the whole thing work. If people were not deceived, they wouldn't be able to do that.
Are you guys believers of the Admiral Byrd journals? Or have you guys read those?
Yeah, it seems interesting. Very plausible. What reason would there be to cast doubt on it? I mean, he did lead like one of the biggest explorations of Antarctica ever, right? The ones that led to the treaty that basically blocked anyone else from ever doing the same sort of exploratory stuff since.
Well, yeah, I think he did 2 of the Antarctic and 1 of the North Pole, or vice versa.
There was that big one where he went with thousands of troops, right, and lots of planes, and it was huge, like mission, huge group of ships and planes, and
Operation High Jump, Operation Paperclip, and then there was a 3rd one, I believe. But one of them, they got turned around halfway through the mission, remember? By, he said, crafts that could fly from one pole to the next in a matter of minutes or something. Thought that was pretty alarming.
Yeah, they said they got like submarine bases. Not from what I understand, Admiral Byrd was commissioned to route some Nazi Soviet bunkers that they had set up there for like submarine bases. And I guess that was like their launching point for like to South America, and that goes into like the Hitler went to South America conspiracy. But
Well, this gets into the Foo Fighters,
that band sucks.
right? Well, not the band Foo Fighters, but no, the band.
You don't like Foo Fighters, the band?
Do what?
You don't like Foo Fighters, the band?
I do.
Dude, I think Dave Grohl is one of those lizard people, man.
Yeah, he's weirdo, bro.
He's a shape-shifting reptile.
Something about, the 27 Club and, Kurt Cobain paid the sacrifice, and I don't know.
Yeah, he killed Kurt Cobain with Courtney Love. That's why I don't like that.
Well, I think they murdered him. Yeah.
That's what. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Exactly. Yeah, Demo. Yeah, I agree, dude. Yeah. Well, exactly. Courtney Love hired someone to kill him. I've looked into it fairly in depth. Yeah, I've looked into a lot of it. Pretty interesting whole story and everything that.
Now,
do you know that, like, just real quick, I'll pass the mic, but just real quick, she hired, because I just remember this, she hired a personal investigator, and then he's the one who ended up like essentially figuring out that she was actually was hiring someone to kill him.
Some dude named El Duce and some other goopy shit going on. Do you remember that part?
Yeah, I think there were a couple people involved. Did you see that one interview where they went to this like trailer park and found him and interviewed him, and he said that Courtney Love offered him $50,000 to kill Kurt Cobain?
Yeah. Yep. Dude with glasses and a beard. Yeah, looked like one of my cousins. Yep.
Yeah, it's like straight. Like there's like video of him literally saying that. That whole situation. Yeah, I mean that was obviously staged as like a suicide, but yeah, there's a bunch of things about that seem shady. Well, one thing though is that like Courtney and Kurt Cobain were like somewhat breaking up or starting to, and then also he had like $50 million as well. So yeah, it seems like if she did it, that 50 million probably had something to do with it.
Right. Listen to the song. Supposedly he killed himself with a gun, but what guy says, I swear I don't have a gun, and then like dies from, supposedly killing himself with a gun? It just still don't make no sense to me. And then the Foo Fighters, There Goes My Hero. Come on. It's just, I don't know, man. I just don't like it. I don't like that Courtney lady. Don't trust her, and I don't trust the motherfucking other part who was a drummer or whatever in the band or whatever, and then became the singer. And yeah.
Well, you mentioned two songs. One of them, the "No, I Don't Have a Gun." Yeah, that was when Nirvana was playing. Now, whether you're saying whether that was purposely programmed in there or whether that's just one of those synchronicities that he happened to write those lyrics.
He's telling you, in case he dies of anything to do with a gun. He doesn't have a gun. He's not a gun. He doesn't have a gun. There's no, like, think about it. If you're famous and worth 50 million, that'd be one of my songs.
I do know what you mean. It is like interesting that that's one of the famous lyrics, and because basically he didn't have a gun. Yeah, well, he may have had a gun somewhere, but yes, they basically I think killed him and then planted the gun.
Exactly. Funny though. I don't have a gun, and then he dies from a gun.
I don't have a gun. I don't trust this bitch. In case I die, I'm gonna write a song about it.
Exactly. And then the number one dude who hated him and was jealous of him and didn't like him and liked Courtney Love too because he's a scrub ass. He gets to take over. Now he's in charge now of whatever. Like he's the band guy now.
Who? Dave Grohl?
Yeah.
Look, I'm not saying they're all connected, but when they're at that high level, I think they're not the most upright, moral type people. I don't think, at least at that level or whatever.
Yeah, I agree.
But why did they want him dead?
That's the question. Yeah. Well, perhaps the 50 million. I think trying to remember the exact specifics of it, but basically,
Probably
I
wasn't.
believe that he was already
Probably wasn't down
talking.
with drinking baby blood.
Well, he was already talking to. He was already talking to people, and she had heard that he was thinking of divorcing her because there was already issues going on and stuff. So that was like she kind of caught wind of that, and then basically he was also offered. Well, I think he was worth $50 million, but he also like trying to remember all the details.
She would have always been looked after anyway. I mean, she would have been rich as hell anyway. So
Yeah, it makes no sense, dude.
She would've
She would have
dated
inherited all that money.
It's hard to see the motivation.
Well,
Plus,
the other
did she have a kid with him?
they did have a
Yeah,
kid,
they did
yeah.
too.
So I
Didn't
mean,
they?
they connected in that way. Like he'd have to support her anyway for the rest of his life, and he would potentially go on to make multiple hundreds of millions more.
He probably knew too much, bro. They probably went to a few debaucherous parties, dude, and he probably seen some shit, and he wanted to expose it or write a song about it, or, you know. And they were like, "No, you can't produce that song," and he's just like, "Fuck you."
I think it's also likely that Courtney was getting into some, who knows what, maybe linking a little bit into some of these secret society types within Hollywood and whatnot. So maybe they were already starting to bribe her a little bit, like, you know, in certain ways. And he perhaps was against that. You know, maybe this is more just my speculation in the moment. I'm not saying this
I
is,
think
it is interesting to think about because there is that vibe because after he died, she was pretty much made a star or whatever, made a popular figure and had her band and all this other stuff. But there was one other thing I was going to say before. I believe, as I'm trying to just remember, but I believe there was also a situation where he was offered like a huge amount of money to play. I don't know. I'm forgetting which festival it was, one of the Lollapaloozas or something. So he was offered a ton of money and he was like turning it down because he didn't really want to go mainstream and start doing big like events like that as well. So it could also be that maybe he was just kind of like, fuck some of the shit, you know, like I don't want to be involved, you know, and be as big of a star. So maybe like the money, maybe she thought that the money he could make would be less in the future in some way. And so she wanted to get what she could now. It's possible. Because I know that he was shying away from all the fame and he wasn't really wanting to go full into that. I think kind of like Dave Chappelle, he kind of knew some fishy stuff's going on in there.
He was having a problem with drugs too, right?
I think to some degree, but I think to some degree, but I do think that he had gotten clean near the end there is what, or at least somewhat clean.
I mean, he was having trouble with drugs.
I was just wondering if he might have OD'd and then they decided to shoot him. No, that doesn't work.
Yeah, there's an interesting tension between the people in that band too, like with Courtney and with it's strange. Like I've seen some video of them all like it's some like award show, but you can just like their body language, the way that they're like hugging each other, like you can tell there's some serious history there. Going on.
He didn't kill himself, bro.
Yeah, I would say 100% Cobain didn't kill himself.
Yeah.
I say that in a laughing way. I don't say that because it's funny. I only say that because it's like instead of Epstein didn't kill himself. It's like Cobain didn't kill
I
himself.
don't think David Carradine killed himself. I don't think Phil Schneider killed himself. I don't think fucking a lot of these people.
I think it's good to call these out because like some of these people, if it's like a whole karmic thing, like people have been lied to about how they died. So I think it's like an important thing to actually get that truth out so people know, you know, that person didn't do that. And
yeah, I agree.
General. Yeah,
I'm with you. That's why I'm saying it. I think it's a shame on one's, you know, character, and I don't think people should remember these people like this. I think a lot of this is just media speculation and shady shit going on, man.
Yeah, I think it's just a deliberate narrative to surround the getting rid of an inconvenient person. You look at the Hollywood and the music industry, the number of people who are enormously successful, and yet die these tragic deaths through alcohol and drugs and suicide and God only knows what. You know, they got all the money in the world, all the fame, all the success superficially, and what they all their lives just go to shit. I don't buy it for a second. You know,
I don't know. I see a
they
lot of.
obviously go off narrative. They go off narrative. They start misbehaving because they were maybe they took the trap in the first place to get all the benefits, but then maybe they grew a conscience, or they thought, "Fuck this! I'm not being part of this anymore." And all of a sudden, they're depressed, they're suicidal, and they're gone. Oh, no way in the world.
Yeah, I've heard of a lot of these supposed suicides being done with surgical tubing, which I thought was really bizarre. Because it's not like everyone's got that just laying around, or would be a thought in anyone's mind. But Phil Schneider, David Carradine, and then there's a couple other that have had asphyxiation through surgical tubing.
The In-Excess lead singer. The list goes on and on. And you look at Chris Cornell and Chester Bennington, right? They're good buddies. They've both been abused as kids. They're both involved in exposing pedophilia, and they're both dead within 6 weeks of each other. That's a strange coincidence.
What was who was that reporter? Joan, the fuck was her name, dude? 2020 reporter talked about Obama's husband, and she was dead in like a week later. You know what I'm talking about? 2020 reporter.
Oh yeah, I know you. That older lady.
Oh, the old lady who ended up dead in hospital.
Yeah.
Who said Michelle Obama's a tranny on the steps of their apartment. That was hilarious.
Yeah, man. What about all the deaths surrounded through Hillary's administration and the Clinton administration foundations and shit? I mean,
Hillary and Bill
endless.
have a long hit list of people that they've taken out.
Yeah, no one's bringing anyone to justice. You still got Julian Assange sitting behind bars. God knows what the fuck's going on to that poor dude.
I got a feeling the British are going to let him out, man.
Yeah, that guy's fucked, bro. When somebody breaks your fucking soul, you know, I don't think there's any release from that.
I think the British judges have the character and the will to oppose the US in this situation, especially given what he's already been through. Fucking completely ridiculous.
But even if they do, Rams, like he'll get depressed and he'll suicide one day, or he'll disappear one night and never be seen again. You know, it just doesn't pay to stick your head above the parapet anymore.
Yeah, people call it just being suicided. Who is that? There was some kind of like comedian type guy talking about it, but yeah. Oh, I think it was maybe Eddie Bravo talking about Don Pettit. And he said something like, "Why don't they suicide that guy?"
Eddie Bravo is classic.
He is, man. Really funny. He's got talk about like a truth radar. Like, I'm inspired by his truth radar. He can resonate deeply with truth, and he doesn't just accept anything unless he resonates with it. The stuff he does, I just think a lot of those things are spot on, and the way he expresses it is awesome.
Yeah, he's definitely genuine and critical and skeptical. He doesn't come across, like, for some reason to me, as being like a real intelligent dude, but he really is, man. He really is a fucking smart dude.
You don't have to be incredibly intelligent to be very, very logical, you know?
I don't know. I think there's a lot of intelligence that goes along with that.
I think Eddie puts on a bit of a persona. You You know, a little bit sketchy, a little bit crazy, and that's how he gets away with saying the shit that he does because, that's just Eddie Bravo, you know, he's out there on the edge. But that's how he gets away with being able to expose some of this crap. I think he does it deliberately.
You're right. You're right. He's kind of done that to his own character, where it's like, don't take me too seriously, but I'm just gonna drop it. I'm just gonna come out and say it. That's Eddie.
Yeah,
Same sort of way that like Joe Rogan acts like, oh, hey man, I'm just a dumb dude, you know. He says that all the time when he's talking to people.
Yeah, they're really dumb. Alex Jones and Eddie Bravo and Joe Rogan are really dumb. Not.
If you get the biggest podcast in the world, you get a lot of dumb dudes that end up with that, wouldn't they?
He knows a lot more than he lets on, especially Rogan.
Yeah.
That's just the way it goes. There's public and private, right?
Rogan, when he gets to heaven, he's going to be crowned with the biggest sellout award.
Yeah, 100%. It really is a shame, Gio, you know, because if he fully jumped into our camp, that guy could go down in history with the influence he could probably have.
Yeah, because he could just start his own platform.
Yeah, I reckon they must have something on him. They must, it wouldn't be the money. The guy doesn't need money. They must have something on him that keeps him in line.
Well, I think we're going to get someone like that in the future. There's going to be someone that rises up and fills that role because, yeah, I think that's an inevitable thing to happen. The way things are going, the way things are managed and done these days, it's going to create that. It just will. The times bring about the people that it needs.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But I think we're going to need to see an alternative platform to YouTube, something that, you know, where people can go to avoid this censorship that they have. But they've got this stranglehold monopoly over, you know, one of the most powerful influencing factors in the world.
Right, exactly. And exactly. Well, I think we're going to have to because eventually they're going to censor everything pretty much, you know, in terms of truth topics. I think that's where it's headed is 100% censorship of virtually all of this. When I say this, I just mean, everything from cosmology to the health situation, food, all of it, the medical. So my general intuition is that we have about 2 years. But I do think it's coming pretty soon. So yeah, I think at that point we're going to have independent platforms, you know, that can be
I think
utilized.
they already exist. You know, like they're out there, whether it's BitChute or Bottle or Instacoin or whoever, they're out there. But the problem we collectively face is getting that mass adoption of getting everyone off bloody YouTube and getting a mass adoption of these other platforms because they're still all really fringy. I mean, even I speak for myself. I'm on all of them. I follow all of them a bit, but I always come back to YouTube. So we're all guilty of that, I think.
Yeah, isn't there one like called DLive?
Yeah, that's another one. That's pretty well censorship free. Yeah, BitChute's another one. It's a new one, Instacoin. I think you can only put short videos on that, but whether that'll expand in the future, I don't know. But I know it doesn't have any censorship or anything on it. So, yeah, they're out there, but it's a matter of making them more mainstreamy to the you and me of the world.
Yeah.
I don't like DLive, man. I thought it was somewhat difficult, and unintuitive to navigate. And I don't know, I just had some weird shit on there I just didn't like. I had to delete it.
They also,
Yeah,
I don't really like it that much either. I have Livestream 1 channel is streaming on there simply because all I had to do is just pop in a little key. The little key for it is like that easy to do and just create a quick channel. So I did put it on there. But actually, the viewership on DLive has gone way down as well. I just thought it'd be good to have just sort of as like a backup or just in case one of the other ones is down or you know, just in general. And we've actually had some people come in the server from there, which is cool. But yeah, they actually have done censorship quite a bit. Like they kicked off Owen Benjamin. There was a whole thing about that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. I remember like, I was watching Alex Jones a few years ago, and this guy came on who was launching Gab, right? And I thought, oh, hooray, you know, some social media sort of thing that it's going to be free. But like the guy said a minute ago, like intuitively, it was awful to navigate. It was awful. I couldn't figure out how to follow people. It was just like this fruit salad of posts and videos, and I just gave up on it in the end.
Have any
What
of
did
you heard of
Benjamin get kicked off for?
Too much truth.
Yeah, he got kicked off of like,
YouTube.
Yeah, he got kicked off of like Patreon and Facebook. He got basically just almost kicked from everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, they
Making too much
demonetized
sense.
him and kicked him off everything.
have any of you guys
Can
ever
he
heard
even
of?
have his own website?
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
done
of
it
course.
now.
Have
Sort of
any of you guys ever
authorized
heard
PP.
of Adam Green from No More News? He got shut down off YouTube after a long time. I think he's off DLive too. Nobody's heard of him? Adam Green?
No.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I've never heard of him.
Yeah,
I
look up
have,
no.
yeah, I have heard of him.
Yeah, look up No More News, like KNOW. He's probably got a website you'd have to follow now, but that guy's got a lot of information. I don't know.
A lot of the big dogs like Max Blumenthal and Aaron Mate and that are on the that independent journalist platform. What's it called?
There's no independent journalists anymore, man. The last journalist died with fucking Assange, bro. Anyone that's a journalist nowadays is not really a journalist.
Nah, these Glenn Greenwald's legit, man. Aaron Mate, Max Blumenthal, they're all excellent, man.
How often did they talk about Assange and free Assange?
All the time, all the time. Aaron Mate actually is the one that exposed the Syrian gas attack cover up at the OPCW.
All right.
Big story, man, about how they faked the whole gas attack in Syria.
Bro, I can't believe you think Assange is legit. You don't have any like alarms going off when you hear or see that dude?
What do you mean?
I just get made like big shill vibes. I don't know what it is. Like any popular person, I get shill vibes.
It's not about the popularity of the individual. It's about what happened, bro. You exposed some shit that no one else did. And
They would
look
have
at him.
suicided him if he was any threat, bro.
They can't, because they'll fucking martyr him, bro. That's why they're gonna fucking lobotomize this shit, dude, before he gets out, if they haven't already. Yeah, he's gonna come out scrambled as fuck, bro.
I don't even know why I'm laughing. It's just so dark. Place, this is so dark. We're gonna lobotomize his shit. Yeah, let's mind wipe him. Yeah, let's do that.
What do you mean it's what they do, bro? It's fucking electric shock therapy, fucking dick sandwiches, all sorts of stuff. That guy's probably seen the worst of shit you could imagine.
Yeah.
No, this is actually this is a very, very dark world. Yeah, I agree. Like what they're actually doing, because they, in terms of like mind controlling humans and trying to fracture their brains and minds and a whole bunch of other things, like the amount of like electroshock, drugs, imagery, like unbelievable levels of stuff. It's horrifying. Like, that's in the dregs of consciousness right there. Like you're getting down to the soggy bottoms of some of the darkest stuff, that especially with humans, and perhaps some of the most severe torture, physical and mental, that's existing on the earth, currently.
They still do. They still do it. There's actually services where people pay to go have memories wiped through electric shock therapy.
Oh.
Don't they call that just getting drunk?
No,
No,
bro.
electroshock will. Yeah, it literally like fries your brain over time. Oh yeah, I know. You do know about it.
That sounds like a really exact science. I'd be definitely paying money for that.
That's really messed up. They started doing it more so like also in the 50s and 60s. They were bringing in like, they were using it extensively to try to treat people with like different, schizophrenia and mental disorders and things. And it's really sad, horribly sad, because these people like already had these issues going on mentally, and then they were literally like electric shocking their brains and causing them to become docile and just weak and lose their memories. It's like complete brain fracture where they can't even like think anymore. But it also does kind of reduce the emotional thing. I mean, obviously you're like frying your body. So but yeah, they did that to a lot of people and actually, ruined a lot of people's lives.
That movie Shutter Island, man. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're still using that method on people, bro.
Yep, I think they are. They're using it big time in a lot of different sets and environments. Yeah, I think they use it in like different doses, and yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, that's what happened to Rose Kennedy. She knew too much, so they cut a piece of her brain out.
This goes to show, honestly, what just shit creatures humans, I won't say are, but we have the potential to be. I mean, look in the animal kingdom. Animals don't do this. No other species does this to its own kind.
Yeah.
I guess you could say a cat plays with a mouse, or, we've seen the footage where, killer whales might play with a dolphin or something. But we do it to each other. We are just a really sad piece of existence at some levels.
Yeah. Can.
Yeah, it's something regular people like us just can't get our head around. Like for me, I can't get my head around how a drone operator can just hit a wedding somewhere, where like hundreds of people may be gathering that have no threat to anyone. You're in their country, like it's just unbelievable. I just can't believe it's happening sometimes.
Yeah, our capacity to be just heinous is second to none on this earth.
9 million people starve every year.
Palestine is one of the most horrible examples ever.
Well, I'll share this. It's a little bit of a personal thing that kind of happened with me today, but somebody that I know, I really only met him one time. Actually did sacred plant medicine ceremony with him, and just a beautiful, beautiful soul brother. And I just heard that he had passed away, and he's only like 39 years old. And I heard that he passed away just today. I won't mention his name, just, in general, but he did pass today, passed. And then I was trying to, find out how. So I talked to some other friends and some people, and yeah, he was down in Playa, Mexico, Carmen de Playa, and he basically apparently was murdered. He was like robbed and drugged and beaten and murdered. And I just heard that today. It was just like, obviously, like we all hear about those things, like that those things happen, but it just struck me today in such a deep way, like that actually happened to him, and he's no longer with us. And I just thought about like how dark that is to do. I mean, just to do that to another human is so intense. And wow.
Yeah, Mexico's scary. Don't go to Mexico.
Sorry to hear that, man.
Stay
That
away.
sucks.
It's the murder capital of the world, isn't it?
Bro, there's so much shit goes on down there, dude. It's I don't even want to talk about it.
Playa del
It's
Playa
all
del
the
Carmen.
government's fault. It's all the government's fault.
Well, it's not just the government. It's honestly, dude, it's the United States. They're United States' little fucking
What I mean?
puppet, dude. That's all they
Yeah.
are.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're the CIA's little fucking bitch.
Well, yeah, there is a lot like that basically just isn't allowed in the U.S. but can go down there, as we know. Things that can happen there that can't happen in the U.S. So
The fact we do business, with this country, and this country's openly being ran by the cartel, any other citizen that would do something like this would be in prison for racketeering charges, dude. But our government gets away with setting up corporations and doing business with illegal, corrupt entities like Mexico.
But also making so many things illegal in America is why there's so much of this, issue. You could bring it up from underground if you made it legal.
Yeah, I don't think people realize the fact that the cartels literally run Mexico openly, and the government openly admits it, that they have to allow them to have at least, they say, a third of the
Yeah, it's
politics
exactly
is.
the same as the US. It's exactly the same as the US. It's just that the US disguises its ugliness a little bit better.
Yeah, we don't openly admit it, but it is the same. You're right. There's all kinds of corrupt entities that are just manipulating this all politics, essentially.
But here's the question though: why would we think it's any different than that in Australia? But it's the same everywhere.
It is.
Yeah.
Absolutely right.
We're not immune. We're not immune to it over here, or in New Zealand, or Canada, or France, or England. It's the same everywhere.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah,
It's
enough's
just more
enough,
overt.
man.
Some places it's more overt, and I think that's deliberate because it then takes the spotlight off of the more clandestine versions of it.
It's one of the reasons why I sort of like the French, because the French are really like resistant to authority.
Really? I always thought the French were like sissies.
No, they hate their government.
Oh man, they question everything, they challenge everything,
Oh yeah, the yellow vest. You're talking about the yellow vest.
Yeah, that was one of the big ones. But just in general, they're not trusting of authority. They want to be able to make their own decisions and about about everything.
Viva la resistance.
Yeah, that spirit.
yeah, I think actually part of like back to what we were talking, like the sort of some of the mind control torture stuff they're doing on people. I still had a thought about that, which I was just going to say that I think one of the things about trying to get to the truth of what's going on and just as a human race in general, I think that's the quickest way to being able to help people and children that are being some of these darker forces are doing God knows what with. So I feel like as much as I can, I would like to try to be helpful in that. And I think that first of all, being aware of that it's going on, and then somehow to be able to gain back our sovereignty from whoever's doing all this, to be able to kind of stop that from happening, essentially. Sorry if that was kind of a non sequitur, but it's just what I was thinking of from before.
Yeah, no, it's not non sequitur, Gio. Like the problem is that so many people just want to have someone telling them what to do, someone telling them what's good for them, someone telling them when they can go and where they can go, and they're just happy with that. The truth is, there's so many more of us than them. So many more, as in, so many more people being led than the ones who are doing the leading. But we don't exert the power that we actually hold, because most people don't want to. Most people just want to sit back and be pointed in a direction and go in that direction as long as I get to watch the football and drink a beer. And until that changes, which it probably never will, people like us are going to sit around here gnashing our teeth, wondering why we're in the shitstorm that we are.
Yeah. But when those people start being affected, where they can't get their beers, they can't afford them, or they can't go to the footy, and like that starts impacting on them. That's when you'll start seeing a reaction from them.
And that'll never happen, man. And this is how we get manipulated, because everybody, as long as they get their little trinkets and their technology and their, Starbucks, they don't give a fuck that there's 9 million people starving to death every year and hundreds of millions of people probably disappearing, dude, fucking never to be seen again. And just, dude, so much nastiness is going on, and everyone's just, as long as they have their little bullshit corner of the world to fucking exist in, they don't really care. And it's really bad, man.
Maybe they don't now, but it could change.
Yeah, like society, we're literally now, we live in a society that from a young child, you're trained to be insular and disconnected and self-serving and selfish, and it's that's the pandemic that's out there at the moment, is just a disconnection from one another, a destruction of community and family, and just a bunch of selfish assholes running around who all they care about is their own football and their own beer. And if the rest of the world burns and goes to hell, they don't give a shit as long as they can watch the football and drink a beer.
And go fishing. Yep. Yeah, everybody's programmed to just be completely selfish, and that's a healthy way to conduct oneself.
I just think it's nobody's.
Gather what I can for me. It's all about me. What can I get for me?
Yep, that's it. Spot on.
We used to live in villages where we all looked out for one another, and we shared food and helped raise one another's children. I mean, all those ideological, wonderful things that we wish we could go back to. But that was reality at some stage. And those people, they had less stuff, they had less conveniences in their life. But I'll bet my bloody left leg that their life was better, like spiritually better, and their souls were in better condition than ours are.
Yeah. Yeah. Just a more fulfilling existence. And that's what so many people are longing for these days. That's why there's so many people that are depressed and suicide. I heard yesterday that it's the leading cause of death in males under 60 years old. I couldn't believe it. Fucking, that's unbelievable. That's a pandemic.
How crazy is that?
Incredible. That's absolutely shocking. I mean, and that just shows that people just feel disconnected from each other. Exactly. Like they just don't feel like they're connected to.
Yeah, exactly. I heard a statistic the other day that a 19-year-old today has got more money in the bank than the previous 3 or 4 generations of 19-year-olds put together. So their ability to have what we'll call a cushy, comfortable, cruisy lifestyle. There's no wars, there's no depressions, plenty of money, plenty of technology, plenty of toys, plenty of trinkets, all of that going on. And yet, how rampant is so-called depression and mental health problems and all this other crap that we hear about in a generation and a time that's probably never been better to be alive than right now, and yet everyone's depressed, killing themselves on antidepressant, bloody mind-altering drugs. What the
Confused
hell is
about
going
their
on?
sexuality, confused about their gender, confused about their identity.
Well, to play
The list goes on and on and on.
to play devil's advocate for 1 second, it's a healthy reaction to a completely unnatural, insane set of scenarios.
That's that's
and there's something in humans that they're like, well, fuck this, I'm out. Enjoy.
But,
later.
Let me take a slightly different twist on that, Merle. I don't think humans are designed. Well, I think we actually thrive and do better in some level of hardship and having to strive and work and create endeavour in order to get something. Life is so fucking easy right now that it's almost meaningless for a lot of people, I think.
Yeah,
there's
that's
something.
right.
There's definitely something.
Well, look at the popularity of the television show, the SAS, where people are signing up to go through SAS training, and it's life-changing. It's life-changing for every one of the people that participate, because when they're being challenged and pushed as hard as they are during that, that sort of training, the satisfaction they get from realizing how powerful they are in terms of what they can achieve in life, if they set any goal for themselves, they can achieve it, is something that I think a lot of people don't have that experience, and they're longing for it.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, because that's what I was going to say just then. That I know a young woman. She's about to turn 21, but she's told me a couple of times, like, she grew up on the internet. And I'm like, oh, yeah? And she's like, yeah, it's fucked my mind. I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, well, all my interactions are digital. So if I get bored of someone, I can just dispose of them. Just like, in the bin, next. And that new generation, like, I don't know, that they're different to the ones of us who were born this
I
side
have
of
noticed the
2000.
social skills of some of the younger people are just not there.
It's bred a generation of narcissists that all they're interested in is their next little dopamine hit from someone hitting a like button on their Instagram post, that only give a shit about what makes them feel good in this very instant moment. That's all they care about.
Yeah, their digital avatar is where a lot of them place their time and focus and energy.
So, Merle, did you pick up that 21-year-old? Honestly, she left you in real easy. All my interactions are digital. You're like, except me, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of grateful in the end. I learnt so much through her about being old, to this perception of being old, and then this perception that youth is what it's all about. And they've got their looks and their youth and their vitality, and it's all ahead of them. But they're dumb as fuck. It's really interesting. But they're switched on to, like, that new generation's very aware of some of the things we are anyway. But what were you going to say, FB?
I was going to say, bro, like you and me, we know that youth and that vitality and all of that shit, you blink your eyes, it's gone, man. Like, it is shit, suddenly I'm 35, oh shit, suddenly I'm 45, like, it's all just a memory now, but they think They think that's what it's all about. It's so temporal, but you try and explain it, they won't listen.
No, I'm grateful. It was hard because I kind of got rejected by this younger woman in a way, and then the tables turned, and I got to reject her back, and that was good for my ego, and self-esteem. But it's kind of given me a kick up the arse because even though I'm midway, say in a 90-year adventure, what I've realized is I've got a lot of life left in me. And I think the fight for me now is however much longer like I have left, any of us, to just live under tyranny and in fear and worrying, and like I've just really assessed all that now. I'm just like, just fuck it off. Just don't even enter into it. It's easier said than done. But if you can master that, guys, and stay out of all that paradigm and that fear and that lock, where it's just going to lock your mind and your body up and you're just going to absorb shit energy.
That's all about being in the world, but it's above its woe.
Exactly, like the lotus.
Just don't concern yourself with things that are beyond your control and that are
you're
really
not here
bad.
to be the police.
You know,
you're not here to save everyone. You know, like the little lamb about to get eaten by the wolf. It's not your job. There is a self.
It is your job if you want to eat the lamb.
Well, just the thing of being what is it? The philanthropist. That all your kind of focus is to make the world a better place for those less fortunate. I think that's such an admirable quality. But I think there's another side to it where sometimes you've just got to look out for yourself sometimes too. And not get too caught up in the world.
I'd rather eat the sheep and be a philanthropist.
How very philanthropic of you.
You like that one, Dress?
Oh my god.
Just one of these things.
How many kids do you have exactly, Vicente?
I don't know, man. I must have a lot that I don't know about.
That was a beautiful pun, man. I love it. Full length.
Well, the thing that scares me is I shagged an awful lot of women when I lived in America, and yeah.
But Merle, you said something that I disagree with.
Yeah.
You said you were playing devil's advocate, and you were saying that it might be a healthy reaction to basically this crazy world to want to off yourself.
Yeah.
Now,
do a backflip.
Yeah. I mean, firstly, obviously, it wouldn't be healthy because you're killing yourself, right? That's the opposite of health. Because you're going to have no life. But on top of that, I don't think... So let's say it's...
Isn't it?
Sorry?
It's succumbing to despair.
Yeah. So I think what, Merle, you were trying to say was that it's like a natural kind of process, natural reaction to this crazy world. And I would disagree with that. I would say, the natural, healthy reaction would be to fight against it, to never, give up, because I think our biological imperative is to survive. I think, though it's natural for those that are, that have mental, issues, mental imbalances, where they have like a lower kind of wavelength, they're functioning in a depressive kind of mentality or something like that, and they succumb to that. I think they're in those instances, it would seem natural to them, but in the end, it's still, they have a mental disorder or what have you that gives them that depression, which then causes it to be an unnatural reaction.
Well, I think if everybody just kind of played their natural part better, like some people see problems and some people see solutions, and if everybody just kind of worked together and played their natural abilities to try to remify things, I think we could get way further.
Put your attention, right? Like if you put your attention on solutions and moving forward, then then that will bring fruit, right? But if you just focus on the past and dwell endlessly on that, then
what
you're
I'm saying is
in that
some people are naturally gifted at that at pinpointing problems and raising a flag, where other people aren't good at that. But that other person that's not good at raising that flag at a problem might be good at figuring out solutions, and the next guy might be good at putting the blueprints to that solution to manifest. Like, everybody's got a key part in trying to remedy issues.
Yeah. And I think it's an important, like, if what you look for is broken things or where things go wrong, that will soon start to seem like that's all there is. Whereas if you focus more on solutions or what's going right, or like it's a whole idea behind gratitude meditation. You can change somebody's life not a jot, but get them to meditate once a day over what they're grateful for, and their life starts to improve. Not because anything's changed, but because they're like, oh, actually, like waking up each day is a kind of a blessing. And living in a country that has low levels of violent crime, such that, like, we were just hearing a story about a guy that got beaten to death. Like, but if you focus on the getting beaten to death or the corruption or the this or the that, that will soon be like, it'll seem like everywhere you look, there's problems and death and decay and chaos. Whereas if you're like, hey, we're kind of safe here. I'm healthy.
But at the same time, when you hear the suicide rates up, there's an aspect where you go, yeah, no wonder.
But
I'll tell you what people should do if you want to solve that problem,
you stop exposing yourself to that information, because it's always going to be out there. Like when you get in your car and you turn the radio on, you know that you're going to hear these stories, the reports about crimes and stuff like that every time you watch the news in the evening. So just stop watching those things. You've got to just cut your exposure to that ugliness in your life.
The answer is go and spend 3 weeks working in a third world country, and you will see how fucking lucky you are, and you should stop whinging like a little bitch and get on with it.
Yep. Jesus.
Yeah, for
Just
sure.
coming in hot today. But I mean, it's kind of true. Like the 5 years I lived in India, I was like, fuck, I thought I had some problems before this. Like, wow, you're like, I still remember my mechanic when he was like, I was already becoming like starting to lean fairly solidly towards being an atheist. And I was sitting there talking to him, and I would like, after I started to like realize how tough his life was, I would bring my bike there to do work that didn't even need to be done on it. Because I was like, I want to give him business, but not just give him money. And he was talking, and he was like, I noticed him rubbing his hands, and I was like, what's going on? And he's like, oh, I've got arthritis. And I was like, oh, well, what can you do about that? Can you get some medication? He's like, well, I can get medication, but from what I earn here, I can either afford medication for this or for my mother-in-law who lives with me. And she's dying soon, so she has greater needs. So I pay for the medication for her. I'm like, yeah, but if you don't look after your hands, they'll get so bad you can't work. And he's like, Sab upar wale ke haath mein hai, he said, which is like everything is in the upstairs man's hands. And I was like, wow. Like one day I like went to visit his house, and he lived like 8 people to something that is smaller than the current computer room I'm in, where like you poop behind a curtain in the main room. And I was like, that is a tough life. Like, sure, there's kids killing themselves over here, but I mean, I don't actually think like suicide for the wrong reason is bad, but I think it's your life. You want to take it. It's not, to me, the best measure of whether a healthy or unhealthy society. But I think we're pretty lucky. I feel like I'm pretty lucky.
Good little perspective window there, Harry. Thanks for that.
I mean, not to
Sorry if I
labour
put that in a really blunt way, by the way.
Well, not to labour the point, but the last question I'd ask would be, why are people considering that as an option? Because they say, oh, it's not an option, blah, blah, blah. And then you kind of, what the real thing that I'm aware of with the youth is that they don't think they're going to have a future.
Yeah.
And the future they imagine is a dystopian world where they're being fused with technology and having a microchip shoved up their ass.
Yeah, because people are running around talking about that kind of stuff like it's really going to happen. So the thing is if you look at the positive level of messaging coming out, I mean, you listen to some of, forgive me, I'm a bit blunt, it's early in the morning. You listen to some of the shit that's pulled out of people's asses in places like this. What's going to happen and the way it's going to be, and this is the truth. And they have no idea that that's the truth, but that's what they project. Now, you imagine impressionable children who don't understand the difference between someone's fantasy and what we can understand to be reality. And yeah, they get lost. I think nihilism is another problem.
Dross, are you hungover? Are you hungover?
You sound a bit cranky there. I wanted to chip in there and say I don't think it's just places like this. Like there is a study I remember hearing about recently. I'm going to get the statistics wrong, but like basically, if you ask people in the 40s or 50s, how is the world and how do you think it is? They were like, oh, it's fantastic and it's getting better. And they were like fresh off the back of a world war that had killed millions, right? And they're like, oh, it's pretty good here. And then you ask people towards the 90s, it starts to get worse. And then it's the worst it's ever been now in terms of, do you think the world is good or bad? And is it getting better or worse? And most people will say it's bad and getting worse. And I don't think I think small communities like this, I don't think have as much an impact as we watch my feeling is we watch news about earthquakes, about terrible things happening to women or children or whatever else. I'm not going to go into it because and then we will watch that. Whereas if you go, oh, we've discovered this new cool thing or somebody built this wicked machine or something, we're like, click, change channel. And because of our attention will flow to the places where their chaos seems worse, that's what those channels will present to us.
I'll apologise if I was a little blunt. I may not meant it quite in the level of vitriol that my voice may have inferred. It is 6:30 a.m. in the morning here, and I just woke up, so that's probably why.
Coming in hot.
And yeah, I think the recognition of the influence of the media on all of us psychologically and emotionally needs to be recognised, and it needs to be in the hands of honourable people who. Yeah. I can't understand the decisions that get made in some of these mainstream television networks. Even my local free-to-air television news is just awful.
Yeah, it's terrible. But then the flip side to it, because I agreed with you and I used to hold that same view, but then I was like, well, but I definitely don't want to hand over control of the media to be regulated about what, like, you've got to show certain happy programming, because that sounds like North Korea. So I don't know how to fix it. Like, it's almost like the fix needs to come from within each of us, that when you see, hey, there's terrible things happening, a young, pretty white girl went missing, and you just go, this is not relevant to my life. I do not need to know this, and click off and watch something else. And as much as I say that, I still watch that stuff, right? That girl that went missing and they were like, oh, did her boyfriend do it? And, and there was all this media about it. And it was like, for some reason, it's addictive, right? And I think that's part of the issue.
How about this for a theory? Do you think the world, that this negative perception of the world has got worse since the introduction of 24-hour news?
Yes, 100%. In fact, that's what they these people were suggesting it was related to, which is like, if you have to fill up the news feed, like the time it takes to produce stuff. And I worked for a bit with the Telegraph in the UK, and they were like, the time it takes us to do a well-researched story is insane. It will take us months of work and digging and all sorts of stuff. But like, if we can send out a cameraman to a car that's on fire, what is it? Like a couple of hours of work, a cab there, snap a few photos, cab back. Great. And that will get us more clicks and views. And I think it's much easier to fill that time. And once you realize that people don't care about whether this story really affects them or not, they'll just watch any old crap, I reckon.
Oh yeah, I think, I suppose I come from the generation that said, don't let the bastards grind you down.
Yes.
That was literally the almost motto of the people who grew into adulthood in the 80s. We had a lot of stuff. We wanted to party, we wanted to rave, and Thatcher won't get a bloody stop us. And I think some of that attitude is gone. it seems to be the thing that I have a problem with is not the fact there's a lot of news reporting, it's the you've got to be afraid messaging. You know, I always take it back to the bombing campaigns that were done in London and England during the sort of late 70s and 80s. And, you know, it was, we're not going to let the bastards grind down. We're not going to allow these people to cause fear in us. If they cause fear, that's part of their victory.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fear porn. It's constant fear porn these days.
Yeah.
And that's probably why I feel relatively immune to this, because I'm not going to let any person, insert appropriate swear word for person there, to have that level of intimidation over me. Okay, I'm quite a bolshy individual, let's be honest. But, you know, I do think there is almost that, oh, you know, these people are all bad. And the other thing is, and I'm going to stop here, the other thing I find a problem is this generalization attitude. You know, I hate individuals. There are very few groups that I hate. You know, racists, fascists probably are pretty close for me, but not even that is generically pervasive.
What about the Dutch?
Oh, I love the Dutch. I married one of them. The kids are half Dutch. They're tall fuckers, that's for certain. Yeah, so I think, you know, for me that's a lot of the issues that we sort of see is this overgeneralization of, oh, this group's bad, that group's bad. You know, creating these little in-group, out-group sort of cliques. And, you know, generally fear being promoted. And I think, fuck being afraid, life's too short.
Yeah, it's driven people to surrender their rights in exchange for more and more security. And it's
those that give up freedom for security deserve neither.
Exactly right. But so many people are willing to give up freedoms in exchange for potential threats that they're told about.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's one of the, I mean, I remember protesting, you know, against the Patriot Act, Part 2, or the British versions. Because to me, habeas corpus, you know, the right to judicial process is so ridiculously important, it's untrue. And nobody should be outside the right to judicial process.
Oh,
no.
Yes. Yeah, if we don't have the law, we don't have anything.
If you don't have judicial process, you know, you can have law without judicial process, because that's what they've kind of done with the ability to hold people, you know, under terrorism and various other sort of factors. And that is one thing that worries me, because that is kind of like the potential start of bad things. And it's the same way as we created something in the UK called the Unlawful Gathering Act. And the potential for that to be abused is again something I find really concerning, but it's pretty much been rescinded.
We've got some really sketchy laws here in Australia. Like the anti-biker law is just terrifying. If you go, oh, actually that's not limited to bikers. It's only being enforced against bikers at the moment. But
this is the gang law. If you're in a gang, and
you don't need to be in a gang. They used to need to prove you're in a criminal organization, whereas now the rest of the Aussies here have heard of this, right? Whereas now all they need to do is go, you're hanging out in a group of people and one of them has a criminal conviction.
Yeah.
Therefore, you are now a criminal.
You can't
You are now
associate
facing
with other
charges. It's like-
members.
yeah, it's like, what? I've got to know the criminal past. Like, if I'm turning up to a barbecue, I've got to know the criminal past of everybody there. Otherwise, I'm like, how is that
Dude,
reasonable
it's a trap.
expectation of anybody.
It's a trap, man. That's
Yeah,
all. It's
I think
just
it's
so they
just
can
they can
easily
arrest
pick him
whoever they
off.
want.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
It's a fucking trap. They've been screaming about this to the public for fucking years, but none of you comes to listen, man. You only give a fuck once it starts to get implemented on people. Like, have a look at what Dan's doing now with all the shit that he's passed, man. A lot of that, some of that's modelled off some of those laws. So,
Yeah, no, I've thought it's pretty dodgy from the start, particularly because our cops are so corrupt in Australia. They just keep getting caught being astonishingly corrupt. And then they fire one or two people and they go, oh, that's obviously fixed it. What?
Yeah.
You guys are corrupt as, like, you get caught importing drugs. You get caught, like, using a defense barrister to snitch on her clients. You get caught whacking people repeatedly. You get caught whacking people in witness protection even. And we just go, oh, well, he's been fired now.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah,
when you say whacking, are you using the American slang term, or are you just saying they're beating them?
No. Like, so there's this cop
he's saying that the mafia.
Get to this woman called Nicola Gobbo, who's a defense barrister, who starts deliberately targeting and defending criminals so that she can then, like, her boyfriend, she's banging this cop who's corrupt as hell, who did a rip on a drug house. So he, like, under the guise of being a police raid, ripped a drug house and stole their stuff. And I think even killed somebody in the process. I'm not quite sure. So this guy then later gets caught. And he says, well, I can, they're like, you're going to prison or you're going to need to cough up some intel for us. And he's like, well, I've got some intel for you, but, like, it's pretty big. And it's about a corrupt cop. And they're like, okay, we'll put you in witness protection. So they put him in witness protection. And this guy, Paul Dale, I think his name is, all of this for YouTube is allegedly, gets his girlfriend, Nicola Gobbo, to represent this guy. So she finds him, says, I'll represent you, I'll be your lawyer. Then tells her boyfriend, Paul Dale, where the guy is, and he gets whacked in WitPro. Like, a corrupt cop, whacking a witness in witness protection. And they're like, oh, well, like, it should be, like, you should gut your whole police department at that point and start again, I think. Disgusting. Sorry, I got a bit excited there, but it's
if you're
terrible.
lagging a cop in, the last place you want to be is in witness protection, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
Police are some of the biggest criminals out there, man.
Well, I think in some places they're pretty good. Like, I have relatively high regard for them in the UK. Not so much in America. Not in Australia. Definitely not in India. At least they're, like, out and out corrupt in India. Like, they'll to your face.
I like watching videos of India, like police interactions. I don't know if you ever done that on YouTube, like binge watch any of that.
No, what are they? What kind of?
Oh, they just beat people with sticks and shit. And...
Oh yeah. They make you do squats too. They never made me do it while I was there. They had a couple of chats with me, and you quite often have to bribe them. But sometimes if they, like, caught you riding a motorbike without a helmet or something, you got to hold both your earlobes and do squats as your punishment.
I like watching car crashes in India because they'll pull over, like, right in the middle of the road and just start yelling at each other, and it's it's comical to watch, man.
I had a few of them. I had one where this guy, like, gets out of his van, and it was a bit of a 50-50 thing. Like, I tried to schloofle past him while he, like, just lurched forward slightly with his van. So my rear foot peg pulled off his front bumper, and he, like, gets out and he's like, "What have you done to my van?" And he's, like, yelling at me. And I'm like, I'm sorry. Like, you kind of lurched forward as well, though. We were in a bit of a tight spot there. And I was like, I'll pay you for it. And it was just, like, one bolt needed to be replaced. Like, I just pulled the plastic off away from the mounting bit. And I was like, I'll pay you for it. And he's like, 2,000 rupees. And I was like, 2,000? You are kidding, right? Like, he was just asking for, like, a whole new bumper pretty much. I was like, no way. And then he's like, I will slap you. It's little, like,
they don't ask each other. If they're both locals, they don't ask each other for damages. Like, it's only because you're a foreigner.
Yeah. He was just like, oh,
They
this
do,
guy
bro.
will be worth a bit.
They do. Like, a lot of times they'll wave at each other and let each other go after they yelled at each other for a good 30 minutes. But you should see how many people gather around. Just YouTube car accident in India, dude. And fucking, it's so archaic.
I was on a film shoot in Gujarat, and this Prague, there was a pilgrimage going past, like a religious pilgrimage. So all these people along the road, making the road a lot narrower, and then some occasional trucks, like like 4-wheel drive stacked full of people going past. Anyway, a truck came out from an intersection, T-boned a car, and knocked it over, and it had a chunk of people in it. Now, people were pretty badly injured, but none of them were killed. I got back just after this was happening, and I was like, "Did anybody die?" And they were like, "Yeah, one person died." And I was like, "Oh wow, that's terrible. How did they die?" And they were like, "No, it was a truck driver." And I was looking at this truck going, how did he die? He's up there in this thing with a big front on it, and the truck doesn't look damaged at all, whereas the car looked mangled. They were like, everybody was a little bit sheepish and didn't want to tell me until I asked one of the other white people on set, and they were like, yeah, they straight pulled him out of the car and beat him to death. Because the mob in India will know that, like, there's no chance you're going to get justice through the courts. So either we get this guy now or he's going to get away with it.
Oh my God, is that what it is? Because I've seen what you're talking about. It'll be like 30 people, everyone's getting a whack, even the old lady.
Yeah.
It's bad, dude.
Yeah. I mean, it's a bit, the mobs in India are weird. Like they will just, they'll suddenly form for no reason, and they like might pick somebody and just beat them or something. And you regularly have people who just join in, and you're like, what's going on? Why are you hitting him? And they'll be like, I don't know. Why am I hitting him? Because everybody else is hitting him. Like, what's the hitting him thing?
Oh my God, dude.
Like,
yeah.
He talks about it in Shantaram, actually, the novel, like that it's always just a mob waiting to happen.
Oh boy. Yeah, too much, man. What the fuck? Like, oh, there's a fight. Everyone, let's, head on over here and get a whack.
I mean, I must say at the same time, they're super welcoming, generally super like peaceful, chill people. I realize I sound like I've been trashing Indians for a while. I loved it there. I think they're great.
Just don't wheeze the juice, man.
Yeah.
It's the old Simpsons where they used to have Apu a lot and shit.
Mm. Are there many flat earthers in India?
I would imagine.
The Indian cosmology is flat.
Yeah.
Plane, isn't it?
It's the ancient one. I don't know about the modern one.
With layered worlds above and below.
Yes, yeah, there is this. Oh, the 7 world. No, I'm getting the 7 worlds from the other ones.
No, you're right. They got a snake goddess that lives underground and shit. Kind of like similar almost.
They're big about everything being cyclical. They're being like a wheel of time.
Yeah, I like that. It feels right.
Mm. And it's present in the language too, which I used to find really interesting, that like the word for tomorrow and the word for yesterday are the same word. Or the word for day after tomorrow and the word for day before yesterday is the same word. Lots of things like, except through tense, you'd struggle to tell what they're talking about.
It's the amazing thing about learning a second language is it's almost a whole new perspective on the world.
Mm. Yeah, it certainly helped me be like, oh, I can kind of get the way you see the world now.
Yeah, I think traveling is something that is incredibly valuable. Even the little tiny bits of language that you pick up by doing it is interesting.
Most importantly, the sense of independence, I think.
Mm.
And exploring the world, seeing that, people do life in all sorts of different ways all over the world. It's a big place.
Yeah. You're right. It is important to see other places. sexually diversify yourself.
In pretty far north, pretty far south, pretty far west, and a little bit east. I haven't made it to sort of Southeast Asia and Australasia and those kind of places.
California girls are the best, though, man.
I have known a few.
Wish they all could be California.
A lot of them are very shallow, though, Dicely.
Most definitely, that's the best part.
One person's advantage is another person's problem. Actually, some of the nicest girls I've ever met were Jamaican. No ambiguity.
All the Canadian girls I've ever met have always been pretty cool and beautiful.
Yeah, that's true. I have seen a few. Pretty.
Not it. I'm watching this video about the way the Indians saw the shape of the Earth. I'm about to join my server in a moment. But this is actually quite similar, I think. Well, every time I go to say what I think that Geo thinks, Geo's like, that's not what I think at all. But it sounds somewhat similar to what you talk about, Geo, in terms of there like being much more stuff beyond the edge, and then like looks like toroidal whatevers, like patterns.
Yeah, you mean like toroidal fields that expand out to additional consciousness at those realms, at those areas?
Yeah, it could be. Let me just grab a still of it so I can show you what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these ancient cosmologies, they saw the universe as a plane of existence, which is essentially surrounded by multiple layers of spherical etheric layers.
That's sort of most of that's connected to Sumerian. So you tend to find if they have a connection going back to sort of the Sumerian culture, then you'll see that. So Semitic cultures kind of had that. A lot of Middle Eastern cultures had that. That kind of influenced some of the early Western European culture as well. The 7 spheres made of 7 different materials.
Wasn't the Greek mythology a little bit like that as well?
Yeah, as I say, but that again is it's all comes. You can trace all of that route back to kind of like that Sumerian who then sort of granted it down to sort of the Assyrian and sort of Chaldean, Babylonian kind of cultures. That affects
Mesopotamia.
that Mesopotamian cultural thing. And also Anatolia, sort of Eastern Turkey.
Well, that's the oldest cultures that we know about, right?
Well, that's the oldest writings that we have.
Yeah, that's right.
So I wouldn't say that the
There are
oldest
a lot
cultures
of
that we
tablets,
know.
aren't there? There's a lot of writing.
Yeah, I mean, we've probably translated 10 or 15% of them that I know of. I know a couple of people, and that's their full-time job.
Is there a lot of ambiguity in the interpretation?
Not really. You get the thing I always say is anytime someone talks in metaphor, and this is actually a great thing that goes back to what Riding on Eggshell said about understanding someone else's language. is you can understand someone else's language, but if you don't understand the metaphorical references being used, you still have a problem. And that's where the interpretation comes in. Sometimes you'll see a phrase and it might be referring to an event that's happened that you just don't understand the context of, so you just don't know. And then you have people like Zachariah Stitchin, who's just, not a big fan of.
Yeah, guy's crazy.
I try not to infer bad intent on other people's characters in this server. It's hard, but I try.
Well, I'll say it for you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, that's probably almost exactly the phrase I would have used. Probably batshit in there as well. But it does make an interesting story to read. But I mean, for me, anytime I'm looking at ancient cultures, I always have to take a really kind of, we don't really know, but we can infer, and we have a chain of evidence that kind of helps support that inference. So you can look at the work Schlieffen did. He did find Argos. He did find Mycenae. He ripped through an awful large portion of Troy, or Lucio, or whatever you want to call it.
Did you hear about that new city they found not long ago? Maybe, I don't know, 15 years ago. It was supposed to be Prometheus or something. Like, it was only a speculation of its existence and stuff, but they've found enough, I guess, symbology to
Are you
allude
talking
that
about
it was.
Akhenaten City?
Yeah, it could be. I don't know. It was like represented as like an eagle or something. An eagle holding something was like the symbolic representation for, I think it was Prometheus, but
What
it
country?
was the son of Zeus or something. One of the sons of Zeus.
Well, Prometheus wasn't the son of Zeus; he was a Titan. So you have Prometheus and Epimetheus, who are the two brothers. One's like kind of a positive, hey, all things we should help people do. The other was kind of a little bit negative. That yin and yang aspect, if you like. Don't know. I'm interested if you got a link to it. I always go and read stuff like that. That's kind of grist in my mill.
Yeah, see if I can find some.
Zeus is who sentenced Prometheus to eternal torment for trying to steal fire from the gods to liberate humanity.
Yeah, that's when Prometheus met Jesus, and Jesus moaned about that, and he said, "Bummer of a weekend, dude."
I wonder how much. I mean, not to say that Prometheus isn't a real archetypal entity, but I wonder how much the story has been twisted, because part of the idea is that Prometheus is the sort of champion for mankind to like bring truth and liberation, and then and he's wanting to bring that to the people, like, and that could be represented as like technology, knowledge, etc. And he's like captured for it, and then this, as the story goes, Zeus sentences him to eternal torment, and then he was bound to a rock, and then apparently an eagle was sent to like peck out his liver. So he's like
two vultures with bronze beaks.
Yeah, but it just seems like that's like it could be some psyop programming. Like, hey, if you go up against us, if you try to liberate this truth that we're hiding from people, here's what's going to happen to you.
But who freed Prometheus in Greek mythology? That was Hercules, or Heracles, more accurately. Or Melkot, if you want to take the Phoenician version.
Did any of these guys have proof for curvature?
Nope.
Well, Pythagoras kind of promoted it, and obviously you then have people like Plato who made observations, and then Aristophanes that kind of came up with some sort of reasonable direct evidence.
At this point, Dross, I truly think that's just a fabrication. That all that history is fabricated.
At this point, I think Dross is trolling when he says those.
Oh, I'm not. I mean that you said Greeks, so pull three of them out.
I mean, just this idea that Pythagoras and his little cult were just hanging out in ancient Greece, going, maybe the Earth is a spinning ball and we're in outer space, and like just that concept. And apparently,
I don't think they thought about outer space. I don't think they really came up with that concept, but he did talk about shapes, obviously.
Yeah, but what would the sphere? Well, I don't know. I mean, I feel like a lot of this control system now is built around a lot of these themes and what they, I think they hijacked a lot of ancient knowledge and information, and then they just twisted it, recombined it, and turned it into their own worship, so that people are worshiping them instead of what these things actually are. These actual universal archetypal entities and beings and meanings.
And don't forget as well, there was the school of Pythagoras, which was within his lifetime, and then there was the cult of Pythagoras, which wasn't.
Yeah, and that goes right along with, and they saw ships going over the curve. It goes right in with that.
Yeah, that's Plato. Plato wrote about that.
Yeah, them and their buddies were just assuming they're on a ball because of that.
There's a little time difference between Plato and Pythagoras. Quite a big difference.
Or so that history narrative goes, I suppose, yeah.
Well, just what we have from finds and dates and documentation and corroborating information. Again, I think one of the things, having dipped my little toe into archaeology, and that's really all I did. I'm still sort of speaking to people that do it for a living. One of the things that is absolutely one of the coolest things in archaeology is when you find out something's wrong. When you can show something to be wrong is one of the coolest things you can do in archaeology, and it's quite a competitive.
Science.
Yeah, I haven't really done any other science, so
it's the goal of science, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
To eliminate all of the wrong things. You can't ever prove what's right, but you can eliminate all the fucking wrong things, that's for sure.
Yeah, we're pretty good at saying that's wrong.
Yeah.
But it's like the point I made to Pete Shea when he was talking about, Polaris and this kind of thing. And I said, well, I could come up with the explanation that Polaris is actually a light being held by a garden gnome called Sebastian. And the reason it's called the pole star is because he lost his fishing pole. I mean, we can come up with thoughts and ideas, and I think having good skeptical doubt is a good thing. But it's when you take that to too great an extreme, you then have the danger of actually ruling out information that may be correct. When you want to just say, no, that's got to be wrong, is where I think people have a problem.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Or presupposing, or it's the same danger, really. You're going to
Yeah, it's the
assume
other
something,
side.
and that's
It's the other side of the presupposition coin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. If you haven't, applied the fact that Aristarchus could have been involved in it somehow, then you just haven't really crossed every path. No, Dodo's not in the room.
I'm sorry, Dice, though. I felt I really should have leapt on that and savaged it like a lion on a gazelle. But I'm 3/4 of the way through my first cup of tea of the day, and I'm feeling much more at one with the world.
There you go.
Well, one thing I agree with Gio is a lot of the sort of the myths and stuff that we talk about have been distorted or dumbed down, or the relationship or the metaphor between things has been kind of left out, and I think that's bad, and that's particularly true with things like Greek mythology. We have very we almost have like the Jack and Jill versions, which most people know now. All Hercules did 12 labors. But you lose a lot of the connection between the characters because we're not in that world, we're not as invested in that storyline.
Mm-hmm.
I want to hear more about this theory about Sebastian, the garden gnome with the missing fishing pole.
Well, he's very upset. We're not sure whether it was missing or whether it was actually stolen. This has not really been, evidentially demonstrated. But obviously, the reason that Sebastian is still looking is because we know for a fact that he hasn't found the pole, and the fact that it's called the Pole Star demonstrates the truth of the story.
Irrefutable.
Yeah. But and I suppose that's sometimes why I'm. Yeah, and for me, the devil's always in the detail. And if you're going to sort of have a narrative or a story, and you're not prepared to defend a specific point in it, then that to me shows the fact that you're asserting something to be true that you really don't know to be true, or asserting something as knowledge that you don't know really to be knowledge. Let's put it that way. Well, it's getting into the truth discussion. What is truth, man?
Well, it's the whole heliocentric model, really, then, isn't it? They're saying there's certain things at the core of this earth they've never seen, witnessed, been able to test, or anything. So and that's asserted as fact and taught to the kids. Like you might defend it and say, oh, but because of this and we know that, and therefore it's probably the case. Probably the case isn't fact. Yet that's how it's taught.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I mean, I wasn't taught science in that way. I mean, probably the only thing that was kind of said, hey, this is something, it's things like Newton's laws of motion. That's one of the things I remember in school, playing with weights and little wooden cars and slopes. Where we can actually demonstrate the facts. And then we talked a lot about, what is observation and how do we get to some of that? And then what's reasonable inference? And I went to quite a weird, especially my primary school was very weird, where we did talk a lot about sort of the difference between deduction and induction and inference, and how that actually builds a case or an argument to support a hypothesis, a thesis, or a theory. And I think that's kind of not being taught as much as it should nowadays.
Well, no, because data should be the only thing that supports a scientific hypothesis or something. It shouldn't be anything else.
Well, you say that, I mean, again, is observation data?
A repeatable observation, yeah, like consistent, repeatable, that's data. You can have one data point, that's not data, really. That's a piece of data, but, yeah.
But let's say, I'll go back to Jem's favorite, which is bird migration. So if I observe birds migrating, just because I see them coming back to the summer months, we get these birds coming and we think, oh gosh, where do they go? Which is a question that was asked quite a lot. And then we start to sort of be able to track some of those. So we bring some of those birds and then we find out where people find those rings. And that helped us track a lot of, migratory paths. And then we started to ask, well, how do they get there? That's probably, still a fairly open question. We've got some ideas for it.
No, but see, the science is eliminating all the things that don't get them there. You don't start off with trying to go with, obviously your hypothesis you hope is right straight away. That would be fantastic. But as a scientist, you would assume that it's not going to be right, and you're going to have to go through several different iterations of what you thought of to get the right thing. Unless you're a complete genius and it was potluck, or your brain works really well and you nailed the hypothesis. So it should be just systematic elimination of all the things that aren't going to get the birds there. And even then, it's not definitive, as you know.
Yeah,
but natural science is a bit different.
Yeah, and that's why I chose it, because it's kind of woolly.
Yeah.
Same as archaeology. It's pretty woolly. But you recognise that, and I think, one thing I definitely agree, and especially when you're talking about sort of experimentation, it's not about the verification; it's about the falsification of the variables that you got involved, or potential causes.
Yeah, exactly. And that's always limited to the person undertaking it and their own imagination, because they're only going to eliminate potentially what they think of could be the cause. So there's always that as well.
Agree.
And you also want to ultimately try and get down to a single cause. You can't have multiple causes, otherwise you're not being specific enough.
Well, and a lot of times with simple experiments, you can do that. But not all experimentation is simple.
I would say simple phenomena, not necessarily experiments.
Well, if we can go back to the birds, I live in Nebraska, and for 4 weeks, 2 weeks in the summer, and 2 weeks in the fall, we have the sandhill cranes that migrate through. And for whatever reason, there's still lots of theories out there, this is the only place they stop on their migratory path. And they're here for 2 weeks and they eat. And nobody really knows why.
I know why.
Birds, I can tell you why. Birds use the magnetic fields inadvertently to navigate themselves migratorily.
So why is this the one place they stop?
The reason they stop in Nebraska is very simple. Is they feel sorry for Nebraska because it's one of the most flown over states in America. And therefore, because they have empathy for the Nebraskan people, they decide to stop there to show everybody that it's a place worth stopping over at.
That's a valid theory.
Long-winded but still funny.
Sorry. I would tell you that it has something to do with the Earth's magnetic field.
No, it was Nebraska was where their ancestors originally met. So they just go there to commemorate every year.
First sand crane knife fight.
We have.
They do have a mating ritual that this is the only place you can really observe it, because when they're on either end of their trip, they're so spread out that you can't find them to watch them mate.
Nebraska is kind of the spring break destination for the sand crane.
Yeah.
Yeah, there could be like a certain type of food source there too.
Mm-hmm. And that's the theory. That's the theory I subscribe to. It's something to do with the river and the food source that they're able to get from that.
Yeah, there was some kind of a tropical bird in the Amazon that they have like high acidic digestive tracts due to this certain unripened fruit that they eat that has a lot of toxins in it, and they've somehow evolved to eat this shit, but over time they've got to balance their digestive tract out, and in doing so they find this clay on the shoreline, and this clay helps equalize their acidic levels every now and then. So they kind of self-heal themselves. kind of weird, but could be some shit like that. You never know. You know what I mean?
That's exactly the same reason that dogs eat dog shit every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
By the way,
They
I've
know
got
they
to
need
do a quick fact correction. Prometheus's liver was eaten by an eagle with a bronze beak, not a vulture.
Okay, so maybe this eagle had something to do with the representation of the city.
Might have been
like I
Raven too.
suggested. No, it was an eagle.
Why do you have a bronze beak?
Because they liked bronze at that time. It was seen as a special metal.
Oh, fair.
It was a Bronze Age story, so it kind of fits.
Maybe it was a bronze alloy.
Was the
It just-
liver chosen because it regenerates?
No, because it was seen as where the seat of the soul was by the Greeks.
Oh, I thought it was like a punishment thing. Comes and picks the liver out, regenerates, and he gets to live through it again the next day.
Oh no, because he's a Titan, he regenerates.
Oh, well, isn't it funny? Because our liver regenerates. Isn't it interesting they chose the liver?
It is.
Maybe the eagle was just trying to deliver him from evil.
Also, the liver was
Quite
one of
specific,
the
isn't it? The liver.
organs that was used in if you're doing sort of prognostication or sort of like if good things or bad things going to happen. Oracular investigation. That was what I was looking for.
Did the eagle ever get any onions to go with the liver? It was just straight liver.
I think it was just straight liver. I don't even think they provided a red wine sauce to go with it. That's how barbaric these people were.
Uncouth.
While we're on ancient stories, I just studied a very brief course on Scandinavian mythology. That was sort of interesting. We actually
doubt.
used to, or I'm not sure about Finnish people, because the problem is we don't have a lot of evidence from that time, because all of that gets degraded here. The reason for that isn't actually clear to me at this point, but we don't have any evidence of Finnish people doing this. But Scandinavians in general, they used to sacrifice.
That sounds conspiratorial to me.
Well, no,
I think you're flipping it over.
The Finns archaeologically built out of materials that degrade a lot. So finding stuff is very, very rare. They don't have the same kind of peaty environment that you get in places like sort of Denmark and the UK, which preserves those kind of finds occasionally.
Yeah, I was
Fair enough. I just thought it sounded like he was asking questions.
Yeah, I was trying to mention that Scandinavia has a tradition of doing human sacrifices to places like swamps. Yeah, it got sort of creepy.
Was it to appease a spirit or for?
Yeah, I think there was. I'm not sure if it was Tacitus or some of the older Roman historians even actually mentions there was a female deity that they worshipped, and they had a sort of a similar situation with the deity. Like they would put the deity on cart, almost like they would do with in the Bible, with the Ark of the Covenant. So they would have the deity on a cart, and then they would move it from place to place, and it was worshipped wherever they brought it to. And then at the end of that whole tour or something, they would have slaves wash the deity, and then those slaves would be ritually like sacrificed and drowned in a swamp.
Yeah, I mean, you got the same thing here with we get a lot of bog bodies over here that sort of predate a long way by the Vikings. It's not Viking stuff; it's way prior to that, and that's generally sacrifice. And we even found the remnants of a pretty good last meal in their stomach and that kind of thing as well. But the thing I find interesting is the relationship between the sort of stories we have, like King Arthur and Excalibur and Bedivere throwing the sword back into the lake, because there is this really ritualistic thing across Western Europe of, you know, giving objects to bodies of water. And we find, you know, hundreds of swords. We don't find many shields. Very rarely do we ever find a shield. In fact, I can only think of about 12. And helmets is another one. We find very, very few helmets from that period.
I was just thinking, it's interesting. In a way, we still do human sacrifice today in many countries around the world that, you know, put people to death.
Yeah,
For what
I
we
was thinking,
today call, you know, for today, what we call crimes, you know.
Well, that, and we still do the draft children to war.
I've always been very against the death penalty, even though it's very tempting sometimes, because I always feel that the ability to say sorry to somebody you've killed for being wrong is very difficult.
Well, it's to appease what? To appease who?
Well, society
do we do
in
it
general.
today, you know?
Moloch.
Yeah, it's just like a god, right? In a way.
Well, to be fair, you've got a lot more people sacrificed in early Judaic religions than you do in early Ammonite religions.
Moloch's a good guy. He's just misunderstood.
I like the old tribal ways of doing things where they just banish people. You know, off you go. Good luck to you, mate. But you're not welcome here anymore. Instead of you know, the death penalty or something.
Or maybe you have to go away for a couple of years, and then you won't be welcome back until a certain time, a couple of winters.
Yeah,
Probably.
come back with a
Oh
15
shit!
foot
He's
crocodile
managed.
where you're not welcome.
He's managed to survive 10 years out in the wilderness on his own. That guy's tough. We need him back in the tribe. And obviously, if he dies,
Yeah.
then you're obviously not good enough to survive. So therefore, nobody's no loss.
Well, you could just always send them to the wall, so they could fight the
wall.
Ice King horde.
Yeah, that's right. Or the Nazis.
The Night King, I think, is what you were looking for. But
Yeah.
Maybe that's what we should do. De-arm the penguins and send all these people to the ice wall.
well, I think first of all, we need to actually show them respect.
Yeah.
We'll build it if there ain't.
Fuck, it's cold outside. Be the winter gloves today, boys.
Do you have a fire? Do you burn a fire, or you have a furnace, or what do you do for heating?
I've got a combi boiler.
Or what? Sorry.
Gas combi boiler.
Okay, right. That's pretty cost effective for you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My total energy costs my house a month are about 30 quid.
Oh shit, that's all right. My God, you got children, or is it just yourself?
Hobs are good.
Oh, that's cheap.
Well, no, I mean, well, I generate most of my own electricity, so.
Oh wow, okay.
Well, actually, I generate on average about 122% of the electricity that I use.
Is it just
How
yourself?
much?
Sorry.
It's me, and I've got 3 kids that spend 2 or 3 days a week.
Okay, yeah.
How many kilowatt
There's the
hours
power, the
are
kids. Yeah.
you producing?
I'm not sure. I can go and find out. I don't really look at it, to be honest.
Is it
All
a
I know
solar
is
system?
it's solar and wind. Forgot combo.
Oh, cool.
Oh, it's kilowatt amp hours.
All I know is I get about £2.20 back from the grid a quarter.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Is that subsidised at all by the government?
When I put it in, yeah. I mean, it cost me, because of the time I did it, the panels cost me virtually nothing. I think I paid about £300 for the 4 panels got my roof.
Wow.
The expensive one was the turbine because that wasn't subsidised, so that cost me about £3,000. And then I probably spend £150 a year replacing batteries.
Okay.
Where do you get all those squid from?
Sorry?
Where are you getting the 150 squid?
I work.
You a fisherman?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm not a fisherman.
Actually, I've always wondered, where did the word quid come from in reference to money?
Good question.
Oh, I thought you said squid.
Why is it? Yeah,
No.
The term 5 quid. Yeah, where'd it come from?
That's a good question. 50 quid, yeah, where did that come from?
It's believed to come from quid pro quo, which means something for something.
I'm a genius. That's where my mind went to.
But it's often been said.
I know the feeling. You're too good for this world, Laurie.
Are you?
You're trying to get them to commit suicide, going back to the original part of the conversation that I joined in. Anyway, guys, I've got to rock and roll. Time for work.
Doesn't
Leave your
matter.
button.
You get to live heaps of lifetimes. Just you're gonna have to take my word for it.
Well, I'm certainly enjoying this one, and hopefully the next one will be quite as good.
In Merle, in any of those lifetimes, did you read that book yet?
No. Yeah. There just aren't enough hours in the day.
Ain't that the truth? Even with daylight savings. Oh, shit.
I think Julian Assange would say, "Speak for yourself."
Ever since I started
Nah.
studying Japanese in uni, I know exactly what that feels like.
What was it? Chinese what?
No, I started studying Japanese, and nowadays it really feels like there's not enough hours in the day. Plus, I may have took more courses than I probably should have.
Yeah, Jen could teach you Japanese, man.
Somehow, I'm doubtful as to how good a teacher he would be. Call me biased.
You'd probably have to sign a paper saying you're a flat earther before you start teaching you. I don't know. He's like twice the size of the local people over there. I guarantee he's like very forceful and demanding with his flat earth ways.
Yeah. Yeah, probably the first sentence would be something like "Earth a flat or this?"
He's like, Earth is flat. I'll smash you if you say anything left. Jin CBR1.
Earth is flat or I'll smash you. That's funny.
Could you imagine being like a 4-foot tall Japanese guy with like a 6'5" tall, crazy, black dude just shoving flat Earth in your face?
Yeah, it's an interesting picture.
Is Jin 6'5"?
I don't know. He's black, bro.
From Nigeria.
His
It's
Negroes, bro.
will smash you to pieces.
He used to do security at raves back in the day in England.
Back in the day, nice.
I dodged 13 bullets and smashed everyone to pieces. Yes. That's my Jin impression.
All right.
Do you know what it sounds like when you're at the equator doing 1,000 miles per hour?
I like your impressions, Demok. They're funny.
If you do not like my impression, I will smash you. What you say, Jin? We go buy a beer together, and we see how level our liquids are.
Was that the
Bev and
Bev?
Jin.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Yep. What you trying to say, level? Do you mean level or level?
All right, everybody's got to whip up an impersonation.
Utter wanker.
Nice.
That's the best I've
Nice.
got.
Yep.
I don't
He
think there
was
was
here
enough
today.
utters. No.
He was here
Well,
today.
let me see, D-Mark. That's my impression of you, Slow.
What?
I just said, will you see, D-Mark? I was going to do some Ken Willard, but that would have been too easy.
Yeah, it's a giveaway.
How about me, Demok? Let's hear it. Impress me.
Oh, shit. I don't really, I haven't really thought about it enough, really. You put me on the spot.
I know.
I like
people.
when you-
I think people usually say my voice is just very American sounding, with a little bit of a California tinge to it. Even though I didn't grow up in California, but I have been living here for like 15 years.
It's really just a regular, pretty much a regular voice. It's not really, I mean, not really to like make fun of or like, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's pretty regular. I can't really, yeah, I can't picture myself changing my voice like in a weird way and be like, "This is Geo." You know what I mean?
Well, maybe I should start going utter.
Now, if there was a phrase,
get some utter morons going.
yeah. Now, depending on how you say certain things and stuff like that, now I can repeat like the way you say stuff and certain things, but yeah, the certain people I'll do their voice, and certain people I'll do exactly what they say. You know, just funnier if I can think of a way.
I like how Dyslo says. I like how Dyslo says upon. You use the word upon, like to put this upon something. I just noticed the way you use that word. It's pretty cool. It's unique.
Yeah, bro. Shit sounds smart.
Yeah, D-Mock, we're gonna use taxi pads. That's what Dyslo would say to me.
All right, guys. Can we just stick to the scriptures? I don't want to have to start banning people.
It was about science, and then somehow we started talking about weird birds and shit.
Yeah,
and then it just drifted off from there.
Yeah, we've been
Weird birds.
pretty not on a topic for a while.
I thought he was doing like a sin cleanser imitation.
No, that was my righteous force.
Oh, righteous.
Oh, that was definitely righteous force. Yeah.
Well, I just had deja vu. Not
Stay
having to do with
on topic.
not really having to do with righteous force, but just in general. I just had a little deja vu flash.
I triggered your deja vu, Gio.
There's another one. There's like deja veku as well.
There's actually
What's that one?
seven different versions in total, I believe.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it gets pretty gnarly. 6 or 7. I believe 7.
So what's that about? Why does that happen in your viewpoint? Or in anyone's viewpoint?
It's just your brain, I think, giving you that feeling that the situation is familiar. Something triggers, a familiar, and just prepares you for something. It's just something that happens every now and then. I don't think there's anything more to it than that. A bunch of circumstances trigger that sensation of familiarity.
I think it's because time doesn't ultimately exist.
Yeah, that's often how I've seen it, that our lives are like existing outside of time and space, like they already exist. The whole thing, it's like having a DVD where the whole DVD is already made, the movie's made, and you just pop it in and play it. So it's like our lives already exist. And so to me, when I have a deja vu experience, it feels like, yeah, there's some kind of like a time rewind or something. And then I like have a remembrance that this has already happened before. It's not really novel in a sense, or it's
Have you ever thought you don't know much? No, goddamn it! I was gonna do writing on eggshells, but it ain't coming out right.
No, definitely not.
But is deja vu connected to Mandela effect?
Could be. I think we sometimes sense things before they happen. Things seem to happen in the spiritual realm before they happen in the physical realm where, you and I live currently.
Dang, Rams, that was a really good Fythes impersonation.
Yeah, I was going to say Lemon's timing impeccable as usual.
Oh, hey, how y'all doing?
You're like a god, Lemon.
I wish. I'd like to serve him one day. In any capacity that he would, see fit to use me. I am a humble vessel.
Like Joe Satriani.
You're gonna have a permit to peddle that lemonade.
Yeah. I think God ultimately makes sure everything runs smoothly, but we get a couple cues, deja vu wise and otherwise, as to what happens before or after the event occurs.
Well, I think it's just a simple fact. It's just similar when you get a smell that you haven't smelt for a long time and it triggers a memory that you didn't even think you remembered of something from your childhood or whatever. It's just instead of a smell, it's like an optical or sensory thing other than smell. So it's a similar feeling to that whole, you've got a memory in your brain somewhere of a situation that is very familiar and that is being triggered. Now, I think that's all it is.
You ever had a memory that triggered a smell?
Not
Well, it's
personally,
strange
but I'm
though.
sure it could happen.
The thing with deja vu, which is kind of wild though, is that when I have it, it feels like, normally to me, it feels like every moment is like a new moment. For the most part, it feels like, okay, this is the now moment that's different than the last one. But when deja vu occurs, it's almost like I've jumped ahead in time. Well, that's not quite the way it is. Well, there actually is a type of deja vu where that's the case. But the one I'm referring to is more where not only does it feel familiar, but it feels like it's already happened, but it's happening now, but it's already happened. It's like simultaneously, like I'm experiencing it now, but then there's like this very deep sense that, oh, this has already occurred, and almost like I'm seeing it from outside of myself.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying.
I mean, imagine how the metaphysical figured out how to make things physical.
That's a pretty good summary of life,
That's
right
what we
there.
are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say that's what we are. Our brains make everything what it is. Presents our physical reality.
And that's
It's all
why
just
the
frequencies.
metaphysical material, such as antimatter, is the most expensive thing in the universe.
Oh, a spoonful of that shit. Fucking hell.
Are humans the only ones that need to cut the umbilical cord?
No, some people just chew. They chew through it.
No, I mean, you look at every other creature on this place. Is there a technique that they have to do that's
umbilical cords?
Primates.
as sponsored as a pair of, the best garden shears you can buy?
Well, I mean, which other animals have one? Just monkeys or what?
I
The
think it's
monkeys
just
have one?
primates.
I mean, you think what would happen if you didn't cut the umbilical cord? What would it end up growing up looking like?
I
Oh,
probably
it
would
would
degenerate.
deteriorate and fall away. I mean,
Yeah.
I think you're supposed to
with
cut the
cows.
umbilical cord at the point it stops pumping blood. After that, it's probably just gonna disintegrate and
Well, I
fall
think
off.
it's actually an extra appendage that the system takes from us at birth.
Yeah, we're meant to get around with a front tail and a fucking sack. Yeah.
Well,
that's
apparently-
handy when you try to run from a lion.
to an extent, he
It'll
might be
actually
right.
it'll fall off on its own, like the umbilical cord. Like in my understanding, that like the original way, when I say original, I mean before this modern day of birthing babies, is to actually birth the baby, keep the umbilical cord and the amniotic sac connected to the baby. So you would like wrap it up kind of in a towel, some kind of a thing like with the child, or just hold it close. And it actually will fall off on its own. Like it'll kind of dry, like the umbilical cord will kind of dry up and just flake off. And the thing about that is that you get all the oxygen, because that's basically the baby, the baby's last supply of oxygen is
Right.
all in that. And so when you snip it early, it's a form of asphyxiation. Whereas the
And-
natural way is to actually leave it on there until it falls off on its own. And then the baby's brain, the newly developed brain that's first trying to like receive oxygen from the environment, but it also can use all that really rich blood to kind of transition.
It looks
What
like
about
in this video
information?
they just kind of kept it attached, and eventually
about-
the mother just shed the placenta, and it was still attached to the baby, but the baby was still attached to the, I guess, rotting placenta or something like that.
Right. What about information? Do you think it holds like certain nutrients or information that they're blocking too, not just only
So we actually come into this world with a suitcase.
Pretty
Well,
much.
yeah, umbilical stem cells are used in a lot of treatments.
In a straw.
They're extremely valuable cells.
A big V8 in a straw. We're like, and they
Yeah,
take our
probably.
V8 from us at birth. That's crazy.
Good source of stem cells and stuff. Probably throwing it away for the elites to clone us in those underground clone facilities that some people say exist.
Probably what they're getting high on.
Yeah, they're all sent off to the shape-shifting reptiles. They put them in a blender and drink them down every day.
All right, David Icke. Fucking.
Well, I do wonder. It is a big wonder, like where all this medical waste goes. I definitely question where it's actually going.
Yeah, you got to wrap it in special bags, put it in a certain thing, labeled in a certain thing. Yeah, where does some of that stuff go?
Why do you think McDonald's?
Dispose of them.
Do you
They
think
say,
there's
bro.
beings? Do you think there's beings who could mess with genetics and make whatever creature they want?
No, but they can use. Well, I mean, they might not be able to make whatever they want per se, but I'm pretty sure they can use that thing for some other stuff or some wicked or weird stuff or just some kind of adrenaline or some kind of drug or something. I mean, there's something to it. They don't rush out of the room and keep one and then, yeah, there's something going on.
What about a human consciousness put in a whale?
Well, what about
That's actually
A
happened in
robot.
the Bible. It's the story of Jonah.
You could, but there'd be a mismatch with the form and the body. It would be a whale wanting hands and feet, stuff that tends to
Yeah.
go with the human.
Trade on the stock market
Probably.
while it's in the ocean.
You want a chip?
I mean, can you
What about
imagine
a human-
being a whale with no arms and no legs, but wanting that part of the human
torture.
experience? That would be like torture, yeah.
It'd be torture.
What about a
yeah.
human brain in a car?
No arms, no legs to feel or act properly, or to go with the consciousness, rather.
No, that's not what it's going to be for. It's just going to be for
I
the
think
human
it's really
source of the
weird
brain to be.
how other animals perceive each other attractive and like, you know what I'm saying? Like mate with
Yeah.
each other. It's like
The
I
whole
just think
dance.
yeah, the whole thing. Like I just think it's weird. Like what makes I don't know. Like if I
It's a
was a fucking
performance.
lizard, I wouldn't be looking at another lizard like that's a good looking lizard. Like I'd still want that ass. dude.
That's all they do. The species only look at other species. Isn't that weird? I mean, does other species like other species of things? Well, sometimes they go weird, but yeah, like dolphins and some dogs and some
Look
other
at that
shit.
hot queen sunbaking on that rock with her cold blood.
My next door neighbor's horse and his cow.
Well, do ants try to make it with bees and worms? And I mean,
Yeah, I want to
like,
get it on with a
No, usually
No, what
it's
about
within
caterpillars
species.
and
Butterflies, their lunch.
There's videos of monkeys trying to have
Birds
sex
don't
with
seem
frogs.
to crossbreed much at all, though. Birds seem to really be able to stick to and identify their own species pretty much all the time.
There's also
I've had a-
genetic compatibility because when you're born, you get half your chromosomes from your mom and dad. Some of the species, at least us, at least. And if there's no compatibility, that you're not going to have a viable baby. It'll be like 23 and 10, or be a mismatch. Those chromosomes aren't going to match up to make a baby.
I don't
Humans
know,
get 23
supposedly.
from mom and dad.
I've had a dog try to hump my leg.
I think dogs are, I want to say 28, something like that. I forgot. But there'd be a couple mismatched chromosomes or unmatched chromosomes there.
Well, the thing about the birds, I've always tried to get my head around how they can all fly in unison. Is what language are they using to have that control, that instant turn?
Could be a sort of genetic hive mind. I
It must
wonder
be,
how.
right?
One
Must be
just
like
reacts to the other one, but it just happens so quickly. That's all.
What
They
if
are
you
Like sheep, mate.
What if you
Fucking
put
hell,
dog
that's so funny.
dog sperm and human sperm together and like mixed it like a milkshake, and then inseminated a
Dog
fertile woman?
man.
You know
Just
how
wouldn't be viable.
you know how
Nothing would
like
happen.
hummingbirds hummingbirds move their wings extremely fast, but it's not just that. Their actual body movements here to there, and like a fly, they can move extremely fast. So they're on a totally different frequency, man.
Yeah.
Merle, did you get that? Did you get that idea from a late night browsing Pornhub?
No, no. I saw something on one of those sites once in England that changed me forever. I haven't really watched porn since then, to be honest.
I heard that there was a lady who used to copulate with her dogs, I think was the implication. And she was, I guess, looking like she was pregnant with a growing belly. And out came
Wow.
just these tufts of hair.
Really?
Like it was dog hair or something.
Whoa.
So it looks like, assuming that story is true, looks like the baby was just spontaneously aborted.
I really hope that's not true. I don't want that to be true.
Because I think if I was an evil scientist, I'd be experimenting on stuff like that. Definitely. I would.
Well, we tend to
There's laws
reject
in place globally to stop experimentation like this, but there's definitely people doing
Secret
it
lab.
somewhere.
Right.
Of course, just like we've got Franken crops, as if there's not Franken fucking people getting experimented on. Of course, it's just a give me.
You know, fucking China's trying to make a dragon.
Well, there do appear to be genetic safeguards. We can't even take an organ from a donor and they're human. You know, very compatible genetically. If you're taking it from another species, your body's going to be like invader, kill it now, you know?
Mm-hmm. Interesting. I call that the divine has inbuilt protection mechanisms.
Yeah. And plus, you know, your DNA needs to divide in a regular fashion. If the DNA is too crossed or too jumbled up, you tend not to have viability or survivability.
And what about Nephilim or any shit like that? You guys think that's all just bogus?
Well, an angel's something else. They have some pretty interesting stuff going on there with the whole Nephilim thing.
They broke
the
into
Raphaim.
heaven, and someone held God down, and they stole the codes, and then they made us, and that's the war. God wants the codes back.
Give me back my codes. Well, if he made the codes, he'd be like, take them. I already have them in my head.
What do you imagine when you imagine God, if any of you do?
Something kind of similar to us. We are in his image. But strangely, they say no man has seen him and lived unless you're looking at Jesus.
Yeah.
Something like
No
that.
mind, formless, shapeless, infinitely all-knowing.
Is it big?
Well, I mean, if you take the
Is there a
Christian
little
Bible
guy?
narrative, supposedly, like, he's got hands and feet and, like, a body and shit, like, similar to
Wow.
us. Like, we were made in his image. I don't know. He held or hid Moses in a cleft of a rock with his hand as he passed by.
But his true nature is formless.
Yeah.
I think of a humanoid.
Formless, shapeless.
I think of like a humanoid just composed of light. But as you get to know him through millennia, he starts to take form a bit more. It's like a drawing that slowly takes shape. Slowly.
If you go back to the Bible, when it talks about the tabernacle, it was constructed so that he could manifest himself here on earth for some reason. And he could only do it within the Ark of the Covenant, like between those two cherubims or whatever those things were, like types of weird winged fucking angels.
Yeah.
And he manifested himself as like some type of a light, like some type of a light being.
Wow.
I kind of think of this dude that, you know, you get to know, and maybe after like 100 millennia, you know, you get to know him a bit
chill with
more.
him. Chill with him a bit.
Yeah.
Kind of wave. He just waves at you. Like,
Hey,
yes.
God, how you doing?
Yes. Just fist pumping.
You know
Yeah.
you made it when he wants to sit down and have a joint with you.
Yeah.
What what do you think? What do you think the hummingbird is related to?
I want to say birds.
Well, it's the only bird that.
Just saying.
It's the only bird that can fly
Genius.
backwards, right? It's the only bird that can fly
So
backwards.
quick, Lemons.
I do what I can, you know. There does appear to be some non-evolutionary design. I mean, how do you develop a hummingbird? It's so small and it beats its wings so fast. I mean, that just seems like it came straight out the gate developed like that. Maybe there are
Yeah.
different types of birds that God made. This type of bird, that type of bird, hummingbird, ostriches, flightless birds. Maybe.
Do you know about the extinct bird from New Zealand called the moa?
I heard it was huge, like a big little. I want to say like an ostrich or something like that.
Yeah, they've got skeletons of them here. They I don't know how many meters they are, man, but it's way taller than an elephant.
You can just tell they were hunting that thing down, being like lunch.
Are you serious?
Oh, fuck yeah.
It was taller
Dude.
than an elephant?
Big bird.
Yeah.
Alright, so do you guys have actual remains, or is this just like more dinosaur fucking shit that we get
It's hard to
versions of?
tell. It's hard to tell these days, but I mean, I've seen all of these skeletons. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Even you go to the museum now and everyone's like reassessing it, scratching their chin.
True.
I think there's a little bit of both. A little bit of evolution within species, but God made different types. Like a hummingbird here that can kind of evolve, a hummingbird here that can kind of evolve, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I think the
Adaptation.
creator placed everything here.
Why here?
Because
This is
the
the
place.
This is the place, eh?
This is it.
well, God
Jewel.
checked out the other real estate, but the other dimensions were a little hostile.
This place is made for purpose. It's perfect.
What if you could add an organ?
Perfect farm.
What if you could add an organ to like a giant, like a kingfisher, and allow him to be able to breathe oxygen? That'd be a really cool dog to take up the main street.
Shit, yeah. Just get one of those sharks that have got the legs on them.
Yeah, yeah.
Ones that when they get stuck in a little pool, they put the legs out and off they go back to the fucking water.
Yeah, like the one in the new Suicide Squad movie.
That'd be the coolest. That'd be the coolest pet on the Hollywood Boulevard, man.
Shit, yeah.
There are so many trade-offs in designing an organism. I don't know. Sometimes it's best just to leave it alone. You make an organism a little different, they get into a niche they're not supposed to be in. All of a sudden things are thrown out of balance, and then everybody else has to change accordingly to pick up the slack.
Surely they're going to try and make a dinosaur, aren't they? I mean, why not?
Rogan said something excellent once. He said if you could see the Earth from space and like look at the Earth and zoom in, and you look at what we're doing on Earth, he was like, "What are we building?" I was just like, "That is so." Because when you look at cities and their placements and what we actually do, just as a creature, we're a strange creature.
We're very weak, no hair. If the animals wanted to, they could easily kill us or annihilate us, but it does look like God put the fear of man in the animals to say, hey, these are your masters, or these are the ones who have dominion. Don't mess with them. I put them here to rule. Stay out of their cities, and for the most part, don't eat them.
No, we're just too smart. We're too smart for them. Simple. Obviously, we wouldn't be here if that was the case. The animals would have eaten us before we even had a chance to, grow in numbers. We would have just been cooked.
Like, if you look at some of these African tribes with these emaciated-looking tribal people scaring away lions that could easily maul all of them to death, I'm just like, yeah, God put the fear of man in these animals. Otherwise, they would have annihilated us.
Yeah, I think it was probably more likely that the tribe put the fear into that lion or a whole bunch of lions at some point, and they learnt their lesson.
There's more of them. They're stronger.
I heard a really good thing that you can do for for your health, and basically you close your eyes, and it's a type of meditation and what you do is you try and imagine like an animal, for example. Just try and imagine something, but actually bring it to the forefront of your imagination so you can see every detail in it. Now, most people can't start to actually see it. They can see an outline of it, but they can't actually see that image in their mind. The average would be at least a minute. And once you do it a lot and you can visualize something really fast, that's when you know that you're hooking into the right frequency, man.
Well, visualization is not a very common trait with some people. Like, if you ask,
You've gone silent.
I was just saying, not everybody has those skills. Gordon H. Clark did an exercise where he asked people to think of the smell of bacon, the sound of a note on a piano, or the look of their friend's face, and some people in the audience couldn't think of it. So not everybody can visualize as well as other people. He was levying that as a critique of empiricism, because empiricism has a visual component where you try to communicate an experience that you've had with somebody, usually, describing a picture-like experience to them. And so if people don't have the same picture-making quality or visualization in their head, well, then even the quality of their empirical experience is going to vary from person to person.
Well, it's a skill. It's a skill, and if you don't develop it, the ability to focus your attention and keep it on something for a period of time, it's a skill, and people are better than others that practice. But most people don't even practice. They don't even recognize it as an ability that they can improve.
That's the
People
first
don't
way
even use discernment.
that's the first way to understanding yourself is to go inside, and you can't physically go inside. You have to go inside in your mind, right? So you can never understand yourself properly unless you master this technique.
It's the whole left brain, right brain thing. They say the right brain is the part that's more visual and spatial and artistic, and the left brain is a bit more analytical, numbers oriented, and a bit more rigid and disciplined in its analytical approach. Supposedly, it's a little bit of both in either, part of the brain or whatever you want to say about that sort of thinking. But I guess some are more verbal, some are more visual than others, some are more physical. Different people wired differently. Strangely, it was some of the smarter people that were less visual. Like, they were less able to visualize these things. And that was very interesting to Gordon H. Clark. when he was talking about his critique of empiricism.
Yeah, did he rule out nutritional deficiencies
I don't think he
before he
touched.
asked all these people? Hmm. That fucks with your mind big time.
Well, I went to the chiropractor the other day and I've had my neck out for the entire lockdown, which has been like 10 weeks. And I finally got to see him, right? And lying on my back on the table. And when he went to click my neck after he'd done it, I was like, I put my head. I mean, before he done it, I put my head down on the, that piece where you can rest your head separate from the table. What's it called? That just like the headrest. It's like a circle. Anyway, I put my head down on that, and I felt my head was way out of line. And basically when I've had my neck out for so long that my horizon has changed. That's what he said. I was like, no way, because it didn't feel like my neck was like out. I mean, it's going sideways. You know what I mean?
Crazy.
Oh, it's a tough one to try and describe. It's a weird feeling. And then that obviously led on to a flat Earth topic when he said your horizon's crooked.
So it's not just apparent; it's also crooked. What?
Yeah, and some people that think that the refraction's only at the horizon, but you can have refraction many times in front of that towards the observer, not just that one bunch of refraction. You even look along like a tar-sealed road on a hot day, you don't have to look far to see mirages, mirroring, refraction.
Well, I would maintain that diffraction forms the horizon.
It's part of it, yeah.
Diffraction makes the horizon form with a D, but refraction makes stuff pop out of it. I think the two together kind of explain what we see over this flat, motionless plane.
Well, perspective alone would form a horizon. Diffraction makes it so that it's not definitive.
Because when I think of diffraction, I just think of the ceiling ramping downward and the floor ramping upward, and the two zones smashing together to make a line. That's what I think of anyway. Because diffraction covers two light sources that merge into one. And that would appear to be the ceiling merging with the floor.
Yeah, you can see that up train tracks.
Yeah. You see more and more visual information crammed into the same visual space. So everything's starting to converge and merge all around as twice the amount of visual information is crammed into the same visual space as you go further and further away from the observer. Eventually, stuff becomes unresolvable.
I always imagined, like back in the day, like in the science fiction world, we'd all be living in giant cities which are domed like a terrarium where it's self-contained, and no one would ever have to go outside the city. That's what I thought 2020 was going to be, man. Back in the day, I was sure.
A guy had a vision like that. Jacques Fresco, his name was. It's called the Eden Project. He had
I
these
used to watch his video.
Yeah, he had some quite interesting designs. Just for a habitat, for us.
For our universe to really progress, our world to really progress to that level, the Jetsons level, we need energy. And most of that energy comes from the ether. So I think that's why they've been brutally suppressing it for a century, acting like space flowing around objects like you and me has no substance, no energy, nothing to it. Just suppressing the ether brutally.
Yeah.
Until then, innovation is going to stall.
Have you seen the video I posted of the die ant ward?
Diane Wood.
Yeah, yeah. That's the song. The name of the song is Rich Bitch.
I remember when they first came out, that that ninja song. And she was a butterfly, he was a ninja.
Oh yeah. There's a song they do called Girls on Fire. That's quite interesting if you see that video. Or I think you're freaky and I like you a lot.
See, she's little, but she's powerful. She can spit fire.
They're actually Zefs. They come from like trailer trash.
Yeah, South Africa. District 9.
Well, that's what they call themselves, yeah, Zefs.
Yeah. I'll boost you.
Who knows how to speak Zulu?
Nah. I should. Sounds like a badass language.
It's a real poppy language, eh? Pop, pop, cluck, cluck. They make these weird noises, like
Bushman.
Like
Skippy. Have you seen The Gods Must Be Crazy?
with the Coke bottle.
Yeah.
Yeah. That
Is that
always
what
reminds me of The Labyrinth. You know the movie The Labyrinth?
Yeah.
It always reminds me of that actor. What's his name? David Bowie.
David Bowie.
Yeah. And his upside down spinning around labyrinth. Well, that had a lot of messages in that movie, man. A lot of messages. I've never seen anyone break it down properly though.
Mm.
You know how they break down movies and they can see the
Yeah.
sort of like projected forecast of what reality they're going to hand out to us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Stanley Kubrick really, I don't know if he took a risk or what, but that Eyes Wide Shut film, I mean, that's a pretty clear signal to us. I think so, anyway. I think he went out of his way to kind of wake people up, if you will. Like to present the possibility that you're living in a dream, like a dream world.
I saw the news. There was a woman that reached out the window in Thailand. These window cleaners on ropes, and she cut one of the ropes.
Right.
She got pissed off, and for some reason, there's window cleaners way up high on this massive building, and she cut the rope. And luckily, it was like the 30th floor or whatever, and she came down. Somehow it got hooked, and the people on the 26th floor pulled him in their window. They had to smash the window.
Yeah.
And she did it on purpose, man. She cut the rope. Fuck.
That's intense. That's intense.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that job, man. No way.
Mm. I was thinking, like, the whole world is hooked up to electricity. I was like, why wasn't I an electrician? Why didn't I go down that path? There's electricity
Can,
everywhere.
mate. Still can. They make good money here.
It's all electricity. You'd always be in work.
In Australia, mate, it's all based on the fucking housing industry. If that's going good, you'll have plenty of work. If that's fucking going south, you'll be looking for a mining job, son.
I've pretty
called
much
working.
got
You go.
pretty much everything I need, really.
It's called working for the man, right? Do you want to work for yourself or do you want to work for the man?
Oh, I
Fuck
think I'd
that.
rather work for myself now. When I was younger, I probably wouldn't have minded being part of the team, which I was. But it's good to be independent, especially if you've got ideas.
There's a certain type of people that could never probably make it working, like not working for the man, you know? It takes a lot to work for yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. And then being responsible with money and yeah, I'm with you.
But sometimes people need a break in their life from the man and just take a year off and go freedom camping in a van around the beaches and just like, you know, living it wild. And you could just do fishing every day. If you've got a nice, warm, temperate country to do it in, like New Zealand, pretty much all year round. At least at the top of New Zealand, it's a nice, warm climate all year round. But
really?
The winters in the north are very, very, very mild. Like we still used to go camping in the winter.
Can't you ski there though? I've heard New Zealand's got really amazing ski resorts.
Heaps of snowy mountains with skiing. Yeah, it's just the top because it's long and skiddy, so it really gets up to that top latitude up there. I don't know. It's also, you know, we're in the Pacifica, you know, where all the tropical islands are, or they call them tropical.
Like Hawaii and Tahiti and places like that. Fiji.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we've got one island here called what the fuck's it called? It'll come to me. There's an island out here, and it's just like living on this little paradise where everyone are like kickback hippies, you know, and they have all like handmade houses and fucking tree houses and like walking platform. You can go on this walking platform there. It's for the tourists, you know. That's how they get lots of money on the island because it's a small community, and they have built those wooden platforms high up in the trees. And you can walk for miles, apparently.
Ewoks.
Well, that reminded me of the movie Avatar, you know, with all the trees and
yeah,
yeah.
Tree houses.
How many movies have there been regarding sort of the jungle theme?
I think quite a few.
Like,
I mean, look at Tarzan. Tarzan.
Oh my god.
And King Kong.
What about the ones where they just go cutting through the jungle and they've always got a big ass machete and they're just cutting their way through the jungle, never minding about like killing a fucking snake or something? There's, you know, like Jewel of the Nile.
Indiana Jones. Yeah, Jewel of the Nile. I was thinking that too.
Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Mm-hmm.
Those were inspiring to me. Also, MacGyver.
That's a great film. Raiders of the Lost Ark's excellent.
If you want to go back to childhood, MacGyver was a big inspiration, and he got up to. He got up.
I saw MacGyver in Tasmania.
How?
It was on TV when I was a kid. And I swear it was that episode like where he made like a bomb or something for a door with just some like chewing gum and some, some foil and a wire.
Yeah, but then you get more radical and you start watching the A-Team.
Yeah, we had. Yeah.
The A-Team,
I
man, they
love
were
Mr.
nuts.
T. Mr. T was sick.
I had a boxing toy when I was young. It was like a boxing ring, and you had the triggers on the side, and we had these actual boxing figures, and they hooked up to it, and you could have a proper boxing match in a little mini ring. And they had so many movements to them. It was a really unique toy because the design that went into that to actually make it, you could do all the moves, full on wrestling and kicking.
Yeah, a friend of mine had Castle Grayskull, and he had like the He-Man and Skeletor and like the He-Man's fucking cat that he had, and he'd pretend to be He-Man and shit and fight Skeletor.
I remember going to a little friend's house that's after school, I'd go over there, and he was really rich, but his house was up in like a bush setting, and his father was the headmaster of a local primary school. His mother was, I don't know, an office worker. So they could afford to have these really expensive toys. And you go in there, and his entire bottom floor, like the biggest rumpus room you can imagine, is just Lego. And he had like every toy. He had every toy you could imagine, man. He had like fucking petrol-powered trains.
Cool.
It's like serious train set, man. Like this train set was like an absolute, just like a downscaled real fucking train, man, with smoke coming out the top of it.
Yeah.
Some people are into models.
Mm-hmm. Drones are the thing now.
Yeah, well, that would save a shitload of problems with, tripping over. Instead of having robots that serve you your food in a restaurant, they take up a lot of floor space. You could have drones just flying around and delivering the food.
Yeah. And like one that's sort of just like a bin. It doesn't have to be fancy. It could just have an arm, some wheels.
Wow.
I don't know why there aren't more robots now. They've had them for years.
It's not easy being NASA.
I'm just surprised they're not like a robot cab driver. You just get in a cab. It's just an android driving.
And they always say, "Oh, have you got a cigarette?"
Yeah.
And I always say, "Oh, sorry, man, my cigarettes they aren't vegan." Because
Robots don't smoke.
cigarettes are expensive, right?
They vape.
They vape those no vape vapes, the ones that don't have any vape on the vape.
You could just have a smoke machine built in.
The no vape, that's fucked up.
Yeah, it's like a non-vaping vape. Like my friend's got one.
Still a vape, is it?
They've got these mini cigarettes, and you put them into a vape machine, and you're actually vaping a real tobacco.
Oh dear.
What if you could get a little pet and it looked like a pet, but it was a robot? Like a cat. Robot cat.
A
Would you
robot
get
cat?
one? Would you get one?
No.
No.
I would get one
Rejected.
if you could remember the main actor, the child. If you could remember his name, the main actor, the child on the Jetsons, then
Mhm.
I'll buy one.
Elroy.
Ah, I've got to buy one. Fuck.
I only know that because of the song. Daughter
Elroy.
Yeah,
Jean.
same.
Jane, his wife.
Don't. Just stop there. We know. Just stop.
But do you know my freakiest
It never
childhood?
came. It never came.
The freakiest,
Dad
the
don't.
freakiest, the freakiest childhood. It wasn't a cartoon. What was it made of? It was the Thunderbirds, man. That just freaked me out,
Mhm.
man.
That's one
I
of
had
my
a lot of
first
nightmares.
memories.
I used to have fucking nightmares after watching that.
After watching the Thunderbirds. You poor bastard.
My first memory of life is of flying around a lounge room, and my dad's trying to get me down, and I'm laughing, giggling, and he's getting annoyed. And what's on TV? The Thunderbirds. That's my first memory. No idea why. I don't remember
What were you
being
scared
born.
of? Was it the weird faces and the way it's sort of animated, or was it the weird movements? What gave you nightmares, mate?
I think the conspiracy theory, sort of like just the whole community as a whole has had a massive split because there's a conspiracy channel that's been going for a long time, and you'd think that they'd branch off into one type of thinking, kind of like flat earth thinking, and then the other would go the other way. But like, for example, the Leak Project, that channel, he had a guy on the other day and he seemed like a real, a real tree hugging, fucking understanding dude. But yet, and he was really knowledgeable. But in the background, he had like all the models of the fucking space shuttle and the globe and rockets. And it's like, dude, like, you know so much, but you still believe in space? Man, there's a big split in this community, eh? There's like flat earthers definitely branched their brains away from the mainstream thinking so far away. It's just untouchable, you know. And it's a good thing, you know. It's a way thinking, and it's all good. There's no negativity to it whatsoever. You know when you're on the right path when you have that feeling, you're you're not doing anything sort of to waste your time. What do you think, Meryl?
There's been some times in the 6 years I've been around that have definitely made me question one or two things, especially human behavior on the internet and the way people communicate with each other, especially when there's sides. So it's like flat Earth versus globe. It's been pretty standard, really, and I don't think flat Earth has progressed as much as it could have. But I think Discord, something's happening in here that's interesting. Definitely, that's I think essential right now for a lot of people. Like not feeling alone, the feeling of community, being able to exchange ideas with people. Yeah, easy to take that stuff for granted. I think we're fortunate to know. I just I don't want to get in battle like I used to when it first started. I was there open-minded in a way to hear. Like it's weird when you believe in something and then you change your position, and then you're skeptical of the very thing you were believing in. When I hear people talk about, the Earth and stuff, it was like it wasn't new information. I just wanted to see if how do people justify believing in it? What can you reference where you're 100% sure that that's the case, that you're on a planet in a universe and the whole bit? And in all the time I've seen it debated and fought, I don't think anyone has brought anything definitive.
Of course
on
not.
the globe side to
Or the
do
other
with.
side.
Well, I think what Flat Earth has done though is it's held a line of questioning, and when it's being empirical and sticking to the facts and logic and all these things that we've learned, I think the point is to be as
Yeah, that's the
objective as
science.
possible, right?
Yep, yep.
Like you get your ego, your personality out of the way, what you think's right, it's not about that. It's about what's real, what's true, whether you like it or not.
Yep, no belief at all.
Yeah. So that's where wow. I can't almost find the words for it, because I think this is, in a way, it's unprecedented for me. Like at first I didn't know what to do. I was a lot of mixed emotions, sort of like excited but terrified at the same time. But now I feel like time's of the essence, and if we're able to stabilize our situation, I think humans could make the Earth situation much better than it is right now. And I'd like to see that
Oh,
happen.
dude, yeah. Definitely, mate. Things could be done in a much more efficient and environmentally friendly way. Yeah.
If we work together, we could do it. I don't reckon it'd even be that hard. If that was the new way.
I don't for 1 minute think that any of the solutions they propose have any meaningful fix to any of the world's issues, even though it's all based on that and labelled that and everything.
If you lived in a small country town in the middle of nowhere from when you were born until you got old, like how would you know, besides what people tell you, photos and videos and stuff, how would you know that the outside world was actually there?
Yeah. Yeah. That's why, I mean, I can only speak. It's just the perspective that if we've been oppressed or certain things have been suppressed, I can imagine an empowered humanity where we have truth and reason and a purpose and meaning. If we had those things and we were enabled and given like independence and sovereignty, say if it all worked out for the best, then the whole system would thrive, and it's for the benefit of all. To me, that's the natural process. But the infection or the hijacking is it's being done in a deceptive way. So everything's done secretly under our guise, and we're just all figuring it out as we go, right? But it's obvious we've been deceived.
Yeah, again, that goes back to observational science, because if you just observe and go through the method, you can rule out pretty much everything they say. We don't know exactly what's going on or what definitively is the case, but we can rule out fucking a lot of shit.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
And that's an honest place to arrive, because still, as people like, Dell's always talked about, how can you know the true dimensions of a place without exploring it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can't, right? You can make your observations, you can speculate, but until you actually get out there in a fucking vessel and really see what it is and where it is.
That's why the Zeppelins aren't allowed, mate.
I just posted a couple of really awesome videos on the text if you want to check them out in your spare time.
Roger that.
Have you ever seen that Hindenburg footage?
I've seen footage,
Right. It's interesting because there's a big edit in it between as it's coming down and then when it's fully engulfed in flames, and a massive edit.
Fair enough.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't know what happened, but
is there an unedited version?
I don't think there is. I went looking for it, and you can find it on British Path. I think it's like PATHE with one of those French kind of squiggly lines. But yeah, because if that was the mode of travel and transport, air balloon isn't creating a disaster and sort of filming it, staging it, let's say, then there's that whole mode of transport out, right? But it seems once upon a time that's how people got around.
But is that why that mode of transport was, given up on?
I'm pretty sure.
Rather than just fix the problem and keep going. just
and
ABO.
Something to do with, I think, what they filled them with as well. It's either hydrogen and...
Yeah, they obviously cheaped out somewhere or, neglected something really important.
I think I've just just arrived to this chat, and it sounds like there's a whole bunch of stoners sitting on pillows, man.
Just stoners on pillows. Can one of them be getting dinner ready?
Actually, I always say that. I meant cushions, right? You've got to have cushions. I think I told this story before. My friend built a house and he made his carpet out of memory foam, like the underlay out of memory foam.
Very plush.
Like the entire house was this stuff, and the memory foam was that super thick memory foam, like a memory foam mattress. So the whole house was a giant mattress.
Awesome.
Just lie down anywhere. Fall asleep.
Just lie down, man. Just grab a cushion. Spark up a honey.
See?
Oh, you're not wrong. You never said you were wrong.
Most ballers don't realize we knew way longer about the vacuum, man. We had bucket bongs.
The gravity. Ever had the gravity?
They think they discovered the vacuum, man. We had bucket bongs long time ago. We know about vacuum. Flat earthers were using eye drops for red eye way before the ballers clicked onto the stuff.
We were the first probably to sport and fashion sunglasses too, I'd imagine. Fucking essential.
Yeah, that's weird. Like when I was living in Thailand, everyone wears sunglasses. Like everyone with a capital everyone, you know. But when you go to when I was in China, nobody's wearing sunglasses. Nobody.
Is that because it's sunny in Thailand?
No, it's fucking hot in China, man. So it's like plus 40 degrees and burn your ass off. Like in the summer,
Everyone just wears them. Just everyone
it's
wears them.
yeah, like in China they don't wear sunglasses and they're just squinting all the time, like squinting. Oh, it's a fucking bright sky. Oh, so fucking bright, little ninja.
You think if any country had an abundance of fucking sunglasses, it'd be China. You know, they'd be fucking 20 cents a set.
Yeah, because I've been to those commodity fairs as well. Not just local shopping, but I used to work in one of the fairs in Guangzhou Hui, they call it, and that's buying merchandise for Procter and Gamble.
Oh, part of the enemy.
Yeah, man, that was a rush because it was kind of like one of those jobs that you just have to do. I was at school, man, and they go, "Oh, do you want a job?" And I was like, what about my schoolwork?" And they said, "Don't worry, we'll talk to your teacher." And I said, "Really?" They said, "Come down to the Guangzhou Hui and sell us some stuff, man," because they needed foreigners that can speak Chinese, you know. So that's why I got the yeah, and it's like cushy and like taxi they would do like a fucking 60-kilometer taxi rides for free. It was all chucked in to your hotel.
Oh, yeah.
That's the busiest McDonald's in the world, was that place, man. Fucking busy. And so many foreigners from all over the world. It's this massive building.
Going there to get fucking McDonald's in China. Fancy that.
You know the Volkswagen factory in Shanghai, you actually have a bus to get around it. It's kind of like Bill Gates. That's what he's been, you know, and Steve Jobs with Apple. You know, he actually had to have a bus to get from one side to the other. Well, that's Volkswagen in China too.
Yeah, NASA, don't they? A bus to get everyone around.
Do you know who Liz Gunn is, Carla?
Liz Gunn.
Yeah.
No, never heard of that name, eh?
She's like a New Zealand broadcaster.
Uh-oh.
She's going to run for Prime Minister.
Is she a New Zealand broadcaster, like on a mainstream radio or something?
Yeah, well, she's come out and spoken up about the minestrone soup and everything, and she's running for Prime Minister.
Oh, shit.
She did this.
We definitely would have heard about her then.
Yeah, she spoke out about it, and at first didn't get much of a response, and then she's had thousands of people contact her.
Good on her. Good on her for stepping out, stepping up.
It's pretty cool. It's like New Zealand stepping up, and she's talking about it like the stuff we can't talk about. She's talking about it, and
really,
yeah.
Is she hot?
She's cool. Yeah, she is. She's much more soulful than the horse face lady you've got at the moment.
Wow,
she's an evil one, isn't she? She laughs and smiles when she says oppressive things. She is real evil, that fucking Jacinda bitch.
I think she was a communist when she was younger too. Not that that's good
Is
or a
there any
bad
truth
thing.
to her and Kamala Harris being related?
Not sure. Haven't heard that.
They're probably the same person, like Barack Obama and that other dude.
The same person. Have you ever seen him in the same room? No, exactly. Proof.
Yeah,
Send
it's the
you
process of deductive reasoning, I'd say.
Yeah.
Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes always, Sherlock Holmes, that's the one thing, he always works backwards, because he's always trying to figure out what happened. He's never looking forward. He's never in the now. He's always in the past. And he's working backwards. He's re-engineering. You remember seeing the latest movie about that? There's a lot of stuff in that movie, man.
Of course.
Just like that.
Stuff in all
Remember
movies, mate.
They plant stuff. They plant stuff in the movies.
No, they don't.
That's a very general statement.
It's a conspiracy.
Yeah, what was the plant that you can remember in any movie? Just one. Predictive programming. Just one.
Terminator.
Yeah, what was the plant? What was the predictive programming?
Skynet.
Skynet. Boom.
Wow. Okay. What about any predictive programming in Back to the Future? Just one, not 10.
Biff.
Was he Trump?
Yeah, he's Donald Trump.
What about what about when that guy was hanging upside down and you see the Twin Towers falling?
Yep. There's a flat Earth clock at the start too, in Doc's garage. Got a flat Earth map on a clock.
Was
Mm-hmm.
What's that about? Why would they fucking put that there?
I know.
Jesus, that's
Back
there
to
for
the
a reason.
future, though. See? Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Because we're rediscovering the future. Because they say it's 2021, right? From year zero. Might not be.
Remember all the signs like on the building, like the name of the restaurant changed or whatever it was, and then it was the name of the car park, I think it was. And they had those terrorists come out in a van shooting.
Yeah. Yep.
It was
That's
all
predictive programming.
before 9/11, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And the whole movie was about 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
Then you get the Apollo one. What was that movie with the kid
Stanley
that stands
Kubrick.
up with Apollo on his jumper?
Yeah, that's in The Shining.
Yeah.
The Shining. That's a fucking weird movie.
There's a movie about that called Room 2307 or 237. And
a movie
it's
about
all
The Shining.
Yeah, called Room 237. Yeah, it's good. Goes into all the stuff, all the clues he put in.
One movie I've never gotten around to is Eyes Wide Shut. I know I've really got to see it.
I spoke to his wife. She came out after he died and did a couple of interviews. And I went. And I got to ask her a question as well. Like I said, like, when he was at home, would he come to you, like, when he was working on a new film, like, would he run the ideas past you, and would you talk about it, and would you be involved in it? She was really cool, but
Who's this? Kubrick's wife?
Yeah.
Oh.
What's the best job in the world? Man? My good friend from childhood, my school buddy, used to kick around together after school all the time and ride our bikes and stuff. Now I'm stuck here in lockdown. You know what he's been doing his whole life? He's a cameraman. He travels around the world, and he's got this ride-on camera, and he gets to go to tropical islands all around the world. What a life!
Right on camera.
Yeah, it cost him $250,000 for this ride-on camera, because he's a what do you call it? Freelance, and he just gets these jobs. He's got people just begging him to come all the time, and he gets paid
Wow.
millions. Yeah.
I'd love to do that.
Buy the camera, mate. Buy the
Well,
camera.
some people they just have it made when they leave school or when they leave university. They're already like they know what they're going to do, and they just go for it, and then they have a head start, and they're just lapping it up, you know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how you get a $250,000 camera out of school without some help, but I'm sure he could have worked at Pizza Hut and saved.
Yeah, he
I've
did
got
hard work, clever work though, really clever.
Yeah, good on him.
Who's the petrol head here?
Oh, I once was, mate. There was a time until it cost me too much in speeding fines.
Yeah. What's going all electric now? Isn't it?
My dad worked for General Motors his whole life.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you know all about Holdens and Vauxhalls and fucking Fords.
Well, he would have got to see all those cars, you know, like the evolution of it.
And now
He
they don't
started
get
there
made
in
here anymore.
They don't make them like they used to, Jethro.
No, they make them fucking heaps better.
Dad said they got a DeLorean in at Holden.
Oh yeah.
He saw it.
He saw it.
They're still making them. You know that, don't you? You can order one and get a DeLorean now.
I used to have a Holden Tirana.
Yeah, they're
Was the steering wheel to the right or the left?
What do you mean? The steering wheel's on the right.
No, like offset, like from the steering wheel. You know, the driver's seat. The steering wheel was just slightly to the left or the right. I can't quite remember. I think it's the left from center.
Yeah, no, well, the idea was that you just have more elbow room, so you're not so squashed up against the door.
Oh, that was a deliberate thing.
Well, yeah, because you know some cars you don't want to have, you don't want to be too squashed, man.
I like it. That sounds like a good after excuse for poor design.
I remember the air conditioning units. Some of the Holdens would come out with these air conditioning units, and they would attach onto the outside, like to the top of your wind-up window, and they would take in the air and blow it inside, and it was like a wind turbine, wind-powered air conditioning unit.
Nice.
And it was like an accessory that you could buy for. I think it was actually. What was the company called? No, it was Holden. I was thinking of Chrysler, but no, it was Holden. They came out with that. Yeah, it was actually something the company invented. It wasn't like an outside source. It was from internal. Yeah, a small unit, but it made the whole car icy cold. Because Australia's fucking hot, man.
Yes, it has its spots. That's for sure. Where I am is classed as temperate though, so it's pretty good. We have a few, the odd heat wave where we might hit 45 for a few days, or 1 or 2 days here and there, and also, every now and then we go down to -1 or -2 in the winter time, but every other day it's in between there. It's pretty good. It's
Yeah,
very
I can
dry
go
though.
to the I can go to the north here in about 4 hours, and it's just like subtropical. And then I can go down to the south and go skiing.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And the south is just
That is
an hour
pretty
and a
good.
half. It's not far on the plane. I have a few of my daughter's schoolmates. They actually have friends that have like helicopters, and one of her friends got a helicopter ride to her other classmate's place by helicopter, picked her up in the school field after school.
Nice.
Yeah, man. Imagine having your own helicopter. It's like I actually knew a guy when I was growing up. He was into microlights and he actually bought one, a second-hand one. And like he used to love going riding around in that thing for hours,
Of
hours
course,
flying
it'd be
around.
awesome.
It's like the size of
Fantastic.
cheap as to run, like a lawnmower. It cost him $2,000 about 20 years ago.
Yeah, no, that's the sort of thing that you do when you don't have kids. And then maybe when your kids are grown up, you fucking take it back up again. But while you've got kids, there's too many things that you fucking relied upon for to take risks like that. If you're at all responsible, I suppose. They put these fucking chickens away.
Dead. We all enjoying the silence.
Silence is a beautiful thing.
You've seen silence before?
Have I seen silence?
Uh-huh.
I've seen stillness. I've seen like an amphitheater full of people, say 4,000 people, all sitting there with their eyes closed, completely quiet.
Wow, what was that?
At this peace festival I went to.
All right.
It was cool. I just noticed it. It was like, wow, everybody's just quiet.
Well, what's the point of getting together then?
I think there's something unspoken between us, that words, as good as words and language is, I guess there's a feeling as well.
Being peaceful together?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Commune.
Cool vibes, Mel. It's cool vibes.
Gio, what are you up to, man? What are you up to, Gio? If you can hear me.
Got the good vibes going on.
Hey, Pithicus.
How you doing?
Oh wow.
Good
A long while.
morning or evening or around there.
It's 2 a.m. I hate how these kind of hours are considered morning. It's 2 a.m., but it's the sun is down. Okay, it's nighttime.
Yeah. Almost the witching hour. Around 3 a.m.
Witching ghouling hour.
Doing their blood rituals and incantations.
And all the abominations of the earth.
He used to do Santeria and all sorts of rituals, he said, around that hour.
Who?
Pastor John Ramirez, I think his name is.
Right.
Pastor, huh?
Yeah, he converted. He was chiding how Christians can't even pray over the
Oh,
blood.
him.
But which
He's
is
a Mexican man, Hispanic man,
oh yeah,
metal melanin, right? Black hair, handsome man, former Satanist.
oh yeah. Let me see if I can find that video of his.
And
It's
send that to
definitely
me,
pretty good.
especially the things that you be finding. But I've seen that thumbnail. I recognize that title. I recognize that face. So Merlin, was it kind of like this in this in this Discord room? We were just sitting together, enjoying the silence.
Well, I mean, at the moment, for me personally, my consciousness is in a place of kind of peace, and I'm surprised, but I'm not getting caught in what I usually do, which is, I think, a frequency. I'm starting to sort of think about it in a way. It's not me. I'm perceptive. I'm sensitive sort of soul, and I get affected by things, and I can acknowledge that. But I can kind of see that, like, I don't want to be part of the problem, and I don't think I am. So I'm just doing my best to relax and trust more, and kind of make it positive as I can.
Relaxing is good. I'm curious, in your worldview, how are you able to make sense of anything?
It's a fair thing to ask. All I can kind of really, again, trust is my own faculties, but I do think I have the ability to be honest, and I know when I'm lying. So I don't want to deceive any of you. I've got no reason to do that. And
Well, thank you for not trying to deceive anyone. That's good.
when it comes to, I guess, the questions we have about, the nature of reality and, existence and earth and what the earth is, and I think it's important for us to be able to speculate, but always be trying to get closer to the true reality as well.
Yeah, I agree that everyone has the ability to reason, except for the outliers, those who are insane and not sober. But in your worldview, how are you able to make sense of anything? What caused you to have the ability to make sense of things?
Discernment. We've all got it. Just need to use it.
Merlin, I hope you understood the question. Again, I concede and agree that people have the ability to discern. I'm asking, how did they get this ability? How did we get this ability?
Wow, that's great. I I think I've always. Apparently, my mom told me this is a standout thing for me. That when I was on a bed as a baby, I seemed to know that there was an edge and that I could fall off. And she said I didn't fall off. I seem to have an awareness. So I am I've taken risks, but I think there's a caution in me. And now the way everything's unfolded, I think that I sense there's an aspect to Earth. It's like a hostile environment. You have to be strong. There's a lot of competitive people trying to win and be the best and all this sort of stuff. But I'm not like that in my true essence.
Great. I'm glad you have the ability to discern and that you've been discerning for a while. But again, you haven't really answered my question. How did you get the ability to discern where the edge of the bed is, that you should not fall off of it, that it would be harmful to fall off of it? How did you get the ability to make sense of anything?
Well, most people, they go to a place called Bangkok, and then there is a road called Khao San Road, and it's just full of people with long dreadlocks and like tattoos, and like enjoying their different various diets. That's I imagine that's where you get your discernment from.
So you think
$20.
everyone gets the ability to reason from a city in Bangkok, a place in Bangkok?
Yeah, so basically the short explanation is from worldly experiences, getting on an airplane and going to a foreign country and living there, like actually living there.
But the people that are going to Bangkok have the ability to reason before they get to Bangkok. So getting to Bangkok isn't the beginning of when they got the ability to reason. They had the ability to reason before they got to Bangkok.
Well, I know a millionaire that was born in Christchurch, and he lived there his entire life. He never ventured outside of the county called Canterbury, and he's a multi-millionaire. He'd never seen the outside world, never been outside of that area, let alone the rest of New Zealand. What type of thinking would you have if you were always in the same environment, like socially?
Oh, that's separate from discernment, though.
I don't believe you understand the question, because you just told me that everyone gets their ability to reason. Everyone gets the ability to reason from going to Bangkok, but the majority of humans have not been to Bangkok, so the majority of humans never got.
Carlos, could I say?
Hang on.
Carlos,
I was trying to explain my reasoning, but my question was: Are you talking about like from before you were born? I was just talking about in general.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Because Gregory, I didn't want to be arrogant.
Yeah.
But it kind of led there in a way. Like, you've unlocked something. Like, I reckon the true answer is that I was born with it.
Right. So what caused you to get that ability from the moment of the beginning of your existence? And everyone.
I think you should just give us the answer, mate. Personally.
Well, I want to make sure that I'm talking to an audience that I'm conversating with people that are thinking.
Well, if you want to see discernment, you've got to imagine being able to put everything in slow motion, like the video clip I just posted not long ago in chat. His name is Estestoni, and he's got this. It's this awesome video where they make everything slow motion.
All right. But I'll check that out. I still don't believe you understand the question. So the question I'm asking, I want to hear. I want you to hear me carefully. How does any human, especially the first human, how did humans get the ability to make sense of anything?
Intelligent design.
I'm not asking you to answer immediately. You think about it however long you want to.
I think
However long you
Merle
need
already answered it. Merle already answered it. Yeah.
What was that?
I think Merle had the answer already. He was born with it.
But again, he's not the first human, so he has the ability to reason. He inherits that ability from his parents, who inherited that ability from his parents, their parents, who inherited that ability from their parents, and so on and so forth. Back in
Yeah, but
time through the listen, back in time through the genealogy of humans. So how did humans get the ability to reason in the first place?
Well, a baller would say that the human came from a monkey, and then it would just grow an extra brain.
What would you say, Carlos? You.
What would I say about discernment? I'm
Type the
still
question
stuck
in the
on.
chat.
I'm still stuck on Bangkok. Yeah, that's really where it comes to. You need to explore your world and not just be so narrow-minded. And I think when you have any type of discernment, you know that you don't need anyone to wipe your ass anymore because you're old enough to do it yourself.
But that can be discerned without traveling.
You made that statement, which is interesting because that implies that there is a way people should behave, which I agree with. That begs the question, how did you get the ability to morally reason? And according to whose authority, according to what grounds, what basis should humans get off their ass and know that no one is going to wipe their ass and start thinking for themselves and not be bigotrous?
Always.
I think it's encoded.
Hell, mate.
It's definitely in your quote unquote DNA.
Well,
intelligent design.
The ability. Somebody said something. I agree with it. You just said in the DNA. I'm gonna make this point and then I'm gonna drop the mic, as it were. Hee. You just said it's in the DNA. Now, is the ability to make sense of things an aspect of material things?
Didn't quite get that. The what things? Material things?
Is the ability to make sense of things an aspect of material things?
Okay, yeah. It
You
is
say the answer
because
is yes?
Yeah, I'd say
it
yes.
is
Define material.
All is consciousness.
What do you mean
right?
by material things?
All is consciousness.
Concrete akin to your flesh. You just mentioned DNA, so your flesh. As opposed to abstract, immaterial things.
Like consciousness.
Yes, so is the ability to reason in the material, or is the ability to reason an immaterial thing that exists in the immaterial mind, which is within us living humans?
I'd say the second one.
I would agree.
I'd say that you're doing past self-life regression mindfuck.
No, that was excellent.
Yeah,
That was
no,
really
I would
cool,
say that's
Gregory.
just a question you can't answer. Can't answer that question because you don't know.
You're just fucking with us, man. You're trolling.
No, it was great.
No, not at all. I would never.
You've
said
read
that you
like
can't know. Why do you say you can't know?
I think you've read a book on fucking psychology and hypnosis, and you've blended them together. Because I'm spinning, man. That's like, come on, who really thinks that deep? You know, only new age fucking prophets are going to be sitting around the room with a crystal ball, like rubbing.
New ages do not think this deep at all. But that was
No,
a joke.
exactly. Oh, sorry.
Someone in here said that we can't know the answer to that question. Why did that person say that? Whoever you are.
Okay, so do you assume that we are the only things that could possibly have reason, or the first one was discernment?
Not at all.
Then
How long
you can never know the answer to your question.
How long
That's a
can
non
you keep
sequitur.
how long can you keep a straight face until you realize he's fucking mind fucking you, man?
You just established the premise, which I agree with, that humans are not the only living creatures with the ability to make sense of things. And then you
Yep.
concluded, therefore, knowing what gave us the ability to make sense of things is unknowable. That's a non sequitur.
It's intelligent design. That's what it
But it-
is. Because if we were
but it
born
isn't-
without it, we wouldn't even still exist. It's only that has helped us exist as a species. So obviously a dog has discernment. Everything fucking has discernment. So I don't know where you're going with it. I'm starting to think you are actually withdrawing.
You're
Because I
someone that
think
has
that
discernment?
from a baller's perspective, everything that they believe is from a non-intelligent design.
Mm-hmm. So, right there, the person who just said the last sentence recognizes the absurdity of reason, given the baller, that is to say, the materialist, physicalist, naturalist, atomist worldview, where only material exists and no immaterial things exist, including living things and mindful things. So, the ability to reason does not make sense in a materialist worldview, because the ability to reason is an immaterial thing.
I told you he's mind fucking. He's mind fucking with the man. He's gonna fucking twist your brain, man.
I'm fine,
No,
dude.
but-
I live on a
No, he won't
globe and
mind
I've
fuck
got
me. He's
discernment.
just
I got
making
it
no
from my
point.
mum and my brain, and it grew as I grew, and it's fine. Thank you.
Yeah. You develop it as you go.
Nah, but it's not mind fucking in a negative context. I
I
was
get
just
what you
saying.
mean entirely.
It's like
The
in New
humor,
Zealand,
I
we say
appreciate it.
that.
I love it.
No, because like in New Zealand we say that it kind of means like you're blowing my mind, man. That's what you say in the United States, right? We
Yeah,
say
we say
you
it over
give
here.
me, we say you're fucking with my mind. You give me a mind fuck, and then we have phrases like, "Oh, that was a brain fart," or like.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't negative. No, you're just blowing my mind, man. So I
Yeah.
think I moved on to the next stage because I won that round. I guessed the answer.
So someone said, I want to touch this. Someone said that everything has the ability to make sense of things. Now, perhaps I'm misinterpreting that sentence, but whoever said that, can your toenail make sense of things?
Who
Does your
said
toenail have the ability
everything?
to reason?
Who said everything could fucking reason? Who said
animals?
I know it's an
Well,
absurd thing to say. I
I
don't
said
agree
a
with
dog.
it. Someone said that.
I want to have an opinion from that English accent they just spoke. Sorry. So if I get a plant and I put it in the ground, just a seedling, maybe about 300 millimeters tall, and then I put a stake in the ground, like a bamboo stake, around about 30 centimeters away from that plant. Let's go 60 centimeters just to be sure. Away from it, because that's the experiments that have been done with plants. They can actually sense something that far away, and they'll crawl along the ground and reach for that pole. How do they find it? How do they know that pole was there? Why didn't they go in a different direction?
Depending on the presuppositions of your worldview, you're going to interpret that data differently.
They're discerning
That was for the
how to climb.
that was for your English accent.
They're discerning how to climb, Carlos. I agree.
Well, how they
So in
find
my
the pole?
worldview, they did not think and reason akin to the way humans do. What they did was behave according to the instructions, behave according to the structure and the function that they were designed to do. They didn't say, I'm choosing to climb up whatever they climbed up.
But
They
you'll have
don't
to
have
have
a
My
mind to
point
think.
was
science
no,
to
no,
prove
no, no,
that.
no. My point was, how did the plant even know the pole was there to go for the pole?
Right, that too. They didn't say in their mind, because they don't have a mind, the pole is there and I want to go to it.
How do you know they don't have a mind?
Plants don't have a mind. Oh no.
That's why I said, given my worldview, that's how I interpret the data.
Both of us.
Well,
Okay.
of course that would be your
Literally.
worldview because you're not a plant.
It looks around and finds a pole. It's pretty mindful, if you ask me.
So again, given your worldview, why do you believe that it has a mind or the ability to reason, to think, akin to us?
That's the shifting of the burden of proof
You haven't
fallacy.
proved it doesn't.
That's not
It
a
could.
burden of
We're not
proof. I'm
saying it
asking you,
does.
why do you think that?
We're not saying it does. We don't know because we're not plants.
There was no shifting of the burden of proof. You misunderstood
Well,
what I just said. I'm just
you're
asking you the
claiming
question.
Well, you're
in your
assuming just because
worldview.
we're rejecting your
Oh,
claim
that-
that we're
yeah.
arguing for the opposite, but that's
No,
not necessarily
no,
the case.
no,
We're arguing
no.
that
You're
we don't know.
presuming. No, you're
Well,
presuming. That's not what I said at all. That's not what I meant.
It is. You said, why are you saying, like, you know, that they can have the ability to reason? We don't know that.
I didn't insinuate that. You're putting words in my mouth. There's a strawman arguments against me.
That is literally what you asked.
I asked you, in your worldview, what did they do? No shifting of the burden. There's no shifting of the burden of proof.
This guy's got some special mega worldview.
Okay, so in your worldview, what did the plant do?
In your worldview,
It went
what
to the
did it
pole.
do?
Okay,
How
so it simply
did it
went to the pole.
How did it
Okay,
find the
percentage.
pole? Did he have like X-ray vision or what?
We don't know.
Okay, so the person who mentioned this plant knowing the quote unquote knowing
I know what
the
it did.
pole was where it was. Who was that?
It moves around until it finds a pole, and then it senses the pole and stays there next to it.
Was that
Yeah,
who was
yeah.
that? Who was that just now?
Almost
Yeah,
smiling you.
I brought it up.
Oh, you brought it up, Carlos?
Yes.
Okay, so explain to me in your worldview, why do you believe, or what did it do, rather?
It's
We just
working on
answered
a,
that.
it's basically the plants are working on a different frequency. They've you know how we have 6 senses, right? 6 senses. Well,
Mhm.
they're working on a different sense. They just have a different sense that we don't have.
Okay, so you're not saying that they're thinking and reasoning and choosing to recognize what the pole is and then go to it.
I think they plants experience pain. You can play music to plants and they will grow differently. You can put them in a negative environment. You can say bad things to them and they'll just like have deformities. Plants are affected by energy just like anything else. That's why in the forest you have to say a prayer before you cut down an ancient tree, you know, because they are living, they are souls.
Well, all those examples that you referenced isn't really indicative that they're conscious in the same way humans are. It is indicative that there is a consequential physical effect upon plants. For example, one of the things you mentioned is the words someone speaks.
Gregory, you have certain ideas about what consciousness is and who has a mind, what's a human, what isn't a human. I think you need to do more research.
So you think my knowledge on what consciousness is and what is conscious and what a human is deficient?
Yes.
Where am I deficient?
Well, all over your worldview, it's because you've concentrated on biblical earth and Yeshua. This has given you certain misconceptions about what is and what isn't.
Okay, so what's my conception of humans? Since
What
you
you
know
try
what my
to-
conception
what
of
you keep-
humans
You
is?
keep saying, in your worldview, please tell me how you're wrong about plants. That's what you keep saying.
I didn't say
No,
that.
but I
didn't say
don't
that
see
one
how
time.
I
A
don't
total
see how
strawman argument, a very disingenuous misrepresentation of what I've said.
I don't understand how you brought religion into anything that he was saying.
I didn't bring religion into anything. I didn't say the word
profile.
religion. I didn't say the word God. I didn't say any of
I
that.
could tell, Carlos, I could tell he was doing presuppositionalist, or everyone that's not a Christian can't think properly. That's what he's getting at.
I know it's mind fucking.
Okay, you think you may be jumping the gun, but all you've done is strawman
Yeah, I can
argument me
tell
and
what you
disingenuously
are
misrepresent
by
my
how you
position. And now you want to continue to rumpus me rather than actually respond directly to what I've said.
It's
What
in
is
your
rumpus?
it's in your description.
Isn't it hilarious how rumpus became like a known verb for filibustering someone? That's so funny.
Right.
You know, in the old days, we used to say, "Oh, you remember that guy?" You know, and they go, "Oh, yeah, I remember Jack. Yeah, Jack. You know, what did he look like? Oh, that's right, he had blonde hair. Yeah, I remember Jack." Now it's on stuff like this Discord. Everyone in the world's on their screen, and it's not what do they look like, it's what do they sound like. You know.
Okay. So
I
somebody's
think that.
obviously triggered at my
Sorry for
position and doesn't want to actually have a reasonable conversation with me, just wants to bigotiously reject everything that I
Can
say
you
because
come
they disagree
down
with my
two
position.
pegs? Can you come down 2 pegs and agree that we've all got good worldviews?
No.
Well then,
Okay, so let's go back.
That would be inconsistent and disingenuous if I did.
Can we go back
then
to
you stay
like
in Messiah
before
complex, sir.
I mean, he's explaining all about this, but like, where do humans come from, man?
You just accused me of having a messiah
Your
complex.
mum.
See, you have all
Your
these
mum.
presuppositions and prejudices about me and people like me and my worldview, but you're not
God's
actually
a
responding
woman.
directly to what I'm saying when I'm trying to reason with you. And
How
if I
does
was
it
being
feel?
irrational, then
How
you would
does
also
it
ridicule
feel?
me for that. So whether I'm being
Have your
rational or
worldview judged?
irrational, I'm being ridiculed for both.
We live in a pyramid, and we're in the womb.
I just
They're
reflected
ridiculing me for
you.
being rational, and if I was being
Carry on.
irrational, you would ridicule me for that. So you're being impossible.
Your
carry on.
English, your American accent is very like it's a neutral accent. Hey, are you from the right from the center of America?
It's amazing. Folks from the UK who say that. I'm a friend with a girl in the UK, and she called my accent mid-Atlantic or transatlantic, referencing the artificial, like man-made accent in the early 20th century in the movies among Hollywood actors. It's amazing. It's amazing. I keep hearing that description about my voice, my accent.
I'm not judging your accent. I don't mind.
No. I'm not insulted at all. It's just it puts a smile on my face on how
Yeah,
interesting
like
this occurs.
you don't say actor, you say actor.
Yeah. 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 I'm from California. I'm from the West,
Awesome.
the utter West.
Let me get this going. Is it your argument that non-Christians can't reason very well? That's why
No.
we're wrong about stuff.
Is it your impression of presuppositionalism?
It's my impression of you saying, in your worldview, materialism, global, you get stuff wrong. Like you said it a few
Right.
times.
So you're misconstruing the difference between I'm saying you can't reason, you are not able to reason right now, versus saying, given your worldview, how can you make sense of this and that?
Okay, so you're saying I can't reason, or asking me how I make sense?
I'm asking you, how are you able to make sense of things in your worldview? I'm not even asking you,
Well,
are you able?
the answer is the same way you do.
Are you going to continue to talk to me? Do you want to reason together? Want to try one more time?
The answer is the same way you reason.
Okay, you still misunderstand the question, so I'm going to try one more time. The question is, how did you get the ability to make sense of anything?
The same way you did.
So you agree that we get the ability to reason because we're made in the image and likeness of the God who is an eternal, immortal, supreme, omniscient, omnibenevolent person with a mind who chose to give us this ability, correct?
You added lots of extras, but I agree with the first bit. Through God, through our parents, we're given the
It's
ability
like,
to reason.
Right.
Yeah, so
it's
you
like
added loads of technical bits onto your God, but I agree with the premise. We get given
It's like-
the ability to reason through our parents, through God.
it's like I'm
Well,
as
the
young as
reason I said all those adjectives is because I'm specifying exactly what I mean by God.
That's a different conversation, though.
Yeah, it's like I'm as young as my tongue and I'm as old as my teeth.
Thanks, Carlos.
That's
You're
when someone
welcome.
said, "How old are you, Granddad?" And Granddad, with his fucking false teeth, he goes, "I'm as young as my tongue and I'm as old as my teeth."
That's fine.
Yeah, he
That's
means
cute.
I speak young. My teeth are rotting. So, you know, you can.
It's amazing what moon gazing just said about my statements. Making vague, ambiguous statements doesn't make you sound smart. It only makes you look silly. It's a false critique, and I agree with that critique if it was true, but it's not.
Gregory, I've got another answer for you for the atheists. I'm going to answer for the atheists, materialists. We got the ability to reason the same way you did by growing.
That doesn't answer the question how you get the ability in the first place while you're growing.
We got it by growing. So as a baby, we don't fully have it. It just starts when we pop out, and then it gets better and better as we grow.
Though things grow, that doesn't mean growth is the cause of them being able to reason.
That's what we believe. We believe that's how it worked for you too. You're just wrong about it.
Growing in the dynamic state of growing does not cause you to receive the ability to reason.
Yes, it does.
So
added
when
God.
my hair is growing out of my head, does my hair gain the ability to reason because it's growing?
No, humans do, not hair.
Right. So when humans grow, okay, the growth is not the cause of them receiving the ability
Yes,
to
it is.
reason.
Yes, it is. You're trying to say
So
reason
explain
has to
how is
come
that the
from up
case?
high,
That
and I'm
just
telling
doesn't
you
make
you're
sense.
wrong. It just happens as you grow.
Okay, so that isn't coherent. So explain how that is
Yes,
coherent.
it is coherent.
So explain.
Humans grow. Inside them, the brain grows, and the ability to reason grows as the brain grows.
What I think is, Gregory, you have a lot of questions, and it seems as like you're leading us somewhere. If you could just get to the chase, that'd be awesome.
I already called him out on it.
I said that 20 minutes ago.
He got
No one
offended when
fucking
I
listened.
called him out.
Just
Well,
get
you're
to the
telling me
chase.
to get to the
Tell
chase,
us the answer.
but I
Please tell me
haven't.
the answer.
I haven't began explaining my world. I was asking you about yours.
If we don't support Yeshua, we won't be able to reason. That's your
We
argument,
don't care about
No,
our world. We want to
you
know
keep
what your
saying that,
world.
Don, and I keep trying to clear up the misconfusion. But no matter how many times I say it, you still keep repeating it incorrectly.
Okay, let's just pretend to debate reason then.
Okay.
No, I just
So
want
I'm
the
tired of
answer.
answering the same. I'm tired of refuting the same misconception over and over again. So you're not really listening.
What is the meaning to life?
The meaning to life. Life doesn't have a meaning unless you talk about the word.
Oh, doesn't
It has
it?
a purpose.
That sounds definitive.
Life has a purpose.
Okay,
It doesn't have a
okay.
meaning.
Oh, sorry, I rephrase it. So, what's the purpose?
The purpose of life is particularly of human life, particularly human life. The purpose of human life is to enjoy being alive itself and being alive with others and being in communion with the God and enjoying what he has given us to enjoy, including his very being and being in communion with him.
I agree.
Are we
One-
still allowed?
That's one of the purposes. I agree.
I was still allowed to drink beer, or
Yeah, you can drink beer, just don't be don't inebriate yourself.
Yeah,
See,
it's like it was like
I think
cult
that
leaders.
was, well,
Imagine you going to a cult leader's like little caravan in the middle of the Arizona somewhere, and then this dude's like telling you all the rules, and little Johnny in the corner goes, "Yeah, but can we still drink beer?"
Yeah, you can drink beer, don't get inebriated. Don't inebriate yourself.
Oh.
What if
But-
Johnny didn't know what inebriated means?
Then that would be the case.
When in beer, you can't get inebriated.
What'd you say?
What's the purpose of beer if you can't get inebriated?
I don't know. Well, the purpose of beer, is to get inebriated. The question wasn't what is the purpose of beer. The question was, can you drink beer? And I said, yeah, you can drink beer, just don't get inebriated.
So your purpose to
The
life
purpose
is
of life
against the purpose of beer.
is
The purpose
Yeah,
of
the
beer
purpose of
is to
beer
get
itself is not self-justification,
inebriated.
self-justified.
No, but it's a
no,
strict
boys,
rule.
boys. The purpose of life is to procreate. The purpose of beer is to help the ugly women procreate. Done.
Or to
Round of applause.
or to help the ugly guys
Round of
procreate
applause
with
for that
ugly
joke.
women.
Gregory, what if I told you that I got my ability to reason from Lucifer and the apple?
At
age 36.
Yeah, but
You have to
how you
repeat that.
know
I didn't
that?
hear you.
How you know that Lucifer had something more to give than the apple? What if he chose Lucifer? What if he said, "No, I don't want the apple. I want Lucifer."
Gregory, all my life.
I'm not hearing people's questions in entirety, so I can't answer them.
I tried to reason all my life, and I saw Jesus was about, and I couldn't reason all my life until I woke up spiritually and found all the pagan archetypes at 36 years old, and that's when I developed the capability.
Then you're
to
still
reason.
lost.
And now I can reason really well. Like
So I'm gonna say this one last time, Don, because you keep misunderstanding the simple question I've asked. I never asserted that you are unable to reason for any reason. Okay. The question is, in your worldview, how did you get the ability to reason?
I already answered that, and now I've asked you a question.
Right. So the answer you've given is not satisfactory because the conclusion given the premise is a non sequitur.
My answer is very satisfactory. I gave you 2 or 3 different.
It isn't. The reason it isn't is because just because things grow, the act of growing does not give a thing the ability to reason.
That's your opinion. You have to prove that.
Okay, that's just a hand wave. You didn't actually refute the central point of what I said.
You didn't refute mine. You just said they don't grow like that. It's not a refute.
Because there are plenty of things that grow that don't have the ability to reason.
There's humans that grow, and we can watch them get better at reasoning as they grow. We can do science.
But the act of growing did not cause them to
That's your
receive the ability
opinion.
to reason.
You'll have to prove that.
Okay. You cannot substantiate the assertion that the act of growing caused them to receive the ability to reason, because material things changing over time is not going to give anything or anyone, including themselves, an immaterial aspect to their being.
Reasoning isn't immaterial. What are you saying?
I'd say
So reasoning has
the
a
word-
concrete existence. You can touch it. It's a physical thing.
no, because the word you're looking for, and you haven't mentioned
So it's
this
immaterial.
word.
So imagine you, Gregory, with no body, nothing. It's just you, and there's no land. You're not touching anything. So there's no body, nothing. Just you in the void. Your soul in the void. Do you reckon can you still reason?
I can't make sense of what's being said.
What would you
It's called
reason about?
developing. Now, the word you want is developing.
It's based on material. Material is half of existence. We are immaterial, living in material. What we reason about is material and immaterial. If there was no material, we wouldn't be able to reason, would we?
Right. So reasoning is not material.
No, but we need material to help us reason. Most
Right.
reasoning is based in the material world.
Right. You take away our bodies, there's nothing for the ability to reason to be inside of.
Yeah, there's nothing to reason about anymore.
Right. So that is indicative that reason is not material, it's immaterial. Therefore,
outside of the material world, there's no
What a pointless fucking conversation.
on to the second half of my sentence, I can't finish it.
Yeah, no, hang on. Because we're going to
Okay,
move
need
on
for a
to
good
another
conversation.
subject.
Come on.
We're going to move on to another subject now, but like I'd say that it really comes down to, just in the world that you don't know, there's no fear.
Excuse me.
So what I was trying to say is that given the true premise that Don just established, that if there were no material, there would be nothing for the immaterial to be inside of, including the ability to reason, to make sense of things, which is indicative of the fact that the ability to reason, the concept itself, and the ability to reason is immaterial. Therefore, no matter how much material things grow, it is not the cause of the ability for that material thing to have the ability to reason.
I think it is.
Fuck's sake,
We're at a
mate.
standstill. We just believe different things about how reasoning happened.
So you just arbitrarily choose your conclusion,
So do you.
despite despite the explanation that I just gave in refutation for that conclusion.
We're both arbitrarily choosing what we
No one
believe.
listened to
No,
it.
it's a
It
false
was
critique
too
of my
fucking
position.
long-winded.
We've both done that arbitrarily.
No, it's a false criticism. I actually substantiated what I said with logic and examples.
You're not logical. You're a Christian.
There's an interesting dynamic here between American, Australian, and UK. Like I'm picking up on
Yeah, I
that
know.
too, like all the nuances.
Yeah, I'm picking up on all the Australians saying, "What the fuck? What the fuck? Let's sit back. Let's sit back down on the pillows, man. Come on, where's the bong? Pass it
I
round."
think I might be the most godly person here talking to the Christian. I'm rejecting what he's
So
saying.
the irony is that you will ridicule a Christian, a Bible believer, for being irrational, yet you sit here in this room bigotiously hand waving the refutation that was just given to you, arbitrarily asserting that what you believe is true despite it being refuted. But if the
Yes.
Christian was to do the same, you would ridicule them.
No,
So you hypocritically
not
do what you
necessarily.
ridicule others for
Not
doing.
necessarily. We're slightly different, so I'm ridiculing you for being you.
No, you hypocritically ridicule me
And as an
for
Aussie,
saying what I'm
what
saying
the
and holding
fuck
the position that I'm
both of you?
holding while trying to be rational with you, and you ended your argument with an arbitrary, just so fiat declaration that what I believe is true because I believe it,
You did. You
in
ended
spite of
yours
the
in an
refutation that was
arbitrary
given to
truth.
your
So I ended
conclusion.
mine the same.
In spite of the refutation that was given to your conclusion, which you have yet to actually substantiate.
Your reputation is just saying no, it doesn't work like that.
No, it isn't. You simplistically and dishonestly reducing what I said instead of accurately reflecting what I
Stop
said to you.
saying so many words and say things that mean things.
Okay, so just because I'm using words that you would rather me not say doesn't mean what I'm saying is meaningless. So you're demonstrating in no
You're
uncertain
trying to
terms
be
that you're
clever.
refusing to reason
Nothing's
with
coming
me,
across.
but you ridicule the Christian for doing the same. It's okay for you to be irrational, but
Don't
not
take it
Christian.
personal. I always ridicule
Please,
Christians.
please go and have a little cry, and then we'll change the topic and we'll talk about something else. Okay? No one's trying to offend you. You come in here, you seem to want to just get offended. All right?
No one's
So,
crying.
next.
No one's
Good.
crying.
Good.
Okay. So how about you stop with the disingenuous, snarky sarcasm and actually be reasonable?
Not disingenuous. Not disingenuous at
It's
all, mate.
completely
I feel for
disingenuous.
you.
You know full and well I'm not even on the verge of tears.
Let me try this as an argument.
You sound quite annoyed by someone else's opinion, mate.
Yeah, because
Because
anyone
here's
would be
yours.
annoyed is someone trying to reason with them.
Honestly,
You
do
would
you
be
want to
just annoyed if I was trying to reason with you and I was refusing to be reasonable with you while you're trying to be reasonable with me. But
There
don't
is
act like
no
you wouldn't be
reason in
irritated
what you're
by
saying
people.
at all.
So you don't act like you wouldn't be
Where does
irritated by people
discernment
refusing
come
to be
from?
rational with you.
I think you could make one of those really
Right.
good television personality pastors of a church.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so White
Can you
Ward
feel
really
it?
wants to sit there and pretend like he wouldn't be irritated that someone speaking to him that's refusing to be rational would irritate him.
I've got an argument
No,
for
I'd
you,
leave the
Gregory.
server, champ. I'd just leave the server, mate.
Gregory, we don't know if God is real because it's supernatural, so we can't prove it scientifically. We don't know. That means
So
we
you just
don't. Wait,
concluded.
I'm not finished. I'm not finished. That
I'm
means
sorry,
we
I'm
don't
sorry.
know if reason comes from God or not.
Okay, so you just concluded that because the God is by definition supernatural,
Yeah.
and then you invoke the scientific method, which is only answering questions in the scope of cause and effect of natural phenomena,
Yeah.
that therefore we can't know that the God is real.
We can't know
I think
scientifically.
Okay,
I think we're
so the
blocking
problem
it.
with the argument is that you're using a method. Can I
I'm
say
going
this?
to have to put.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to put. I'm going to put you on mute for just a couple of seconds.
Okay, just a couple seconds.
Don't repeat my whole question. Just answer it.
I thought I was being put on
Well,
mute. What's going to happen here?
There's a supernatural. There's a supernatural aspect there that you've got to acknowledge as well. Like in no uncertain terms, God is supernatural. But what does that mean? Does that mean it's a good being or a bad being? Right?
Can I finish my answer to Don, or am I going to be muted, Carlos?
Carlos can only meet you for himself, so don't worry.
Oh, sorry, man. I muted myself. Oh, bro.
What is going on? I don't know what's going to
Ross
happen.
is
Can I finish
saying
my answer to
that
Don?
you're being silly, so he's going to turn you down. So he can only hear us talking, not you.
Okay. So what I was saying was, in your premises, the God is supernatural. The scientific method can't answer this question. Therefore, we can't know the God is real.
No,
So the-
that's not it. Therefore, you can't
I'm
prove
sorry.
reason is from God scientifically.
Therefore, I can't prove reason is from the God. It's also a non sequitur. Because in one of your premises, you invoked a method that is only meant to answer questions in the scope of
That's
cause and
why
effect
I
of natural
invoked it.
phenomena.
I invoked it to tell you you can't use it.
So I agree with the premise that we can't prove the conclusion to be true. Well, excuse me, we
So it's
can't
just your
prove that.
opinion. You understand?
Can I finish? Like, do you want to reason? Do you really just want to? You just want to say
Get
what you
to
got to
it,
say?
You're trying to prolong the pain.
Okay. So you're doing the same thing that a presuppositional is. You're trying to destroy my worldview. But you want to
Yes, I'm
ridicule the
using your
presuppositionalists for
worldview
doing what they're doing,
to
but
show
you're doing
you
the same
there's
thing
no
they're doing.
logic
The
to it. It's
hypocrisy
just
is
your opinion.
disgusting. The
No
hypocrisy is
one's
disgusting,
ruining
and the
your
audience needs to
worldview. We're just
be
not
disgusted
Hey,
by it.
Mill.
accepting it. You can do
Hey,
what
Mill.
you
That's what.
I am ruining his worldview. That's what I'm doing.
Hey,
Okay.
Mill. You try putting someone on mute. You just click on their name and you click mute, and then you have this conversation, and it's like they're not there. It's really weird.
Yeah,
So,
wouldn't do it
so the
very
reason
long,
you keep
though.
rumpusing me and me trying to refute
Now
your
you go
fallacious
psycho,
non
right?
sequitur argument is because
Oh,
you actually
no.
know that I'm about to destroy your argument.
So, Gregory, can we agree that you can't
Oh,
prove
please.
scientifically reason is from God?
Yeah, of course, you can't prove it scientifically because the
Agree on
method
that?
is not appropriate. So you're a doofus for trying to use the scientific
You can only
method to
tell
answer
me about it. You
such a
can't prove
question.
it scientifically.
Oh my god. What the God
Okay, you're
given
trying.
scientific method?
I
Oh
agree with the
my
premise
god.
that this method that is not appropriate,
See how
it
I've
isn't even
destroyed it?
designed to
It's all
answer such
quiet.
questions. See, every time I try to answer the question, I keep getting rumpus.
Oh,
But I let
sounds
you
like a
talk.
conspiracy, mate. He's trying to suppress you. Shit.
You see, so it's obvious that my answer is too much for you to bear.
Really?
It cuts to the heart. So I hope
Yeah, it does. Oh.
Sorry,
that
I
you
couldn't hear
people
you.
would turn off the bigotry and actually seek wisdom and question your own worldviews and consider the
I've
other
got a,
the
I've got
worldviews
a
of others, like you
Okay.
tell others to do.
Thanks for the lecture, champ. See you
This
later,
is
mate.
your reflection,
Thank you very
dude. You
much.
came here to take the mick out of our worldview.
gone
I took the mick out of yours.
out of here. Fucking hell. What a head fuck. In New
Did he get
Zealand,
kicked or did he do it of his own volition?
What a sad
in
way
my
to promote God, to tell other
in
people
New
that they
Zealand,
can't
and
think
when
properly.
in New Zealand, that type of talking gives me a mind fuck.
He just destroyed you guys single-handedly.
Oh, just like
You guys were outmatched.
yeah, I was
We've
dripping
been
with
plunged
leprosy.
into absurdity.
I was dripping with leprosy after that.
Yeah, that's Gregory. I love Gregory.
Didn't vocalize it well. There was too many of us.
Jesus fuck!
Yeah,
What
I
a
like Gregory as well.
He's
Nah,
one of
man,
those few characters you meet that always leave an
Yeah.
impression.
Yeah.
nah.
It's like the Phantom.
Sorry, what was his name?
Reminds me of Ronaldo from Gems.
We call him Pope Gregory.
Did you say you put up with him for an hour at Gems?
No, he reminds me of Ronaldo that used to come on with the same argument and tell us that we're all absurd and we've been plunged. When he used to win, then he used to victory quit and say, "You've all been plunged into absurdity." Atheist
Imagine
absurdity.
being stuck in a room and having to listen to Gregory for 1 hour.
Well, this is a very strong argument for Christians. I think I've decided that no one can reason properly, and because there's nuance about how we reason, I've decided it's only through God. It's a Darth Dawkins argument.
Oh, look, I think they should put that guy on the loop for Guantanamo Bay torture. That's fucking horrific. You
That's
go
worse
Troppo within
than
an hour, I think.
that's worse than waterboarding.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I admit it. I fucking blew them all up. It was me.
I debunked him as a Satanist, an atheist, and another Christian.
It's sad that some
Where
people
does
leave.
discernment come?
Yo, you've been plunged into absurdity. Absurdity is a pretty good like tagline.
Yeah, that's what Ricardo Ronaldo. Can you remember him?
Plunged into absurdity.
I tried to tell you guys like half an hour ago, his mind fucking with you, man, and you wouldn't believe me. I said he's fucking with your mind.
Yeah, I
You
heard
let him.
Carlos, and
You
I
let
thought,
him.
I think you're
Just
right.
let
I'm
him.
going to listen.
And he was just talking and talking and talking and talking. Fucking hell.
Oh, and apparently it meant something to him, which is fine. But fucking hell, don't get angry with other people when what you're saying doesn't mean anything to them. Jesus.
It was what we call it in New Zealand is verbal diarrhea.
Yeah, that's right. Wipe your chin, son. Fucking your breath stinks.
Sounds like he won because you guys are still really 1 versus 3.
He did trigger me. A Christian
No,
saying
it's like
I
if
can
you
reason
saw
because of Christ better than you. That's triggering.
if you saw a mass massacre shooting of some dude that
I
got
enjoyed
a
his company.
Yeah.
fucking killing everyone, you're gonna have your mouth open wide after that experience for a long time, man.
Just kicking back with Gregory.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was awesome.
I love it when I copied his argument and he said, "How dare you try and destroy my worldview?"
Yeah. I love it.
That's a hilarious thing to say.
Oh, he said lots of funny things. Did you hear it all?
He had like some good one-liners.
What did he call? He said a word. He made up a term, hypercritical. I know someone else has used that before, but I don't know what it is.
He also said misconfusion. That's a new one.
The problem with most of us here, they don't realize that when he left here, he just went to the listen only stream, and you wouldn't know if he's listening or not.
He's loving it.
Gregory, if you're listening, please come back.
Hang on. Please don't.
He does a really good Obama impression.
Why would you ask me to come back after that?
You need to.
I want to hear him do his Obama impression.
Well, I want to hear you not request him back impression.
Riggs, you were up next. He just destroyed Dawn.
Yeah, what is he going to do to me?
He's gonna ask you how you can reason.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna slam dunk his brain. Watch. Have him come back. He'll get crushed. Crushed.
What do you think? Like 3 girls in bikinis in a jelly or mud? Which one would you choose?
Jelly.
Mud.
Mud.
Jelly.
Mud has a dirtier connotation. Jelly is a little sweeter.
No, it's a mystery. It's a mystery. With jelly, you just fucking see everything straight away. Mud gives you that mystery. It's covered up, then it's wiped off. Then it's covered up, then it's wiped. It's fucking perfect.
Jelly breaks and it looks silly then after it breaks.
I like toast.
And
Yeah,
at
but
least
you guys
with
haven't-
mud,
You guys haven't been in mud.
at least with mud, you can tell the girls that it's really good for their skin, you know. So they're just like, you know.
They should have good skin already.
Those girls don't care.
It's not that good. You just get dirty.
Get down and
They
dirty.
don't know what's really good for their skin.
Get down and
Good
dirty.
for their face, anyway.
Why are they in bikinis if they have bad skin?
Mud is good for your skin.
You see the girl on the beach wearing a bikini, and then she walks up to the shops and she's still wearing a bikini, and she becomes offensive to men's eyeballs.
You know what? Sometimes I
How
make
dare
Gregory's
you.
argument. I say none of you can reason because you don't study the occult. I've said this to people, so I use this argument as well.
You can't reason if you have missing information. It changes the premise.
Yeah. You're 2 MSMs and you can't reason.
Yeah, but Dawn, the fact that you do know the occult, does that mean that you know everything there is to be known?
No.
Of course not.
No.
Therefore, it's
I can
it's a
only
very
reason
silly argument, that one.
a tiny bit better on some things.
But my argument from the get-go is reason's different to discernment. It's a different thing altogether. And it started off about discernment, and which somehow has switched to reason. It's almost intuition, discernment.
Saying being awoken and understanding that humans lie. Once you're there, you can reason and discern better than other people.
Well, that's where the occult comes into it, because it's very particular knowledge about the mind.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Yeah, but it's only what you know.
no, that you can. We're all in the same boat in a way.
What I was trying to say is quite a lot of flat earthers already know some of the by being awoken in this particular way.
Well, what is the point, right? The point, it seems, is to wake up.
Yeah, I think
just don't be asleep.
I mean, what does wake up even mean anymore?
It's definitely not woke, that's for sure.
You know, waking up actually even means less than being vegan.
I don't think so. I really don't think so at all. I don't think it's even
Being
begun.
vegan is like
I think our mind.
Vegan is like it's like an effort to be something that's pretty much impossible. But then being woke is just like different gradients of impossibility.
But how
I know what you're trying
open-minded
to say,
are
Rick, yeah.
How open-minded are you, though?
Well, it just depends on all the stuff you don't know. I mean, like, how can you know what you don't know? At every stage, you think you're more woke than the next, but then there's always more. Because the smarter you get, the more you know you don't know.
Yeah, I agree.
No, you gotta differentiate. Woke is like the Green Revolution bullshit. Waking up, being awake is different. That's the truth side of it.
I can't wake up.
When you wake up, you're only 1 inch higher. There's still infinite stuff to be known. Yeah, I agree with Riggs.
Hey, Don, let me ask: if you were raised on an island without Jesus, how would you exist?
Did Gregory get back in?
I'd worship the
Is that you,
trees,
Gregory?
right, and the beach.
Yeah, exactly.
And the moon.
Yeah, you don't need like stories about shit to function and reason. It's built in.
I'd find the
Who
sun,
wrote
and
the
that would be
fucking
wonderful enough,
stories?
wouldn't it?
Fucking stories. Some cunt wrote a book.
What was the name of the Castaway basketball?
Wilson.
Wilson!
Dude, we could have had Gregory versus Rumpus. That would have been insane.
Oh, wow.
What up, Rumpus?
Yeah, set that up for Livestream Channel 1, will you?
Oh,
We'll stay here
shit.
all
Yeah, we
day.
got to host that.
How cool is that? Yo, what up, Rumpus?
How cool is that?
What up, Rumpty Dump?
Oh, Rumpos. Rumpus, how do you reason? How did you reason?
Utter moron.
The Earth is extremely flat.
But that's just
Undeniably.
patently false. Blah, 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 blah.
Hello.
Oh, there it is. There, here we go. Here we go.
You're a little bit low
Shit,
there,
I'm
Rumpus.
mouthful of coffee. Oh, fuck.
A little bit low there, Rumpus.
I'm a little bit low, am I?
In the mix.
Find your voice, Rumpus. Come on.
I'm quiet, am I?
We have a lot of challengers waiting to duel.
Yeah, how do you reason, Rumpus?
Am I quiet?
How do you reason?
How do you reason?
How do you explain that? How do you explain that?
Quiet. Is my volume okay?
Perfect.
Good
now. No, very low.
How do you have the right volume without Jesus?
How do you explain the atmosphere in lockstep with the Earth, Rumpus?
Very easy. Goes along just like the Earth rotates. There's nothing to stop the atmosphere rotating with it, and just like a belt sander accelerates the area, or a fan, if you blow a fan through an area, it blows along the wind, it blows along the air with it. So, for instance, if you had a cloud, if you had smoke
if you put a smoke machine in a room and you took a fan to it, you would see that the area outside the direct effect of the fan would also be moved. So
yeah, but why isn't there a delay or lag, as you would expect?
Because it's had billions of years to catch up to the same speed.
How do you know these billions of years?
Because
But
we know
it'll
the
never go
Earth's
faster,
size.
right?
No, it
So
wouldn't go
how
any
did it
faster,
catch up?
correct.
That's not a very good answer.
Hold on, you asked me
'cause
two contradictory things. You said, "How can it go faster?" Oh, do you mean how
It'll
can it
never go
increase the
faster.
speed? It'll never go faster than the rotation of the Earth. If that's what you mean. But if you mean
Yeah,
faster,
so how did it catch
how do
up
you-
if it's never going to go
No, but
faster
I
than
asked you how
No,
come
you're asking
you know
two.
that
Sorry, you
it's
seem to be
billions
asking
of
two
years?
different things. When you say faster,
It's
do you mean
one
can it go
thing.
faster than the rotation of the Earth? Is that the question you're asking?
No, it
We
can't.
want to know, no, because you had a claim
Jesus
just before.
Christ, let him. So stop interrupting the guy. He's just
Hang on,
clarifying his
you-
question. When you say can it go faster? Do you mean
I didn't say that. I
faster-
said it'll never go faster than the rotation of the Earth. So how
Correct.
did it catch up to the rotation of the Earth?
But it doesn't. Yes, so it can get up to the speed of the rotation, but it won't go faster than the rotation of the Earth.
How did it get up to the speed of the rotation when the rotation started first and it lagged behind? Without going faster, how did it catch up?
Right, when you say going fast, you mean how did it increase its velocity up to? So if it started off stationary, you're asking how did it increase its velocity up to the speed of the rotation of the Earth? Is that the
Yeah,
question?
to get rid of the lag, it had to speed up faster than the rotation.
Right,
since
just
it
like a
started
sand.
behind.
Look, if you've seen a belt sander on a rotating round, it accelerates the air that it's in contact with. So similarly, the Earth rotating will accelerate the air that's in contact with up to the speed of the rotation of the Earth.
How?
I'm not satisfied by that answer at
Oh
all.
my God! Look, you can go and experience the same effect. Go and find a belt sander. If something's rotating quickly, and then see if it causes a draft, and it will.
What is something? What is it?
The
What
draft
is
will
it?
always
Belt
lag
sander,
behind.
something that's rotating,
Yeah.
a belt rotating.
You're saying that the world is rotating.
Oh,
What
The
is
draft
the
will
world?
always be behind.
the
It'll
world
lag
mean?
behind the
Talking
actual
about, you
object
moron.
moving.
Look, imagine a belt sander on two rotating cylinders. You put a belt, and you haven't put some sandpaper on there. If you put yourself at the far end, which the top edge is coming off, you will have a little draft coming in your face. And if you were to put smoke in the room, it would be accelerated by the belt sander. Similarly, when the Earth is rotating, any air that's in contact with the surface of the Earth will be accelerated. And because of the effect that air causes can affect air above it, gradually, just like as if you were to use a fan in a room and you had smoke in the room, you would see that it would accelerate the smoke above the area where the fan was operating. Gradually, the effect would be less and less because of the friction of the air gradually in the room above the roof would, because that's stationary. But in the space, that's not the case. There's no friction. There's nothing at the top of the atmosphere to stop it carrying rotating. So quite why you're having a problem with when you
No, I'm not
experience
having
it in
any
real
problem.
life.
And your
You
long-winded
are. You're
diatribe
having a
isn't going
big
to change
problem.
the fact.
You don't
Listen,
seem to understand that a fan
listen,
can accelerate
listen,
air.
Rumpus. Listen, hold up. It's going to lag behind. The air will lag behind this. The draft will lag behind the sander, right?
But eventually it will
or
catch
anything
up.
else. In a blender, the liquid will lag behind.
Right,
It'll be a
and I'll
cyclone
explain to
around
you
the
why,
blades.
and I'll explain to you
It's
why it
always
doesn't
going to
have- it
lag
doesn't-
behind.
and
So
I'll
how are you
explain to
getting it to
why
catch
that-
up
and I'm gonna
perfectly?
I did explain to you 3 times, but I'll do it again. The space has no friction. The reason why in a blender you get a lag, in other words, if you to spin the middle of your blender, and the middle bit would be at the speed of the blender, but as you went out, it would rapidly slow down until near the edge of the blender, the container, it would be stationary because the blender is stationary. But imagine if the blender was also rotating, then you wouldn't have a problem. Or if you had no friction at all, imagine there was no container it was in. Gradually, all the stuff in the blender would speed up to the rotation of the central thing. Because space, remember, there's no friction there. There's nothing to slow it down. So eventually, after time, it would catch up with follow the speed in the center. So it's very different to a blender situation.
Okay, so you're comparing it to the propeller of a boat.
Well, not really, no, because I compared it to the thing I wish to compare it to, a belt sander. A propeller on a boat's doing something much more active than I would suggest that the Earth is doing. It's just the surface of the Earth, just like a belt sander, going round. It's doing its belt sandery thing. It will pick up air, and it will, if you put your little face at the end of the belt sander, you will get a little draft in your face. And if you were to fill the room with smoke, you would see the effect of the belt sander on the air in the room. And if you have no friction, whereas in a room, of course, you've got all this stationary air being confined by the room it's in. But if you didn't have that restriction, as in space, it was free to move, nothing stopping it, then gradually it would move, or the whole of the air in that room would move if it was in a
Yeah, but it's
non-friction
still in a
environment.
medium, just like the propeller in the ocean is still in a medium. How far do you think the effects from a boat propeller would affect the ocean around it? 10 meters, 100 meters?
Yes,
I mean,
but
you're
there's
in a
all.
medium.
Yeah, but listen, I keep on explaining to you that you if you put a boat inside the water and get it to go, obviously there's lots of drag from the rest of the water is stationary with respect to the boat, and there's all this rock and everything and things restricting it, and the whole of the ocean is not moving with respect to the boat, whereas in the case of being on the Earth, everything is rotating, and so there's
Yeah,
no
well, that's
drag.
different.
There is nothing to
Okay.
stop it speeding up. As I explained to you now for the 5th time, there is nothing in space to stop it speeding up. Whereas in the real world, we get you in a room and you put your belt sander on. There's the room that's not moving with respect to the belt sander. So obviously the air the draft that the belt sander is going to create is going to hit the wall, bounce off it, and then gradually dissipate and stop moving. But if the whole
Incorrect.
room was moving, and there was nothing
Incorrect,
stopping
because gravity gets weaker the more you go out. So you would expect that
gravity is a
at the
vertical thing. We're
fringes
talking
of it.
about hold on, we're talking
Hold
about
up, you would
horizontal
expect
speed.
at the fringes, the second law of thermodynamics, the
You've got confused
entropy
between
would
gravity
be
is a
such that
vertical
it
thing.
would go outwards and
Gravity is
it
a
would create this
vertical
lag
thing.
effect.
We're talking about horizontal speed. We're talking about the speed of the air catching up with the rotation of the Earth, and you're now talking about vertical effects. I mean, obviously,
No, I'm not.
you are. You said it's got something to do with gravity. Gravity is important, and it stops the air disappearing off into space. That's the thing that gravity does. It doesn't cause it to acquire the tangential speed of the rotation of the Earth, and it doesn't slow it down because it's acting vertically. We're talking about horizontal speed. If you understand 2 dimensions,
No, listen, Rumpus. You said that
Yes.
the reason it turns without losing without drag is because of the vacuum
Yes.
in space, right?
Yes.
And I'm telling you that vacuum, that effect is reduced because gravity is reduced.
No, it isn't.
So it is, yes.
How does gravity slow that down?
That
Gravity's
effect
acting
is reduced
vertically.
by the second law of thermodynamics.
It's got nothing to do with the second law of thermodynamics. Let's talk about
it
the
has much to do
concentrate on
with
the
it.
forces. Concentrate on the forces. Do you understand, for instance, that if I am on a skating rink and I go horizontally, the effects of gravity are not interfering with horizontal motion? In other words, if I push something horizontally on a skating rink, the effects, the dynamics of that situation are only determined by friction on the horizontally, affecting horizontally, and my force that I'm acting horizontally and the mass. So you
I'm
can
pretty sure
eliminate
Cavendish
the
would
effect.
disagree with that, but
Let's
continue.
sod Cavendish. Try and concentrate on the scenario I'm describing. On a skating rink, when you push someone horizontally, gravity does not add or subtract. It does not apply a force that affects the horizontal motion. If you understood how dimensions work, the vertical force of gravity does not affect whether that person you've pushed accelerates more or less because it's acting in another dimension. It's acting vertically. Gravity acts downwards. If you push horizontally, the effect of gravity does not increase or decrease or in
You
any
don't
way
have to
restrict.
repeat it 7 times.
Right, but then you've got to
Carry on
understand.
with your
If you
point.
understood what I just said, then you would not have made the comment that you did about gravity somehow impeding the rotation of the air. If you understood what I just said, you
It
would
would.
realise your earlier comment was wrong.
I didn't say it would only happen horizontally. There's
No,
air
you
as you go
said
vertically higher.
gravity somehow interferes with the process that I described, and yet gravity acts
Absolutely.
downwards. Right, so you just said it again. So you didn't understand what I just said 4 times.
No, you're not
Gravity
understanding.
is-
As
no,
you go
no,
up,
you've got to listen.
the
You've got to try
air
and
is
understand what I'm
getting.
saying. It's very
Listen,
simple.
Rumpus,
Look, the 11-year-olds
as you
can get
go up
grip with this.
vertically, as you go up, the gravity effect is weaker and weaker according to your model.
Very
right?
slightly, yes, very slightly. The top,
Okay.
where the top of the atmosphere
Meaning-
is, gravity is
meaning that
almost
the-
the same as the bottom.
Yes, meaning that the air at the top is more inclined to evacuate into the space beyond, because
not.
that's the way that the second law of thermodynamics
No, it's
works.
not. No, second
works,
law of thermodynamics has
right?
got nothing to
And
do with
as a result, you're going to have this lag effect because
lag
there's less of a pull from the gravitational pull at the
It's
core,
irrelevant.
at the
It's
mass,
still a
at center
pull.
of mass.
All the gravity has to do is to stop the air disappearing off into space. That's all the gravity
Rumpus,
has
do you
to do.
believe?
And the fact that
Rumpus,
it's
do you believe?
weaker, Hold on.
Hang on, Rumpus.
Hold on. 5 more
Rumpus.
seconds, and you can. 5 more seconds, and you get a turn. 5 more seconds, and I'll stop. All you need is a force to keep the air coming down. It doesn't matter whether it's weaker or stronger than at the surface. Go ahead.
Okay, so Rumpus, do you believe that there is a tether between the Earth and the Moon, and do you believe there's a tether between the Earth and the Sun? And if so, what does the tether look like? Is it like a straight line, or is it like something more of like a ice cream cone shape? What does it look like? What is this tether made of?
Right. Do you accept the existence of electrostatic fields, magnetic fields? Do you accept those?
Yeah.
Great. Well, its gravitational field is just another one of those. So if you was to ask you what does a gravitational tether look? A magnetic tether look like? What the tether between something, a magnet, and what's attracted to? And I asked you what does the tether look like? You would say you're a moron. Why do you ask such a stupid question? It's a field, and I'm going to say exactly the same thing that you would say to me if I asked you what the magnetic tether would look like. You're a moron. It's a field. It's just a force between us and the moon, the Earth and the moon, and the sun and the moon.
You're breaking a lot of rules, Rumpus.
Well,
you're saying you don't understand, you're calling people's names.
What does it look like?
No.
To ask such a question means you don't understand that the gravitational force is a force just like an electrostatic force or a magnetic force.
Rumpus. So what would this tether look like? If you could see it.
Just did it again.
Hang on, Rumpus.
Tell me what a magnetic tether looks like then. You tell me what a magnetic tether looks like, and I'll then tell you what a gravitational tether looks like.
What it would look like if you could actually visualize it, if you had
What
some
do you think
apparatus.
magnetic tether looks like?
No, between the moon and the Earth.
No, I'm asking you. You describe to the panel what a magnetic or electrostatic force tether looks like. If you're happy with that, then imagine the same thing for a gravitational tether. It's no different.
Gravity's never been proven.
Of course it has. What do you think's holding you down the floor?
Some story that you make up.
What do you think your scales are registering? The force that your scales show you in your bathroom. They show you a force. That's the force of gravity on your body. Yeah, the weight.
The force of my body trying to go
and that's
further
gravity.
down and seek equilibrium. That's all. No, that's not gravity.
It's registering a force. Your bathroom scales are registering a force. Do you accept
that?
Do
That's just your story.
Do you understand
that's the story that
your
use.
scales are registering a force? Do you understand that?
Yes, of course. My force of my body trying to seek equilibrium.
Where does that force come from?
My body's seeking equilibrium. The fact I'm in a density gradient and I'm out of equilibrium.
When you say equilibrium, you have to talk about the equilibrium between two things, and density is not a force.
I didn't say there was a density force. My body is heavier than air around it. It wants to seek equilibrium.
You've agreed there's a force. Where does this force come from?
Of course there is.
Right, good.
The
so
potential
we've got that part.
energy.
We've agreed on that part. So you now have to account for where that force comes from. All forces have to have a source.
Potential energy of me using my muscles to get up onto the scale, and then the kinetic energy of my body trying to seek equilibrium.
It's not your muscles.
Things
without muscles, muscles also have weight. What is causing that force?
Yes, they've been taken out of equilibrium, like the rock on the top of a mountain as it falls down. As that mountain, through lots of different natural forces, was forced off of the surface of the earth and
it doesn't
out
remember
of
how it got
equilibrium.
there. Are you saying it remembers
It doesn't
somehow
need to
that it
remember.
got put on top of...
I didn't say it remembered.
But that's what you're implying. You're saying that somehow it remembered that it's up there, it got up there by force, it's somehow remembering that it's then got to go down again.
What's potential energy? What's potential energy?
Force times distance.
If
if
I lift up a 1 kilo weight, does it not have potential?
It does, yes, that's potential energy, yeah.
Right, that potential equals what? The energy that I put into it, no doubt, to get it up there.
Right, so what about something on the ground then? Is that
right? So do you think that thing has to remember that I put it up there, or just the fact that it's there?
Right,
like the rock on top of the mountain.
But the force acting on it, that you have to account for the force acting on it. There is a force acting on it, pulling it down. You have to account for that.
That force was put into it by putting it there.
No, you don't. You might implying it somehow remembers that. What?
No,
you have,
no.
If
There's
something's
no
got a
memory
force acting on it,
it is.
If there's a force acting on something, there has to be a cause of that force.
Rumpus, what if we
so
could...
when I throw a ball up,
Hang on, bro.
I throw a ball up in the air, I'm imparting energy to it.
Bro,
That energy
like,
Yeah, but
converts as it's
we're
going
about
up.
forces for the moment. You don't understand what energy
what,
is.
hang on,
There has to be a
Rumpus, what if
force
I
acting
asked,
on it for it to change its behavior. So where does that force come from?
hang on, Rumpus,
The
what if I asked you,
potential.
what if it was possible there was a force that is anti? So, like, gravity is in one. What if there's an anti-gravity force, and that's actually the main force?
Well, if it would, that would mean when
Doesn't
we talk
need
about
to be.
anti-gravity force, then that
Yeah,
means
yeah.
that
So, like, it's working in the
Hold on, I'm
opposite
trying
way
to
that
answer your
we think.
question. I'm trying to answer your question. If you want an anti-gravity force, that means you're saying there's a force that masses actually oppose one another, so they push one another apart. Now, you'd need to demonstrate that such a thing is, and in fact, we actually
So,
believe
there's
that the
actually a
expansion.
force
Oh,
going
nearly there,
up.
nearly there. 5 more seconds. We actually believe there is such a force, and that's the cause of the expansion of the universe. But it's only over short distances
I
and
mean, from
small
the
masses.
Earth
I'm nearly
circus.
there, nearly there. 2 more seconds. We believe that does exist, and it's causing the expansion of the universe, but it doesn't. It's not measurable over short distances or small masses.
Okay. Can you apply what you just said to, like, just limit it to the Earth? No moon, no sun, no stars, no sky. Just the Earth, up and down. What if there was a force that was going up all the time,
What do you mean by
and
up?
that? No, you're
If you
saying
just
that the
eliminated the
force.
planet, there's no reference.
I
The
mean,
only
just
reason you
reverse
have down is because
So
it's
you
the
just
center of the Earth. Down
gravity
means
to the
down
center
at
of.
gravity is the force to
Yeah,
the center of the Earth.
yeah.
If you
No.
remove the
Just
Earth,
for
then you'd be
example, there was
floating.
a force.
There'd be no force acting on you if you took away the Earth and the Sun and the Moon.
What if there was an anti-force and it was going up all the time, which made
What
everything
do you
else
mean by
go
up?
down?
Up is a relative term. Up relevant to what? If you removed all the objects in the solar system, there is no up and down. There is no
No.
up
I
and.
said you're not allowed to
Doesn't need to be.
talk about the Earth.
Hold on. So you just got the Earth in space and nothing else. Is that what you're saying?
That's it. Yep. No. Don't talk
Nice
about.
escape there, Rumpus.
I'm trying to work out
No.
what you're asking. I thought you removed
Okay,
everything
so
from space.
there's a
Well, you've
force of
moved on
gravity
from
putting everything to the center of
avoiding
the
my
Earth. What
question.
if there was actually an anti-force which made everything fall down, not a force that was actually like in a linear function?
You mean a repelling force? So you're talking about a
Exactly.
repelling force between. So you're proposing a repelling force between mass. Is that correct?
So it's a force that's actually
What's this
continuously
force
going up.
between? Hold on. This theoretical force you're
Okay,
proposing.
between the
What's it
Earth
between
and the
all
sky.
objects? Are you saying all objects? You're
Between,
saying the sky, right? So you're saying the
you know,
sky's got a repelling force. Is that what you're saying?
no, I'm saying there's a force that's going up from the Earth towards the sky, and that force, by its intrinsic behavior, is
That
making
means things
everything
would
fall
follow that
down.
force, wouldn't it? If there was a force going
No. It's an
upwards, then things would
anti-force.
follow that force.
Not if it's an anti-force.
Well, no. Well, then in which case,
Not
then
if it's going out
an
of
anti-force
What if
that's
it's an
equilibrium.
acting up.
uncle
An
force?
anti-force that's
No.
acting upwards is exactly the same as a force acting downwards.
No, because it would have its opposites and just like
Anytime
yin
you're
and
ready,
yang.
Rumpus.
If you're talking about a repelling force, but it's acting downwards, that's the same thing as an attractive force acting downward. If you have a repelling force, God, what it was, your
If
combination.
there's some type of a force that's coming out of the Earth and it's going in an upwards direction towards the sky,
And is it a
it would
repelling
make
force or an attracting force?
it would just be like going towards the top, and it
Hold on.
would make everything else want
Is
to
it a
come down.
repelling force or an attracting force you're talking about?
It's repelling when it reaches its extreme limit, and everything else falls down after it.
Well, hold on.
It's like the
When you say,
beginning of the force is from the Earth, and your
so you're saying
heliocentric
it
model.
stops and starts arbitrarily. It comes to a certain point, and then starts, and then it comes to another point and stops. It's no force behaves like that.
Stops at the firmament.
All forces tail off to the inverse square law. No force that behaves in the way you've just described, where it stops and starts abruptly.
Or maybe you need to research anti-force a little bit more.
No, I mean, you've not offered any. If there was an when you say an anti, I can't remember now whether you actually said it was a repelling force or not. If it's an anti-force, i.e., it's a repelling force, or do you mean just anti? Oh God, if you just talked about repelling or attracting, it would help a lot. It make it a lot easier to discuss this because I'm not quite sure which the direction of the force is acting in now. If it's an anti-force acting outwards, does that mean to say it's an attractive force?
It's going up.
Which direction is it going? Is it attracting things, repelling things? Which direction is the
It's an
force acting?
anti-force going up. What's so confusing?
Right, so it's just the same as a force going up, then, isn't it?
Yes.
It's an anti-force
Right.
going
So
up.
just
though.
say Imagine a force that's going upwards. If that's all you're trying to say, then things would follow that force.
Oh, it's anti-gravity, so it's
So
going
you're
up.
proposing a
Gravity is
force.
making things come down.
Right. So you're saying that if there were a force that is acting upwards. So it would push mass. So you're saying this force would push anything, everything?
I'm saying that there is a force which is stronger than gravity, and gravity is a weak force. That's why.
But
That's why
what does this force act on? Does it act on everything?
It's an anti-force.
But is it just a force like electrical forces, electrosector just acts on charges, or does it act on all bodies of matter? I'm just simple questions to clarify what your position is.
It acts on all matter. It acts on everything that gravity acts on.
Right, so you're just proposing a force that acts upwards and acts on everything like gravity does. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Like, should I consider that? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Right. So you're proposing a force that acts upwards, that acts on all bodies of matter. But then we would be able to detect that. If that was the case, unless you want to say there's a net force, you want to say, you could argue there's a gravity force acting downwards, and there's a repelling force acting upwards.
You sound so confused.
Jesus Christ, can I finish the sentence? Nearly there. And the net force that's acting on things is one minus the other. Is that your proposition?
Yeah, you're half right. What I was saying is that gravity is a result of the anti-force. So anti-force is the grandfather.
But you need another force. If you're saying this force acts upwards, you need another force acting downwards to give us the force of experience.
What I'm saying that gravity is the daughter. No, gravity is the mother, and the anti-force is the grandmother.
No, gravity is the uncle,
So you need two
and the
forces
anti-force
then.
is the anti.
Right, so you need two forces then. You
Yeah.
need one acting down and
It's
one
like
acting
love
up.
and
The one
hate.
acting down is bigger than the one acting up. Otherwise, you need a net force acting down. Just like when you go into scales, on your bathroom scales, we can measure, because the scales in your bathroom are force measuring devices, so we can clearly see there is a force acting downwards, and we know it's acting downwards because if you put it up sideways, there's no force acting on it. It's only acting downwards, so we know the direction of the force.
who would
have thought?
Hang on,
Yeah,
Rumpus.
I'm having to explain these basic things to you because you've got a problem if you don't understand what weight is.
No,
and there's
you've
a
got to
force
explain
it's
them to
accounting
yourselves
for.
to reinforce your story. That's all you have to do.
So if we need this net, we need to have a net force acting downwards. Now you're